A very good morning. Welcome to the Kentucky Horse Park for the finale for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover. Best Thoroughbreds will be in Lexington over the next few weeks. The off-track Thoroughbreds for this Thoroughbred Makeover finale, and in a few weeks for the Breeders' Cup. I'm Jonathan Horowitz, joined by Ashley Horowitz and Donna Brothers. Donna, you'll be covering the Breeders' Cup in a few weeks. Great to have you back with us for the Thoroughbred Makeover finale. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, one of the things that we saw this week was a previous Breeders' Cup champion who competed in the competitive trail. He didn't quite make the finals, but he gained a lot of fans along the way to see his versatility, especially to go from a champion just 2 years ago on the racetrack, sprinter at that, to be able to compete in this. But to be honest with you, I haven't been able to watch the competition this week because it didn't live stream all of it like we're doing today. And so, Ashley, what did I miss? Jonathan?
Yes, I got to see the most out of the three of us. So I was out filming a lot of the interviews, got to see a lot of the goes, and to get to see Whitmore do the trail. And it was really awesome to see. We did a good interview with him and saw how calm and focused and really trusted his trainer. Laura was really awesome to see. Across the disciplines, I was very excited to see the quality there. Some of the disciplines were significantly more competitive than we saw even last couple of years. So across the board, there's some really great horses we're going to see today.
That's saying a lot.
So we're going to be seeing the 10 disciplines, starting with eventing in a few minutes. But first, to kick things off, we're going to send it down into the arena. Maureen Gallatin with a special message from Horses on a Mission, and that'll be followed by the national anthem by Laura Phillip.
Good morning. I'd like to just do a little invocation. Creator of all, we have celebrated the amazing and versatile thoroughbred horses this weekend. We are in awe of the qualities you put in the horse: strength, beauty, intelligence, athleticism. We know these horses were made for speed, but also for relationship, reflecting your heart. Thank you for keeping them safe through their racing careers. We ask you to bless each person who's been part of their history and will be part of their future. We pray for all the thoroughbreds, from those in broodmares to the retirees at therapeutic riding centers. As these makeover horses graduate, we especially ask you to provide them with suitable jobs and kind, competent owners, and help us as owners, trainers, and enthusiasts to kick on in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you to Maureen Gallatin from Horses on a Mission. And now at this time, we kindly ask everyone inside the TCA Covered Arena to please rise. The singing of our national anthem by Laura Phillip, a former Thoroughbred Makeover trainer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Big thank you to Laura Phillip for singing the national anthem again at the Thoroughbred Makeover Finale. And we're getting set for our first discipline of the morning, which will be eventing, sponsored by Phoenix Performance Products. So many great organizations are partners with the Retired Racehorse Project for the Thoroughbred Makeover. As we look at the judges for the first event, Lauren Annette for Dressage, Kathy Weishoff and Martine Duzant as well, and Joe Carr was the steward. And let's hear from our partner with Phoenix Performance Products, and then we'll get you set with an intro into the sport of eventing. So we're getting set for eventing, and we have the course set, Ashley. And what do we have in store for what the finale will include?
With the eventing, we try to do our very best to simulate both show jumping and cross country. So there are a couple cross country jumps out there. I believe you get to do the show jumping jumps first, and then you come around and do 8 and 9, which are the 2 cross country jumps you see that they brought in from the outside to try to at least show what types of jumps that you have within the cross country. And then after that, I think the crowd's favorite part is they get to do a full arena gallop. Both eventing and field hunters do show the gallop, but we get to see a full arena gallop for eventing.
And here's more about the sport of eventing. Eventing tests the versatility of horses, and thoroughbreds have historically excelled at it, including here at the Kentucky Horse Park in one of the premier events for the sport, the 5-star Kentucky 3-day event. Eventing is a triathlon of dressage, stadium jumping, and cross country. The eventing finale at the Thoroughbred Makeover combines the skills of all 3 phases. Here's how the Olympic website describes the questions eventing asks horse and rider. Quote, eventing is the most complete combined competition discipline and demands of the competitor and horse considerable experience in all branches of equitation. It covers every aspect of horsemanship, the harmony between horse and rider that characterize dressage, the contact with nature, stamina, and extensive experience essential for the cross country, the precision, agility, and technique involved in jumping. Eventing is one of the most popular second careers for former racehorses. Eventing sponsored by Phoenix Performance Products, and we're ready to go for our first rider in the arena, and this is number 188, Doctari, ridden by local rider Kelsey Buckberry from Frankfort, Kentucky. Doctari, a 6-year-old gray gelding who completed a 23-race career at Indiana Grand in April of 2021, will be jumping at the novice height of 2 feet 11. The other finalists doing beginner novice, which is 2 feet 7. And Donna, Ashley, looking forward to a variety of horses. We did talk about Whitmore, the Breeders' Cup champion. We have another horse, Fast Boat, who was in the preliminaries, ran in the Breeders' Cup last year, so 1 year Breeders' Cup to Thoroughbred Makeover Finale. But then we're going to have some horses that made 100 starts. We're going to have some unraced horses, too, just a whole range of horses.
Yeah, I think that just is a tribute to the versatility of the thoroughbreds, you know, whether or not they ever made it to the racetrack and actually raced, or they raced 100 times, they still have a lot of life left in them for the most part. I think one of the things that's important to remember for this particular event, though, is that, you know, in the spring we have the Land Rover Kentucky 3-day event right here at the horse park, and everybody loves to watch that. But all of those horses also started at this level. So they can definitely show their talent at this level and start to progress. But Ashley, they all start here, right?
Absolutely. you need to have a good solid foundation, and I think that's one of the great things that comes out of this is everybody has now understands that this is the starting point. And it's great to see all of these horses from different abilities on the track, from different experiences, different trainers, different distances, having to have the same foundation. And you see them develop slowly and properly here. And even saying slowly, it's impressive that we have, horses doing the novice level eventing successfully. I think we have a couple 3-foot jumpers. And in my opinion, I think as those jumps get a little bit bigger, especially with the thoroughbreds, you actually see a more quality jump because these really extreme athletes don't necessarily take the smaller jumps as serious. So you get a nicer picture of jumping once you start getting to this level. But because it is a preliminary training event exposition, that there's no penalty for doing the smaller jumps or the bigger jumps. You get to choose, I believe in August, which level you think is going to best show off your horse.
Yeah, and it makes sense that sometimes they choose the bigger jumps because their horse will just jump better.
Yes.
So we're set for our first horse and rider. We can welcome in Doctari and Kelsey Buckberry into the arena. When the judges are ready, they can signal them for their round. Kelsey walking the course earlier with a former Thoroughbred Makeover Champion trainer in Rosie Napravnik, and now we'll see them take on this 9-jump course. Doctari's the one horse that's competing at the novice height, has already shown at the novice height at the Jumpstart horse trials here in Kentucky, so getting some recognized experience in the United States Eventing Association events. I really like the arena cross format where you do get the stadium jumps, but you also get the chance to incorporate some cross-country jumps as well.
And I love how they've used the space so well. They've put quite a few jumps into a relatively small arena, but because of the pattern and the way they've spaced the jumps, I feel like they've really used the space as efficiently as possible. Oops, one down.
Yep, the first combo is always a little interesting, especially with these green horses. He's totally game and really excited to go towards it and just got a little flat in that. And I had a chance to walk this course because I'm an eventer, so if there's a course, I'm going to go walk it. And that first line, I walked in an 8, and he's just a little bit set back, and that's where he kind of lost that rhythm on the first one. And then I had a short 5 on this, and again, you see, he got that little not really sure how to get that extra stride in. So even though he's a big horse, I think he'll do really well in eventing once he figures out how to just move forward from that hind end, which is not natural for the thoroughbreds.
Doctari and Kelsey Buckberry starting to open up with the open gallop after fence number 9, completing their novice round. And they competed at novice at the Jumpstart horse trials in Kentucky last month to prepare them for the Thoroughbred Makeover. We're going to have a reset of the course. So Doctari and Kelsey Buckberry jumped at the novice height of 2 feet 11, and the other 4 finalists will be jumping at the beginner novice height of 2 feet 7. After the course reset, we'll have number 399, She's a Bold One, in Jenna Denver, and they're finalists in both eventing and in dressage. And one of the things that we were talking about, Donna and Ashley, was how this is kind of the starting point for these horses to go on to future success in the sport of eventing. And just looking back to some recent winners of the Thoroughbred Makeover last year with the Mega Makeover, we had the class of 2020. It was won by Legends Hope and Jazz Napravnik. They won at the modified level of 3 feet 5 at the Maryland Horse Trials in September. And then they just ran their first prelim at Radnor, finished 5th. And we talked to Jazz and Rosie, and when you get to the prelim height, you've ridden at the prelim level, you're going a lot faster, and these thoroughbreds are definitely made for having that stamina on a preliminary cross-country course.
Absolutely. All eventers will go back and forth on what the hardest phase is. And the outside consensus, people are like, oh, well, cross-country is the hardest. And if you're on a thoroughbred, everyone who has a thoroughbred that I know says that the cross-country is the easiest phase to do. And I know with my off-track thoroughbred, it wasn't until we got to prelim where all of a sudden I was like, oh, here is the speed she actually likes to run. And she was so much easier once we got to that higher speed. So with the thoroughbreds, you can see even in this first round, there's a very specific body control that you need to be able to do these show jumps where on cross country, you're letting your thoroughbred out and gallop, and generally they really tend to seek out those jumps and love to do it. And on this, there's much more control, and you have to know how to lengthen the stride and shorten the stride and set them back on their hind ends, and don't just let them cruise on through with everything. So the thoroughbreds are really awesome right from the start from eventing if they're game to do it.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes the other two phases really so difficult for the thoroughbred is they have to contain all that energy in the first phase to do dressage, right?
Yes.
And then they're not probably just naturally inclined to sort of roll into themselves like you do in dressage and get up under you because they want to stretch out so much.
Well, one theme that you'll probably hear a ton while we're here is that they are athletes. Mm-hmm. And another is they actually know a lot from the track. But one thing that is very different for dressage and show jumping is you have to use your body completely differently. It is completely different muscles. So we have these elite athletes that are coming off the track, and then, you know, when we get them in our barn, you know, they came off the track, you give them a little downtime, and then you realize, oh, they're actually out of shape for what we want them to do because they don't know how to sit on their hind ends and how to push and use their core is a big one. So it's a change in which muscles they're using, not that they're out of shape because they come off the track, and I mean, there's no better shape than a racehorse.
But let's talk about going into the third phase when they have to then go into the show jumping arena, because after they've gone over those big imposing jumps on cross country, now they can't even touch a fence. So how do you prepare them to go from literally being able to drag themselves over a fence to you can't touch it?
Well, first let's start with you don't want to get out on cross country and just have them gallop and just launch across. You have to have some communication and some partnership with your horse to be able to maneuver all of that. And it just gets ramped up a bit more serious in show jumping. If you ask me, I argue that show jumping is the hardest phase because you have to be moving forward and you have to be adjustable. And you talk to a lot of trainers, and the most important thing, rhythm, straightness, track. And that the rhythm is very important on cross country. Straightness, you're a lot of times not coming in straight to jumps, like it's set to not be straight, but having a track is really, really important, and that can make a judgment of a half stride versus that perfect distance. And with the rhythm, that perfect distance actually doesn't matter as much. So you're really looking on keeping a rhythm, and your job is getting your horse straight on that line. So on this combo, right, the horses are getting excited and wanting to run down to it. Well, there's been one, but that's what you might see, especially because it's going towards the in-gate. So your job is on that, before that, is to get them set on their hind end, but get them a straight line past the second jump, not just up to the first one.
So really it's not just teaching them not to touch the fence, it's teaching them to get that perfect rhythm, get those 4 strides or those 5 strides and not take a half stride.
There are times when we're announcing events and you can see coming off the turn like, uh-oh, you know, and then there are times when like, yep, set them up very well. We just saw on the live stream the great crew. I want to give a shout out to all of the volunteers, all of the officials who have been part of putting on the Thoroughbred Makeover. I don't really think it's one horse show. I think it's 10 horse shows with the 10 disciplines. Each of the disciplines can be a show of its own. But yeah, back to what we were talking about, my sense of the Thoroughbred is their strength is the athleticism, but also the mental approach that they bring in. The best description I've heard for a Thoroughbred, it was by Chris Ryan. He's an 8th generation huntsman in Ireland. He also has been involved in the highest levels of racing and eventing. And he said the Thoroughbred is a forward-thinking breed, and that it's already thinking 4 or 5 steps ahead, which is both a good thing because when you're out on the cross-country course, they've locked in already, and I want to get that. But it's also, as the rider, you have to also be 4 steps ahead, because if you're just kind of waiting for what that last step is, they might say, the horse thinking, all right, I'm already a few steps ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. And then you have to kind of contain that. So when you're in rhythm with, as Ashley sometimes gets on the cross-country course, you're already, a few jumps ahead, a few strides ahead, and you're kind of riding the wave with the thoroughbred. And it's amazing to watch. It's also amazing to experience on horseback.
Yes, a game thoroughbred, there's nothing better when you're out there galloping and you just look and you see your horse look and you go, okay, my job's done. I just got to not mess things up now. And your horse is hunting just like you are, looking for those next flags. It's a very cool feeling, and I've felt it on a number of different horses, but the thoroughbred really, really brings that up. And a lot of it, I've heard another thing with thoroughbreds is their work ethic. Mm-hmm. They were bred as athletes. They were bred to do a job, and they were raised to do a job. So at a young age, they're not necessarily getting pounded on, but they know work, and they like work, and they want work. So then they can develop pretty well from that.
So we have our course set now to the beginner novice height of 2 feet 7 for the next horse and rider into the ring, number 399. The rider is Jenna Denver, a junior rider from Imlay City, Michigan. And talk about a great name for an event horse. This 4-year-old chestnut filly named She's a Bold One, not only doing well in eventing, but has the dressage phase down well. They're a finalist in dressage, and now we'll get to see them go around the finale eventing course. I love this name, She's a Bold One.
It is
I think it refers to the horse and the rider.
We talked about the difference in their prior experiences. The last horse we saw, Doc Terry, had 23 lifetime starts, whereas this horse hasn't had a start, but definitely had some works on the racetrack and had plenty of workouts. Looked like it was very close to running, but for whatever reason didn't.
17-year-old rider from Michigan has competed up to the training level of 3 feet 3 in eventing with an OTTB in Zoe, competing in the USEA's Area 8.
And this is a really lovely rhythm for this horse. It stayed consistent throughout so far. And with that rhythm, you can see that that too is a little bit tight. We've seen both of the horses, and this horse was able, because it has that nice rhythm that we were talking about, was able to kind of rate that line and be able to already know his job and be able to set back and get that done very well.
And she has a beautiful hind end for this. You can see that she's got a hindquarters that are a bit more filled out. I don't want to necessarily say stronger, because just because they're not filled out doesn't mean they're not strong, but they're filled out, and it looks like it gives her the ability to get a bit more of that push.
Yeah, you can see this horse was brought along really well, and also loves to gallop. He's like, yay, we're going for a big gallop.
And that's number 399, Jenna Denver, junior rider who's been up to the training level, reserve champion, young rider for the USCA's Area 8 with her OTTB Zoe, now bringing along the young 4-year-old OTTB She's a Bold One, and making the finals here for the Thoroughbred Makeover, not just in the sport of eventing, but they'll be back for dressage a little bit later on this afternoon. So we had the unraced She's a Bold One, and our next horse, Donna, has a little bit more experience on the track. This will be Blue Danube.
This horse has 40 starts on the racetrack, but as we wait for Blue Danube to get started, you talked earlier, Ashley, about the work ethic and covering the Land Rover Kentucky 3-day event for the past at least 10 years. Stephen Peters will only ride off-track thoroughbreds, and I asked him once, why only off-track thoroughbreds? Why not just a thoroughbred? And he said, because horses that have been at the racetrack have a work ethic. They know about getting up 7 days a week and going to work. It's hard enough to train a horse to do all the things we want him to do without also having to train them to have a work ethic. And you could see that with She's a Bold One, even though she had never had a start at the racetrack, just getting up every morning and getting her training in and getting her works every week, gives them a great foundation.
Definitely, I have a horse that never made it onto the track, and she's not have the same work ethic. Or thoroughbred even that didn't make it on the track.
So we're ready for Blue Danube, who's ridden by Valerie Cunelis from Columbia, Maryland. Really nice breeding on this horse. By Awesome again out of an AP Indy mare, and was bred in Kentucky, raced in Maryland, came off the track just this year, January of 2022. And here they go with their round.
I thought you went into that just a little bit short. Did it give you a moment to pause?
Yes, I was thinking that this horse, having raced in January, has a little bit less time to really get an understanding and a partnership. And the horse is super willing, doing everything he can to make these lines. And eventing is hard. It takes a really long time. And some horses pick it up faster than others. And you see there's a lot in there waiting to come out. And I think with even just a couple more months, there'll be a completely different jump as he's going in. And again, I have a horse like this also who just doesn't think about distances and doesn't really care. So really, really needs a lot of help from the rider to get them set back. And takes a long time. But again, this horse made the finale, and I bet you can see how relaxed he is in this big environment. I bet he had a lovely dressage test as he's figuring out how all of this works. It's not just one phase you have to be good at, it's all three.
And now he gets to do what they love to do.
Yes, he's very happy, you can tell. But look, he's not tense, he's not locked, he's not running through the bit. I bet he's going to actually come down from this gallop really, really well. They have really nice light contact there. And he's probably just going to come right out of it without locking and running off.
Blue Danube, who just raced in January, so a quick transition, had a nice rhythmic round there, and then a chance to open up for the gallop at the end, ridden by Valerie Cunelis, coming from Columbia, Maryland, and horse coming from Maryland as well, raced primarily at Laurel Park and in the Mid-Atlantic region. I really like sometimes how the names reflect the story behind the horses or the temperament of the horses. We had She's a Bold One, and for anyone who likes horses, they're going to like the name of this one, Finance in Our Dream. This is number 215, ridden by Susan Thomas from Athens, Georgia, a young 4-year-old chestnut. And this gelding has competed at the beginner novice level, running at Stableview in Aiken in September. And Susan has not only been an event rider, but also a USDF bronze medalist in dressage. And this horse was transitioned to his next career by turning for home and Full Gallop Farm.
Financing Our Dream is a great name for any racehorse. This one is by Currency Swap out of Dreaming of Sasha. So the pedigree certainly called for the name, but it is a good name for any racehorse.
Horse who had a win last time on the track in his third start at Gulfstream Park in Florida in June of 2021. Got the maiden broken, sprinting at 6 furlongs, was a $90,000 purchase as a 2-year-old.
So I'm on the board of the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, and one of the things that they've really tried to get through to trainers is that one last race mentality of trying to get that one last race. And obviously they didn't do that with this horse. This horse went out a winner. He only had 3 starts, but he went out a winner. And you can see the average age of the competitors this year has gone down, which is an indication that more and more people are going toward aftercare and not aftercare, but other disciplines after racing, as opposed to trying to get that one last start, Ashley.
Yes, it's one of my favorite things to see is a horse that goes out on top, that people are understanding that there is a high value for a fit, ready, able, sound horse. And the more we see that, the more this breed is going to grow, and the more you're going to see thoroughbreds excelling in all kinds of different disciplines.
Absolutely.
And I think you look at the mindset of thoroughbred owners and trainers, they're already thinking about what does this horse like to do? So, all right, does he like to sprint? Does he like to go long? Does he like dirt? Does he like turf? Does he like synthetic? And I think that as you get more of these competitions, and for some of the owners, especially if you can have the prize money and the camaraderie, it might just be like, you know what, this horse may like eventing a little bit more. And we're seeing a lot more with the Thoroughbred Makeover racing connections that are still involved with their horses, whether it be the trainer on the track riding their horse off the track. So I think we're going to see that it's going to be an even more natural transition where the trainer says, yeah, all right, didn't necessarily work on the track, but I like to event, so why don't we take the horse out and event too?
Ashley, he has looked so smooth. What are your thoughts?
Granted, we're very early in the day, but this is my favorite horse. I saw him in the prelims also, and this is what I think of when I think of an eventer. I love his body type. He's muscled beautifully for it. He's game. He's balanced, and you can see a little different than the previous 2 horses is he does get rolling a little bit, but he sets himself back, and he got in tight on the combo and tight on the 4, and he fixed it. I really, really like this horse, and it's got a nice, happy gallop on him as well.
He went around that turn like a barrel horse.
Yeah.
That's Finance in Our Dream, and Susan Thomas and Ashley and Donna, we were talking about the rhythm on this horse, how adjustable he is, but also how happy he is.
Gotta love a happy thoroughbred. We're also talking about finding what suits the horse, and I think this horse is very well suited for eventing and seems to really enjoy it and has already figured out some of the details about how to balance himself and rate his rhythm and get those better adjustments over the jump.
Yeah, he approached each jump with confidence, and then he even, in between, galloped with confidence.
Yes.
He liked every phase of it.
Confidence with balance is really great to see in eventing.
Something that's different this year about the finale is that when we start the finale competition, we're starting from scratch. We had the preliminaries that got who's in the finals. This next pair were first after the eventing preliminaries, but in the finals, everyone starts on an equal playing field. This is number 387, Sapphire Surprise, ridden by Cynthia Faraday-Napravnik from Moncton, Maryland. 2019, the eventing champion was Sanamo, ridden by Rosie Napravnik at the Mega Makeover last year. The class of 2020, won by Legends Hope, ridden by Jazz Napravnik, and now a third member of the Napravnik family in 3 consecutive makeovers, looking to be a Thoroughbred Makeover Champion with the matriarch of the family, Cynthia Napravnik.
In thoroughbred pedigree, we would say that Cynthia is a blue hen mare and having produced Jazz and Rosie.
We had the chance to talk to Cynthia as part of the videos that we produce. Just so happy to be here, the camaraderie of the Thoroughbred Makeover, and looking forward to seeing their round. She does have her game face on, though.
Yeah, she's just waiting the okay from the judges to get started as they, there we go, we hear the whistle.
I saw them warm up before their cross-country round, and as intense as cross country is, you don't necessarily want to approach it with an intense mindset. And they were just walking around so calmly, and Cynthia was chatting with everyone. And then once they hit the start box, both horse and rider kind of turn on a switch. Can you describe kind of what that switch is for the start box? It's almost like being in the starting gate, I would say.
It's a tough challenge for some of the thoroughbreds, because when you're in, the starting gates, you're closed in and there's not much you can do, and even then the horses get pretty excited in there. So some of the thoroughbreds, once they start understanding the eventing, will get really jazzed up in the start box, and your goal is to try to keep them calm and focused. And the best thing that you can see from these thoroughbreds that really love their job is they know it's coming and they kind of zen out right before. And my mare this year, after 2 years, finally figured out how to zen out in the start box. And the first time she did, I got really nervous. I'm like, she's normally jazzing and prancing around, and she stood in the box with her leg cocked and was a little nervous. And then she heard my watch beep, the 3, 2, 1, and then we go, and those ears perked, and out she went. So the horses are very smart, and the ones that love it really love it. But the best thing you can do is try to get them
I would
calm
say that's
and
a
focused.
testament to the rider, because for a horse to just learn to zone out, it's because you had kept your heart rate down and you didn't give her that sense of urgency. So good job. Ashley.
Why, thank you.
I say that having had experience as a thoroughbred jockey. I was always a good gate rider, and what made me a good gate rider is that I was very calm about the gate. I just didn't let myself get psyched up about it. And so I think that's important too, is, the rider's mentality, and the horses can feel your heart rate.
Mm-hmm.
They can feel your muscles tense up.
Absolutely. They are incredibly sensitive, and, you see these riders, are kicking their horses and have to do all of this. And I say, what gets the biggest reaction out of a horse? And it's a fly, right? There's a tiny little touch on them, and woo, they feel it really big. So the more tactful you can be with those cues, the better.
Now, Ashley, how's the judging exactly work on this? We saw that there was a rail down. Is that an automatic 4-point penalty like it would be in show jumping?
To some extent, yes. Every single jump is judged 0 to 10 with the quality of the jump. Obviously, going clear, there's going to be a higher quality of the jump. Officially, it is a 4-point penalty for that, but they're counting up, and you can have a really, really nice jump in just like a green moment where you drop a rail, or you can have a very clean jump, or a jump that doesn't have a rail down that is not a great jump. So you can still have a good jump and have a rail down.
I see.
Sapphire Surprise and Cynthia Napravnik, unraced Bay filly, 4 years old. We've had a few 4-year-olds part of the finale, and Cynthia riding up to the prelim level, and before they ever got involved in racing, Rosie and Jazz Napravnik were involved in eventing through their mom's training barn. So we're getting the scores tabulated, and we'll have the award ceremony for the top 5 in the eventing finals, sponsored by Phoenix Performance Products. And then the winners of each discipline, they'll be the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion in their discipline, and they will also be contenders at the end of the day, both for the People's Choice Award. That's sponsored by Achieve Equine, and that's where all of you get to vote on who you think the best overall thoroughbred is across the disciplines. We'll be giving out the phone number where you can text the bridle number of the horse that you all think deserves to be the People's Choice Award winner. And then we also have the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion Award, which this year, sponsored by Churchill Downs, is named in honor of Carolyn Carlson, a lead benefactor who was very instrumental in founding this event. And Ashley, we've had the chance to be here since the first Thoroughbred Makeover in 2015, and then it was even in existence before that in Maryland at the Thoroughbred Makeovers and the demonstrations that took place at Pimlico. And just while we have a moment to look back on how the event has grown, the quality of participants, the quality of the event, it's really remarkable.
It's great to see how much it has developed and evolved, and the camaraderie. The biggest thing I think that's come out of it, if you talk to any competitor, they will tell you this is not a normal show. You're not coming here to compete against everyone every single competitor I've ever talked to who's done this, and I did it in 2017, is just getting here and picking your horse. It's such a big process, and everybody comes in here and you automatically just have friends. Everyone who's here, I've never heard any of the cattiness and stuff that can happen at competitions where everyone supports everyone. And there's people, you call them the makeover friends, where you don't see them any other time during the year, and then you get really excited. You have this whole week and you come and you have this great camaraderie. So that's one great thing that comes out of this. And another thing I like is after all that has changed over all of these years, the foundation and the standard is still the same. You still have the same 10 disciplines. The finale is in the same order. You have quality horses showing what they can do with less than a year of retraining. And so the foundation has never changed. The message has never changed. And such great things have come from this.
I want to go back to Carolyn Carlson because we live in Louisville, Kentucky, and Saratoga Springs, and Carolyn is our next door neighbor in Saratoga Springs. And you know, she did a $100,000 match this year with the Retired Racehorse Project. And I think many people think that when a wealthy individual or benefactor does that, they must be a billionaire, and Carolyn's not. She obviously has money, but she doesn't have the kind of money that a guy like maybe Mike Rapoli has or Vinny Viola has. And so it just goes to show that she's just so passionate about not just the horses, but the horses into their retirement. And so she does have some horses at Saratoga. Almost every year she's got one or two. And every single morning she's out there feeding her horses carrots, and she makes sure that her horses retire well. And she's just done so much to make sure that everybody has the chance to retire their horses properly.
I know she wanted to be here. She was emailing me before the event and had one of her former horses, Aries-Burg, one-eyed gray horse who competed in barrel racing. And she was just raving about Aries-Burg and one eye moving around the barrels.
Yeah.
Just so amazing. And you're right, she bought into not just putting on this event, but bought into the idea that we could all be doing something special. And she kind of paved the way for what this event and what this great cause could be. So we're just getting confirmation if the scores are good to go, and we have the team in the judges stand and with the scores. And Jen, if the scores are good to go, can you give us a thumbs up? Yep. We want to recognize Jen Crowell, Raina, the whole team. And I know a lot of them like to be behind the scenes, but really to bring everybody front and center. And now we can welcome back into the arena the top finishers, the finalists for the eventing discipline sponsored by Phoenix Performance Products. And we'll first recognize 10th through 6th place in eventing. In 10th place was bridle number 197, Dyna Day, ridden by Shannon Norris. 9th place, number 364, Quality Special, ridden by Liliana Giordano. In 8th place, number 147, Captivant, ridden by Shannon Norris. In 7th place, Julie Nelson, aboard Mi Padrino, rider and horse number 304. In 6th place was number 321, Bocat, and that was ridden by the Schulte Sport Horses team, and the captain being Carly Ward. And so those were the 6th through 10th place finishers. And now it's time to recognize the top 5. And finishing in 5th place, a score in the finals of 76.375, number 387. And that is Cynthia Napravnik riding Sapphire Surprise. And let's hear it for number 387, Sapphire Surprise, ridden by Cynthia Napravnik. Finishing in 4th place, a score of 78.875, number 188, Doctari, ridden by Kelsey Buckberry. 3rd place, with an 80.250, number 131, Blue Danube, and Valerie Kunelis. Second place, 87.000 for number 215, Finance in Our Dream, and Susan Thomas. And the winner of the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover Finale in Eventing, sponsored by Phoenix Performance Products, with a score of 91.375. Congratulations to number 399, She's a Bold One, and Jenna Denver. And now time for the victory lap, and we can all recognize what a great weekend this talented group of horses put together in eventing, and looking forward to following their progress, similar to how previous makeover champions have been able to move up the levels of the sport. And you can also see what great temperament She's a Bold One has. That cooler is all over the place, and the horse is as cool as a cucumber in the ring.
So just another example of how, anybody with the right horse can come in and win an event like this. She's a Bold One, had never had a start, and the rider trainer is only 17 years old. And so it just takes the right horse, the right combination of horse and rider, and she comes away the winner.
So that's eventing, sponsored by Phoenix Performance Products. Congratulations to the finalists. Before we get to our next discipline, we have a very special message from somebody who, if you've been involved with the Retired Racehorse Project, really needs no introduction.
Hi, everybody. I am Stuart Pittman. I'm used to saying Stuart Pittman, Anne Arundel County Executive, but I guess to you all, I'm Stuart Pittman from the Retired Racehorse Project, the founder and former director. And I just want to say that I miss you. I wish I were there this weekend. I really do, because I'm in the middle of a campaign for re-election, and I've got 4 weeks left, and they just won't let me out of the county. So that's probably appropriate, but I will be back there next year. And I talk about you guys sometimes. Lately, I've been, when I talk to voters, they seem to care more about animals than people. I talk about dogs and I talk about horses. And just this week, I posted something on social media, and it was from Wednesday. And I said it's the first day of the Thoroughbred Makeover, and I reminisced about some of the horses off the track that I got that started my career and that I trained as event horses and sold on, and then reminisced about the idea of creating a movement of training young trainers and rewarding them for success in their work with off-track thoroughbreds, and increasing the value of these horses to the point where racing owners retire them when they're slow before they, while they're still healthy. And it's just amazing to have gotten this thing started and then watched it grow. And so I want to really, really thank the folks who were there this weekend. Jonathan and Ashley, still announcing every single year. Want to give you guys a hug. Kirsten Green, who, Kirsten started out working in my basement in the early days. We started this thing back in 2009, believe it or not. Really, I think in 10 we got it incorporated. And now is the director. Jen Reutz, who's been there on the board from the beginning and stepped up and made it possible for me to step back and serve my community as a county executive. Carolyn Carlson, who funded the first makeover when it was at Pimlico Racetrack in Maryland, and Melinda Lawrence and Christy Claggett and Lori Marsh. If I start naming everybody, I'll leave some out. But the original crew, I think we dreamed that maybe it would still be going on a decade later, and the fact that it is, and that it's grown, and that I think some 4,000 horses have participated. You got so many of you there this weekend. Just big hugs, and Keep doing the great work. Love you. People can learn at this event. I mean, really the main purpose, even though it's a competition with $100,000 in prize money, and people get very competitive, it's to educate people, it's to make them better trainers, it's to give the horses a better opportunity to prove that they're the greatest horses on the planet. And so we've got seminars, we've got these training demos that are going on right now that are really fantastic. And watching the competition is education in itself.
The versatility of the thoroughbred sport horse on the track at the Breeders' Cup and off the track at the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover. The Breeders' Cup, 14 championship contests from sprints to routes, dirt to turf, with races for different ages and genders. The Thoroughbred Makeover, 10 disciplines covering English and Western riding, showcasing speed and grace, and bringing out the best in the breed and the connection between horse and rider. 4 of the final entrants for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover ran in horse racing's championships, including 2 from the same race, the 2018 Breeders' Cup Sprint at Churchill Downs.
Always Sunshine is close.
9th place Always Sunshine entered in competitive trail and freestyle.
Whitmore is making progress. Here he comes splitting horses.
And runner-up Whitmore entered in competitive trail. Whitmore would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint and be the Eclipse Award champion male sprinter in 2020.
Here's Whitmore running after him on the outside. Whitmore has taken the lead. CZ Rocket on the outside up into second lane, but the old man's gonna do it. It's Whitmore in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He won it by about 5 in the end. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Then it's one Master Almanar, an expert eye to the outside.
Almanar, a group stakes winner in France, was 10th in the 2018 Breeders' Cup Mile and entered in ranch work and competitive trail at the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover.
Followed by Fast Boat Extravagant Kid.
Fast Boat concluded a 28-race career with 10 wins, 2 of them in graded stakes, by finishing 11th in the 2021 Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Del Mar. He could go from the Breeders' Cup to the Thoroughbred Makeover in less than a year, although it would be at a different speed from the turf sprint to competitive trail. Follow the Breeders' Cup and the Retired Racehorse Project to see the best the Thoroughbred has to offer. Breeders' Cup taking place at Keeneland, and looking ahead in a few weeks, we're all getting excited for the Breeders' Cup. You're going to have the opportunity to be there. Donna, who are you looking forward to seeing there?
Well, this is a surprise that we haven't announced yet, and so I'm going to announce it right now to everybody watching. If everything goes well and everything continues to go as planned, I will be riding Whitmore to cover the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Wow.
How exciting is that, right? That you have a horse that won this race and was the champion that year over that racetrack at Keeneland in 2020, and he's not only been able to compete in this competition, but he's able to be quiet enough now. As you'll recall, anybody who remembers Whitmore as a racehorse, he was a handful. He would literally run backwards to kick somebody in the shed row. And the starting crew, the crew at the starting gate just didn't even mess with him, because if they tried to lock and load, he would double barrel kick. And so they were just like, all right, we'll let him go in whenever he's ready. And so he was always sort of the boss. But out here, he's been just such a pleasure. And you've seen him with Laura. I mean, he just is just putty in her hands pretty much.
It's amazing to see the transition. We've gotten to see a lot of the footage of his history, and then even when we did our interview with him, he was fired up and ready to go. And then she got on, and he's like, what do you want to do? Let's go do it.
So
And it was
nice.
just so calm and focused, and it was really awesome to see. And Laura's an amazing horsewoman who's done
So
awesome things.
back to the Breeders' Cup, I'm looking forward to the great championships that we're going to have. You know, they're the year-end championships, and we look forward to them every year. But now we get to look forward to which Breeders' Cup champions will we see later in the Thoroughbred Makeover.
I was thinking the same thing. We're scouting for the Thoroughbred Makeover.
Yeah.
Well, the Breeders' Cup has been a great supporter of the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover, as has Keeneland. The 2022 Breeders' Cup at Keeneland and the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover at the Kentucky Horse Park will bring the best thoroughbreds on and off the track to Lexington, Kentucky this fall. Here are some of the thoroughbreds that made their mark at Keeneland during their racing careers and will now be in the spotlight at the Kentucky Horse Park as they embark on their next equestrian sports.
And they're off. A driving finish. Whitmore, Awesome Banner, 3-5 India, Limousine Liberal coming to the line in the Phoenix. It will be close at the line. Head bobbing photo for the win, either Whitmore or Awesome Banner for the top spot. And they're off in the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. Holiday Stone has the lead, and Big Score is coming on from the outside. From far back, Vicarios charging toward third. Here's Big Score chasing after Holiday Stone. And they're off in the Shadwell Turf Mile. Almanar is 7th as they move up the back stretch. They're off in the Woodford, presented by TVG. Fast Boat is away at 5th, 1 lane off the rail and trying to move up to take 4th now. And they're off in the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. Fennec the Fierce tries to get going to the outside of attachment rate. They turn for home.
The Retired Racehorse Project thanks Keeneland for their support of the Thoroughbred Sport Horse. Thank you to Keeneland, thank you to the Breeders' Cup, and we're getting set for our next discipline, Show Jumpers, sponsored by Excel Equine, and very much like a Breeders' Cup where you go from, say, the turf sprint to the dirt mile, seeing the range of races that the horses run in. That's what we'll be seeing today with the various disciplines, and another great group of officials to recognize with judges Linda Allen, Level 3 FEI jumper judge, and Robin Ross Brown, USEF Large R hunter judge, and the steward Emily Daniel Salvaggio, who has been part of the Thoroughbred Makeover before. Let's get to know a little bit more about the show jumper discipline. Off-the-track thoroughbreds have a rich tradition of excelling in show jumping. Former racehorses have thrived at all levels in the jumper arena, from lesson horses to Olympic and Grand Prix champions. The Thoroughbred Makeover shows how quickly some OTTBs can pick up the intricacies of navigating a course and soaring over the jumps. Show jumping is one of the disciplines with the largest field at the Thoroughbred Makeover. Riders choose the height at which to jump their OTTB, 2 feet 6, 3 feet, or 3 feet 3. When they first enter the arena, horse and rider showcase a strong foundation through a flat work pattern. Judging is based on rhythm, adjustability of stride, and acceptance of rider's aids. Then they will do 2 jumper rounds, the second of which simulates a jump off. Judging is based on rhythm, straightness, confidence, correct jumping form, and acceptance of rider's aids at each jump. Points are deducted for jumping or time faults. So the goal is to jump clean and also show the potential to rise up the show jumping ranks. We're getting the course set for show jumpers, and we have a few minutes until the rounds begin, so let's hear from some of the partners that are very instrumental in helping put on the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover, and we very much appreciate all of the different equine organizations from the racing and the sport horse world who have been involved in putting on and growing such a wonderful event promoting the off-track thoroughbred.
We're absolutely blessed to have the ability to work with animals for our day-to-day job, but the blessing means that we also have a big responsibility, and that responsibility is that when a horse has finished its racing career, to make sure that we give it every opportunity to have a second career. Any animal that's willing to let you ride it or use it for work, we owe that animal everything we can do to make sure that trust is repaid.
they're running, jumping, turning, or playing, Thoroughbreds need a good skin infection program. Bannock's horse care products were developed with their needs in mind. We know how hard they work and play because we at Bannock's have owned off-track Thoroughbreds for more than 3 decades. Bannock's is the solution for scratches, wounds, rain rot, thrush, and fungus. Use Bannock's on your horse's skin care problems. Whether they're running,
I was born to be great, not about the fast cars, big dreams and names, and the bright lights, the best nights are waiting for me. I was born to be great, not about the fast cars, big dreams and names, and the bright lights, the best nights are waiting for me.
No matter what discipline of riding you do, training, showing, and everyday stress is hard on your horse's legs. Decra Veterinary Products is leading the way in lameness treatments, offering products such as Osphos, IRAP, and Phycox Joint Supplement to keep your horse happy, healthy, and in their best shape. Ask your veterinarian if one of these products is right for your horse.
Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
The typical thoroughbred retires from racing by age 6, but they still have a lot of life left in them after the racetrack. Many will move into careers in new disciplines, such as eventing, hunter jumpers, dressage, western, polo, trail riding, equine therapy, and more. And Haggard is with them every step of the way. Haggard is proud to support the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover. And we're equally proud to provide the best care for these impressive athletes, so the next stage of their career is as healthy as their first. Allow us to come along for the ride on your horse's journey.
We got dog cam up on the screen. We appreciate having all of our canine friends here at the Thoroughbred Makeover this year. Thank you to Alpha Omega for supporting and providing us with the wonderful dog cam, Alpha Omega effective supplements through science.
Had I known, I would have brought Jackson and Molly, but I don't think they would have enjoyed sitting here all day.
They would have at least had to be pretty bundled up.
Yeah.
We keep talking every year that we're going to bring our dogs.
I know. Again, they wouldn't like the early mornings or the cold mornings either.
That dog's happy to be here.
Yes.
So we're getting set for the finale for Show Jumpers, sponsored by XL Equine. I just want to give a thank you personally to XL Equine. I write a column for Pollock Report each month, and XL Equine has supported the Horowitz on OTTB's column, and it's been wonderful to share all of the stories in Pollock Report through the stories that come out here at the Thoroughbred Makeover. And there's some really fascinating ones throughout the finale that we'll get to show you through the videos that we did, and also through the commentary that we have the chance to do. Jonathan Horowitz, Ashley Horowitz, and Donna Brothers with you in the booth. And we're just about set for the show jumper rounds. Ashley, give us a rundown of what this course is going to test them.
We talked a little bit about it. in eventers, but you want a horse that's forward thinking. So luckily you're on a thoroughbred here. You want to have a nice balanced forward rhythm, but be able to listen to the rider and set back so it's not a galloping around, but really get balanced. You're looking for rhythm, straightness, and track. And track is the line that you ride to the jumps, and that makes a really big difference in these courses.
And they'll do 2 rounds. They'll do 8 fences in an optimum time setting. The time allowed, although this is judged subjectively to be ridden with a pace that gets them to the optimum time of 56 seconds, then they'll do a second round, which is kind of the simulated jump-off round, which will be 5 fences. When we get to them, those will be numbers 1, 4, 5, 2, and 3, and then we'll get to see the stadium jumping in the kind of jump-off style where the pace changes a bit. And looking at the course map, Ashley, it looks like starting with the vertical at 1 to the oxer 2, then they get to come around to a related distance 3, 4. But then once they get to that combo, the combo that they placed with the vertical oxer 6AB, it's a 2-stride, and it's also going towards the in-gate as well. But they do have some time until that point to be able to prepare for it. We're now welcoming our first horse and rider into the ring. This is number 359, Prince of New York. Prince of New York has made the finals in show jumpers and show hunters, with Chris Bennings from nearby in Paris, Kentucky, will be jumping at the height of 2 feet 6, and this is still a stallion.
We see all kinds here. Every once in a while we get a really nice stallion that comes in. That's definitely not the standard, but you can see there's just a different quality. They definitely have a different shine to them and a presence. And I saw him in the ring familiarization, and just a really, really gorgeous horse, and handling the environment really well with, you know, mares and geldings all around him, and really pays attention, does his job.
Yeah, we don't often see off-track horses thoroughbreds make it to this point still intact as a stallion, and usually for good reason. A lot of times the last resort is to go ahead and geld them and see if they'll pay more attention and, you know, be a better racehorse. But this horse obviously had a quiet enough demeanor that they didn't think that it was going to benefit him at all to be gelded. And so we see a horse that probably a bit because he's intact still would carry more weight than if he had been gelded at some point, and it looks like that has served him well.
You can already see the difference just subtly between the straight jumpers and the eventing jumpers. This horse is really doing a great job on rating himself, balancing and adjusting. Really, really classy round. I liked how that was ridden. Horse is really smart, listening very well to his rider.
Number 359, Prince of New York, ridden by Chris Bennings. New York bred stallion, 6-year-old dark bay that has made the finals in both show jumpers and show hunters. They did their optimum time round, and now they'll get set for their simulated jump-off round.
Interesting how they go straight from the initial round to the jump-off round with no break in between. But again, we go back to the stamina of thoroughbreds, and not a problem.
This is a different setup. You'll see this in jumpers. There's different tables, and one of the tables is where you finish your round, and as long as you're clear, then you wait, and then you just stay in the ring and you do your next round. And this course also sets up to allow you some options, some choices of how you want to ride that round. Mm-hmm. The other one is a bit more straightforward, right? You've got go to this one. With these turns, you have options of how big or small you want to take it to show off your horse to the best light.
Prince of New York and Chris Bennings kicking things off with the first show jumper round. And Ashley, you were explaining on the live stream difference in how the first and second rounds are ridden.
With jumpers, you have different tables, and they're looking for different things. There's a couple different options of how you can do it, but this is a fairly standard way to do the jumpers, where you have your first round, and in the normal shows, if you're clear, then you get to continue on to the second round. The second round could be optimum, it could be timed. This one, they're just looking for that quality of jump, so it's not timed. And the first part of the round is on optimum time, so we're not doing any speed today, but they have an optimum time, and you need to know the best rhythm to ride this. And the second one is showing the quality of your turns and how you choose to ride that course.
Another dual finalist will be up next, introducing number 457, Union Charm, ridden by Alyssa Kelly from Eldersburg, Maryland, has made the finals in both show jumpers and show hunters.
You can see this horse already has a different type of stride. It's a bit quicker, still very balanced, but just a little quicker, where our first horse was a little slower and floaty and just going straight off that power in the hind end. This one's a little cattier and a little quicker in those movements.
Definitely lighter in his feet than what we saw in the first one. You can see the way he picks up those front feet and tucks them up really carefully.
But both, you can tell, are very happy to do this job and trying their best, right? So you're talking about how you teach a horse to not hit the rails. It's something that at this stage, right, they just want to do. That horse got in tight and tried everything possible to get those feet up and out of the way to not hit that rail. Same thing, just a little... Do you add in? Do you take out there? You can see the rider was hoping to kind of push forward and take out, and the horse said, "No, no, no! I need to be able to set back and add one more in to get over that."
This is a horse that was helped transition to their new career by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue, and Union Charm won the Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue Hunter Stakes earlier in May of this year, and here they go with round two.
Just thought about that turn a little too early and got the horse flat over that jump. You see, she started the turn, and that's what braced the horse. It's the first time I've seen that horse brace over anything, but that's a big rollback. And the horse just got a little tense on that cue to make that tight turn.
I was wondering what happened there, so I'm glad you explained it. But since you explained it, then you could see that indeed, rather than just looking to the right for that turn, she was pulling the rein to the right.
And that is number 457, Union Charm, ridden by Alyssa Kelly. Horse that made 7 starts on the track, coming off the track after a maiden race in May of 2021. And as they exit the ring, next to go at this 2 feet 6 height will be number 113, Arctic Ridge, ridden by Bria Clow-Barden from Jefferson, Georgia. This is a young 4-year-old bay gelding, 1 start on the track in Minnesota at Canterbury Park back in August of last year, ridden by jockey Rye Eichelberry, who recently retired, and this horse, Arctic Ridge, retired now to be a show jumper, also competed in eventing this week with Bria Clow-Barden, making the finals in show jumper, sponsored by XL Equine.
This is another good example of how a horse was retired at the right time. They started the horse one time. It was a maiden allowance race for 30,000 at Canterbury, and didn't distinguish itself as a racehorse. In fact, ducked at the start. It says just dropped out. So was really never competitive. But then rather than running it down the line in all the claiming ranks and trying to find, a small race where it could fit, they went ahead and said, this horse doesn't want to be a racehorse. And it's one of the things that I've said when people say that we make horses run. I always say, really, could you please explain to me how we could do that? Because it's really hard to get a 1,200-pound horse to do anything they don't want to do. And these people didn't try to put that square hole in the round peg.
Yeah, generally the people that have that story that they want to tell are not horsemen, because any horseman knows you cannot force a horse to do anything. And coming out and watching this, those horses love doing that. And we tried our hand having a racehorse, and very clearly he didn't want to race. And it's not that he was scared of it or hated it; he just didn't have the competitive spirit. So
he was happy being out there.
He loved it, but he didn't care to be competitive, so why keep running him? And it's really thinking about what works for the horse.
Oops. Ashley, he's been literally looking down at every jump as he approaches it. Is that because he's been hesitant, or is he just still very green? What are your thoughts on that?
It's probably a combination of a handful of things. The first, when he came around to this 3 to the 4, it wasn't, we were talking about the line that you rode, and the line that it was set up on didn't really give him an opportunity to really balance and set up for that. And after the jump 2, he's just not quite certain with himself, and I think there's just a little bit of a miscommunication. This is a big environment for horses. They did not compete in here. And with ring familiarization, they don't get to jump in here. So it's a lot to see, and the horses sometimes adjust very well to it. Other times, especially, so what's right now we're at a lack of confidence, right? So knocked a couple rails and then came down and saw a whole bunch of rails in front of him and got nervous. So got through it, and so now we'll see, has he set himself up better? Yeah. Whereas he just came around and just, again, talk about horses not wanting to do it. It's just a lack of confidence. They're green. They're young. This one has not been exposed to a ton. He said he just raced one time. And I think it's just a lot for him. And he's trying real hard, but after the first couple rails, I think this is a horse that does not like to hit rails. And it's probably why he got into the finale. But then here, after hitting a couple rails, he's lost his confidence. And so see now,
he jumps really high.
He definitely didn't want to hit the rails.
Yeah, he's jumping really high. So he's a little nervous. He's kind of confused as to why he's hit these rails. He's kind of nervous and stressed about it. So then he's like, well, if you're going to ask me to do it, I'm not sure. I don't want to hit another rail, so I'm just going to jump really big over it.
Yeah. And while 56 seconds was the optimum time, they do have 108 seconds to actually make the course if they have those hiccups.
Yeah, and then that will just accrue penalty points over that optimum, right? The further away you are from optimum.
I think we need to get the rail put back up on fence 3. Fence 3 to reset that rail. And then we'll get into the simulated jump off. Arctic Ridge and Bria Cloud-Barden coming from Jefferson, Georgia, is a young 4-year-old bay gelding. So how would you ride kind of the jump off, Ashley, given how he did in the prelims, but also, you do want to show, hey, we can pick up our speed, maybe make tight turns, or is this a case where you say, let's just make this a positive experience for this horse, and we did a round, we get a chance to settle in, let's see if we can build confidence?
I would simply ride this as a schooling round right now. And sometimes just that little bit of a break while I had to set that up, giving him that little bit of time to kind of figure things out.
Oops.
Sometimes can help. Sometimes the horse is just not super comfortable in this environment.
And she's showing her horsemanship there to check his legs right away, make sure he's okay.
And recognizing the horsemanship of Bria Clow-Barden aboard Arctic Ridge. And one of the great things about this Thoroughbred Makeover, it represents, I think, two things at the same time. It's both a culmination in the sense that, you know, you've had a year of retraining to kind of prepare for what is really just an achievement to get your horse to this point, but it's also a representation of the start to and the journey that these horses are on. And it's an interesting dynamic to try and balance, like we've prepared for a big event while also at the same time we're looking towards the future as well.
Yes, we've already said it once today that this is a competition like no other. You can't really compare it. There is a lot on the line, but just getting here also is the win. So the fact that this horse and rider pair got here even is an accomplishment. And then to get into the finale, these are really huge disciplines, and to make it to the finale is a great accomplishment, and just shows that the horses are still green and learning. It's all a process.
And while they do have a year, they don't all get a year. So I know that Whitmore didn't start getting trained really for this competition until June of this year. And so this horse, we're not exactly sure when we know that his last race was in August of last year, but we don't know when they started training for the competition. So you're right. It's just it's a struggle just to get here at times. And so I'm glad that we saw some really nice horsemanship there too.
Next to go, number 333 is Nothing Really. Horse that is for sale, part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace. Owned and trained by Claire Mansman. Runs Pacific Farms in Virginia with her husband Tom Mansman, veterans of the Thoroughbred Makeover. And Ashley, we're talking about good horsemanship. The Mansman family, they really embody what this Thoroughbred Makeover is about.
Absolutely. They love the process. They came, and Claire was adamant that they were leaving early Thursday. There was no expectation to get to the finale. They come here because they love it. They bring a team. The whole family is here to support, and I know they really do see a lot of potential in this horse, but she came with no intention of actually competing here today.
Isn't that when you often do the best?
Yeah, it definitely can help from time to time, and this horse is really a truly nice natural jumper, and it's just how to bring that along, right, and give him the confidence.
You know, it goes back to also what we were talking about with the rider sending signals and the horse picks those up. And so with her saying, no, we're going home Thursday, we're just going to have fun, she didn't have any of those nervous signals. She wasn't sending any sort of anxiety to the horse, and he made it to the finals.
Yes, I like what she did at that last jump. If you saw it, jump 3, she tried to half halt and rate him a little bit and just didn't have quite enough legging, came down to the trot, still gave an honest jump over it, but then coming off of that turn, almost at that same distance, right, she pushed him up to it and had a much nicer, more flowy jump. But you can see this horse is green, trying his heart out, but very honestly doing the best he can to understand what his job is.
It's interesting. He's broke to a jog over 3 jumps and still jumps them just fine.
Yeah, it's just all part of the process of learning, right? We talked about the core is really important, the core and the hind end, and it takes a while to develop that.
We could see Claire smiling during the round. We could see the horse kind of looking around, looking at the crowd. So he, as maybe opposed to the previous horse, he's taking it all in a positive way, almost in a playful way. Like, and yes, you do have a job to do, and that's why Claire has done a good job with her aides. Say, you know what, it's fine to come down to the trot. Let's balance. Let's get over the jump. Here he comes towards us.
An honest boy, you can tell he's not super educated yet, but turn to the jump right, and on that turn, that's kind of one of the tests that they're showing is to be, you don't have a long time to set up, and he really had no idea what he was doing. He's like, well, let me pick my feet up and get over it.
And over that last jump, he wasn't graceful at all in the execution, but he was graceful in getting it done.
Exactly.
To me, it seems like he's got the mindset of, oh, there's a jump there. I'd like to do that.
And that was good. He stepped back. He got into a tight distance and was still able to set back and look pretty nice over that last one.
So Claire's background is interesting in that she came up with hunter jumper disciplines in eventing, but also galloped horses at the track for many years. And I started galloping horses at the track in 1984, and back then nobody was talking about what this horse will do in its after racing career, but now they do at the track. They talk all the time about, this horse will be a great eventer, or this one will be a great dressage. So it's come a long way.
And that's Claire Mansman riding Nothing Really. And Donna, we were just talking on the live stream. One of the great things that we're seeing is that people on the track are starting to recognize what the skills their horses have to be able to prepare them for their next disciplines.
Yeah, Claire's a rider who came up in hunter jumper and eventing disciplines, and then she galloped horses at the track. And so as somebody like Claire, when she's galloping horses at the track, and especially at this stage of the thoroughbred industry, she's already thinking, what would this horse be good at after his racing career? When I started in 1984, a long time ago, galloping horses at the track, we never thought about that. We just thought, do they want to go short? Do they want to go long? Do they want turf? Do they want dirt? And then my husband retired in 2009, which is when I stopped getting on horses daily. And by that time, we were already starting to talk about it, to think about it. But it wasn't until, the last few years that it's become really, really, and because of the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover, where people are really starting to give thought toward what are they going to do in their next career while they're still at the track.
I look at it actually when I'm announcing races up in the booth. For me, sometimes it's that moment where they come down from the canter to the trot, and I just want to see, whether they're reaching for the contact, and they're not being asked to, but I'm like, well, that could be a good eventer, and so I think that's one of the things that we want to highlight as a theme is that the horses, when they're coming off the track, they're already coming with an education. What the Racing Connections do to prepare them, give them a good foundation, also to expose them going to different environments, being handled and ridden by a lot of different people. You're not getting a blank canvas when you're getting a horse off the track.
They've had a lot of experiences, like Jonathan said, and then they also have these innate abilities that was just bred into them, but they're all individual. And I always joke that I'm terrible when I go see Jonathan at the track, because he announces at the track as well, and I'll go look at horses and try to pick out my favorites, and I'm terrible at picking out race horses because I'm always looking for my next sport horse. So I'm like, that one would be a great eventer, and then they're last because they're fit
because
for that,
they're
and that's what
be
they
a
want
great
to do.
eventer.
They are, yes, but it does not help when you're trying to go pick a good racehorse.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So we're getting the course set to the 3-foot height for our final competitor, Flashy Shack, ridden by young junior rider Mia Bagnato from Brewster, New York. Now, the first 4 riders rode at the 2'6" height. Now we have Mia and Flashy Shack riding at the 3-foot height, and they're showing at a meter, so they're showing at 3'3". And Ashley, sometimes you see the horses, especially the thoroughbreds, their jumping skill actually gets a little bit better when the jumps get a little bit bigger.
Yes, I like to see the thoroughbreds at that slightly bigger height. When you're at the 2'3", 2'6" level, a lot of times they don't really care too much about that height. So they still get over the jumps, but they're not picking their knees up. They don't have that nice bascule, that rounding over the jumps. And so a horse that has had the time to develop and has the right muscles and the right education, once you get up to the 3-foot level, you'll see a really, really nice jump from them. That maybe if this horse were competing at 2'6", might not have even made the finale because it didn't get to show how nicely he jumps and what form he has over the jump.
Yeah, I guess you could sort of liken it to having a child who's an advanced learner, and you really have to move them up into advanced learning classes, otherwise they get bored.
And they get in trouble.
And so, yeah, you have to have something that challenges the horse enough for them to pay attention.
We had to take it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Thoroughbreds are very smart. We've talked about forward thinking, and some can get bored. So if you're just straight repetition, same thing over and over and over again, sometimes they can get bored, they can get careless. not paying attention as well. And as we've seen with some of the other horses in the finale, you can tell they're greener and they would not do well at this height just because they don't understand all that goes into taking a full jumping round.
Ashley, as they're still setting the course for this next horse, I have a question for you. You talked about looking at horses at the racetrack to see, which one's going to be the next eventer. I think a lot of people think, well, if it's a big round horse that's a thoroughbred that's built more like a quarter horse draft cross, then they're going to be dressage. And if it's a long, lankier horse, they're going to be a jumper. But sometimes that's not the case. Can you tell anything from their conformation, or does it just take riding them?
You can tell something from their conformation, but it's just like you can't guarantee anything with breeding. You can't guarantee anything with conformation. I'm a conformation snob, and I will look at any conformation and pick apart and find every little detail that I like and don't like, but that doesn't actually have anything to do with their function. I know 4-star, 5-star event horses that have terrible conformation, but the horses function very well with it. So it's just one little block that you have. You've got breeding, which may or may not mean anything. Conformation, which may or may not mean anything. Demeanor on the track, which may or may not mean anything. So it takes a lot of repetition to put all those pieces together and find the one that you think you can work with all those different blocks.
And I think we'll see it at the Breeders' Cup, where we will see some horses that as yearlings went for 7 figures, because at the yearling sale, the connections could look at the conformation and say, yep, that's my future champion. And then we'll see some horses at the Breeders' Cup who maybe got passed on at the yearling sales, but they have the intangible, the competitiveness, and that they now reach that level when the first impression may not have thought that they would get there. So you never know until you actually do it. But this next pair has been doing it quite well. And the background of this horse, Flashy Shack, now in New York, was bred in Kentucky, was racing in Arizona and Southern California, and then went on the fair circuit in Wyoming and Nevada, coming off the track last September. This will be Flashy Shack, the name coming from the sire Shackelford, and Out of the Damn Flashy Prize, but spelled in homage to the basketball player Shaquille O'Neal. And Mia said she's gotten a little bit more familiar with Shaquille O'Neal because of having the horse Flashy Shack. And here they go. The horse came off a win last September and is now competing 1 year later, looking for the win in the show jumper discipline sponsored by Excel Equine.
Another horse that, as we talked about earlier, comes into the off-track disciplines off of a win. So again, trying to eliminate that one last start mentality, and when a horse is sort of shown its maximum potential, or shown that it doesn't necessarily have any potential as a racehorse, they are sending them to other disciplines quicker than they used to.
Watch this horse's hind end. It's so powerful and quick, and you can see he gets his job. He can half halt and balance, and he sees his line and he waits for it, right? Where one of the younger, greener horses might have kind of been unsure about stride, no stride. Got a little flat right at that combo again. Got him, and he got in deep, and that was the one time where he didn't step back. But if you see that big stride from that hind end where it's really coming up underneath himself.
I think it was harder for her to set him up for the second jump in the combo, because she's really had to get him back off the bridle a bit before he'd jump, and in that combination she didn't really have the opportunity.
Well, that's what's tough about the combination, is with that 2-stride, you got to do pretty much all your work behind it. And in fairness, he came in fairly well and then just bolted off. Oh, he's feeling good about himself. He knows there's a jumping round coming off.
He still wants to bolt off.
Well, he knows there's more to come. He's excited.
He's been in this position before. And Ashley, when you walk the course, you said it rides in a long two, but a combination, you have to automatically set back, but also to push him forward if it is riding a little bit long.
So yes, with the combos, right? We saw some of the greener, younger horses actually end up doing a 3 in that. And if you took the distance that is and put that same distance in a 5 stride, it would be really, really long. So they give on that 2 stride, right there, you see the body control it takes. It's a bit harder to do. So they make it a long 2 generally turns into a normal 2. And then if you get flat and excited, it makes it tight. And that's why they make it a little bit longer.
She did a great job of not turning him too fast there because he's just too big to make a quick turn, I think.
Well, even so, when she came and she wasn't perfectly straight, he didn't have a straight line to that. But he was able to get in deep and he held off. So what she's able to do is being able to turn him without pulling him around. Because if she pulled him around to that, then he would have jumped across it and probably taken it out.
Yeah, it's that fine balance between having their mouth in control and then giving them their head.
And she found that extra stride on that last jump, and then he looked very nice and relaxed over it.
Wrapping up their jumper finale, number 219, Flashy Shack, ridden by Mia Bagnato. And that concludes the 5 finale rounds in show jumpers, sponsored by XL Equine. Want to draw your attention to the final jump, which has the TCA standards, Thoroughbred Charities of America, from the very beginning of the Thoroughbred Makeover, having the support of TCA that has a number of wonderful events coming up and has helped so many different aftercare organizations. And we're hoping to talk to Leslie Campion, the TCA Vice President. We'll also be talking to Aaron Hollowell a little bit later. But Thoroughbred Charities of America, so important to putting on this Thoroughbred Makeover. And we have scores that will be calculated for this show hunter discipline. And while we wait for the scores to be calculated, let's hear from some of the partners of the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover.
I want an athlete. I want a competitor. I want a partner. I want a companion. I want a project. I want to learn. I want to be a safety net. I want to see him succeed. I want his history and his future. I want a thoroughbred. Adopt potential and write your own success story at newvocations.org.
If you have a moment, you can check out the silent auction open till 2 o'clock today. Some wonderful items on display here inside the covered arena. We've talked a lot about the background of a number of these horses, whether they were unraced to whether they were former stakes winners and champions, and the Thoroughbred Makeover attracting people and horses from all over. And we're going to introduce you to a pair that has the longest journey to come here, not just for the rider coming from Canada, but for the horse that was foaled in Australia and was a group stakes winner in Hong Kong. This is Athero, and here is more about Athero, who competed this weekend in Show Hunters, which will be the next finale discipline.
Premier away fast with Hot King Prawn, and Athero is powering forward to the roar of the crowd here on course. This is a rocket of the race course. Athero 2 in front from Hot King Prawn and beat the clock. Wow, what a 3-year-old he is.
The Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover attracts people and horses from all over, and this may be the most international team. You have the rider, Robin Hanna, from Ontario, Canada, her mom, Marilyn Lee Hanna, and the journey of this horse, Athero, Australian-bred, Hong Kong raced. He was called the Rocket of the Race Course in Hong Kong, a group stakes winner at Sha Tin. Is he the Rocket of the Race Course still, Robin?
Well, let's hope not. He's he's a show hunter now. Very, very good at his new career.
The journey that he had in the Hong Kong Jockey Club very much involved in helping rehome horses. When did you get him? How did he come to you? I was a fan of his on the racetrack, so then I'm looking at the entrance for the makeover and I'm like, really?
So I originally messaged Lisa Malloy at Rerun about another horse that was posted, and he had just been adopted, but she said, I have a horse for you, and sent us some photos of him. And of course we read all about his story and who he was, and decided that day to adopt him.
Yeah, and we like horses with stories.
Yes, and we have plenty of stories here at the makeover. You're a bit familiar with his background too, so tell us a little bit about your involvement with this nice boy.
Well, I mean, I'm a Thoroughbred fan through and through. When I grew up showing it, the Thoroughbred was what you rode. And so, of course, when we see good Thoroughbreds, we get really excited, and we're really delighted to have one with such a distinguished career. And as Robin said, it's really interesting that for such a sprinter as he's actually a really gentle, kind horse. And he's a very large horse. He's like over 17 hands, but he has a personality of a puppy. So we're very lucky to have been allowed to have such a famous horse in our barn.
That's wonderful, but have only had him for a few times, or not that long actually, only a few months I would say.
Yeah, he came to us in the middle of June. We gave him a little bit of downtime when he came, and we have a big show facility, so you know, he would get 2-3 rides a week maybe. He only just jumped his second outdoor course yesterday and was a star, so hopefully tomorrow goes well.
You've been involved in the makeover for now many, many years before it even came to the horse park.
Yes, Yes. In 2013, when at Pimlico Racetrack in Baltimore, there was something that was known as the makeover, but it was actually more of a demonstration than a horse show. And we worked really hard when we found out about this thing happening at Pimlico. And Robin was, in fact, the only Canadian trainer to be invited. It was a real honor, and it was a fabulous experience. And I have to commend Stuart Pittman for his vision for beginning the program, and those who've worked hard to keep it. Now it's huge. It was small at the time, and it's grown, and it's fantastic.
What are your impressions of, now that you're here at the Kentucky Horse Park, looking back to that event at Pimlico, what do you take away as the most rewarding part of how it's grown?
I think the value of a thoroughbred as a sport horse has really, really come to light, it's amazing how many horses are getting taken from the racetrack to, now that everybody says, I want to go to the RRP, the horses are going and going, which is really great to see.
And I think what's really interesting too is how many different disciplines 10 different disciplines is really a fantastic thing that they're, Western and Polo and fox hunting, and it's such a versatile breed and such an athletic breed. It's really nice to see that being recognized again.
Well, thank you, and we recognize you for making it here with such an amazing horse and the dedication that you put into the breed and to being part of the Thoroughbred Makeover. So best wishes, not just this weekend, but really for the whole journey with this amazing horse.
Well, thank you very much. We're really delighted to be part of this.
We're just about ready to get underway. Our next exhibitor is at the gate.
They're trying to prove that they belong here.
They really have their eyes set on that podium, but this pair just hasn't been consistent.
Championship titles are elusive.
This is a difficult field.
It all comes down to this. Here we go.
When years of work come to seconds of action, give yourself every edge. Get rebound technology for faster muscle recovery with ProForce from Nutrina.
This is what we come alive. This is where we rise and shine. This is where we come alive. This is where we rise and shine. This is where we come alive.
Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
Colicare has the only $15,000 you hope you never get. SmartPak's colic surgery program reimburses up to $15,000 because you shouldn't have to worry about anything but your best friend. It combines our best hindgut supplements with preventative care from your vet to help lower your horse's risk of digestive upset. Plus, you get peace of mind knowing you'll have the financial resources to provide the care your horse deserves if you ever need it. Find out how to protect yourself and your horse with Colicare at smartpak.com/Colicare.
Welcome back inside the TCA Covered Arena, having just completed the show jumper rounds for the finale sponsored by XL Equine. It's time now to crown the top 5 and the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion for show jumpers in 2022, and we'll welcome the top 5 back in the ring. But first, we'll announce from 10th through 6th place. In 10th place in the preliminaries was number 159, Chicky Boy, ridden by Ellie Williams. 9th place was 121, Banks Island, ridden by Jassa Williams. In 8th place, number 291, Lucian, ridden by Jazz Napravnik. In 7th place, number 372, Rhythm Music, ridden by Megan Gilmore. And in 6th place, number 366, Racing Ace, ridden by Amanda Gomez. And now to the top 5 for their finale rounds today. In 5th place, score of 25.750, number 113, Arctic Ridge and Bria Klaubarden. Finishing in 4th place, a score of 85.250, number 333, Nothing Really, ridden by Claire Mansman. 3rd place, 108.750, number 457, Union Charm and Alyssa Kelly. Finishing 2nd, 116.500 for number 219, Flashy Shack with Mia Bagnato. and the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover Champions for Show Jumpers, presented by XL Equine. Their finale score of 133.500. Number 359, Prince of New York and Chris Bennings. And time for the victory lap, recognizing the top finishers for Show Jumpers, sponsored by XL Equine, and the champion, Prince of New York and Chris Bennings, will be recognized as the discipline winner and also be eligible to be voted on by you for the People's Choice Awards, sponsored by Achieve Equine, as well as to be the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion and receive the Carolyn Carlson Trophy, sponsored by Churchill Downs. Let's hear it during the victory gallop for the Show Jumper finalists, sponsored by XL Equine, with the winner, Prince of New York, still a stallion. And he'll be in the next discipline, and that'll be Show Hunters. Union Charm, also a Show Jumper finalist, will be part of the Show Hunter finals as well. The transformation that this TCA Covered Arena undergoes throughout the day, from the jumper disciplines, and even within the jumper disciplines, from the show jumper rounds with the colorful standards and rails, and we'll now have the show hunters coming up next in the finale, sponsored by Beyond the Wire. The show hunter jumps a bit more natural looking, and then later on in the day we'll have the transformation with the dressage rings, the polo field, and then to have the barrels out here and the cattle in. It's really amazing all that takes place within one day, celebrating the thoroughbred as the ultimate sport horse breed. And as we look at the final standings, recognizing Chris Bennings aboard Prince of New York as the XL Equine Show Jumper Champion. What a talented group of show jumpers that there were. You had Flashy Shack already showing at a meter and competing here at the 3-foot height. He looks like he's poised to do quite well as he progresses as a show jumper, and we'll be seeing two of these show jumper finalists in Prince of New York and Union Charm in the show hunter finals coming up next. But while the course undergoes a change, it gives us a chance to, well, first of all, I guess, catch our breath after what has been a real action-packed morning with eventing and show jumpers, a chance to check out some of the vendors that are here inside the TCA Covered Arena, look at dog camp, celebrate our canine friends, and check out some of the auction items. And I'm pleased to be joined now in the booth by Leslie Campion, the Vice President for Thoroughbred Charities of America, and from the very beginning of the Thoroughbred Makeover, TCA was right there. And Leslie, it's great to have you with us. What is it about TCA and the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover that makes it such a match?
Thanks for having me, Jonathan. Obviously, I've been aware of the Retired Racehorse Project for many years, but this is my first time actually attending, and it is very impressive to see these animals under various disciplines and the work that has gone in to get them from starting gate to practice arena. It's impressive. What is it? I suppose it's a natural union for us at TCA to support retired racehorses. We're an umbrella charity. We help many different thoroughbred-related charities, but this is something we all feel very passionate about. We're all obviously horse lovers, and you know, have ridden and competed in various disciplines ourselves, even outside of the racing industry. So this is something that is an easy match for us.
Well, and for you personally, it's not just talking the talk, but it's walking the walk. You have your own off-track thoroughbreds as well.
Yeah, I'm accumulating quite the collection now.
As I think we all are.
But no, I think it's our responsibility to look after these animals. You know, they've looked after us, and without them, you know, we have no industry. They support our families. There's very little that we can do without this animal that I think we all respect and revere, and they deserve all of our care and attention after they retire from the track.
Well, TCA in particular helps provide a lot of that care through the grants. It's really staggering. Where are we at now in terms of the grants that have been given out thanks to TCA?
So over the last 32 years, TCA has granted funds to more than 200 thoroughbred industry-related organizations, and in total we have granted over 26 million. Last year alone we granted $1 million in funding, and we're proud of that, and we have no intention of slowing down anytime soon. You know, we're bringing on new and enthused board members, and trying to think of new fundraisers, things that are outside of the box, to make it fun for people to do the right thing and give back to these animals.
The last year, $783,000. Now, in order to help bring on such amazing grants, TCA also has a number of events, initiatives, and that helps kind of drive the great engine that TCA is. And we're coming up to some of them that they're going to be right here in Lexington.
Yeah, we're in the middle of one right now, the Race to Give that we do in conjunction with Hager Davis McGee Veterinary Clinic, and that raised over $100,000 for us last year. And obviously the culmination of a lot of work on the racetracks is coming soon with the Breeders' Cup this year in Keeneland on the first Friday and Saturday of November. And on that Friday afternoon, we're going to have a fundraiser called Bash at the Breeders' Cup, which is invariably a ton of fun. We'll have a bunch of live auction items there for folks, as well as some southern cuisine, some libations, and a wonderful band. Superfecta will be playing with us this year.
Superfecta?
Yeah.
That's a great name.
Isn't
for
it a
band.
fun name?
Yeah.
I thought so too. They're a lovely swing band. And that will be at the Grand Reserve, 6:30 on Friday afternoon of the Breeders' Cup. And if you have any access to get tickets, I would recommend to do so, because there's no place open for dinner in Lexington anyway. So you may as well come join us.
And have a good time as well. I've been to some of the when it was out in California. Good time, and you also feel good about being part of it.
Isn't it? It's always lovely to give back just for the feeling you get yourself, you know. Doing the right thing always feels good.
Now, your background, tell us a little bit about how you started. We all have our own stories and how we were bitten by the horse bug. And I think being from Ireland, it's not too hard to get bitten by the horse bug.
No, they're everywhere. If anybody's got a square inch of back garden at all, they have some kind of a pony. My father's a farmer, and we did a lot of cattle and sheep, and then he kept 10 national hunt broodmares. That would be steeplechasers, as you call them in America. And I've always had ponies all the way along, and did a bunch of fox hunting and show jumping and pony clubbing and all that jazz, and then went on to do a degree in equine science, and that led me to Kentucky as part of my placement, college placement, and went home, finished my degree, and came back, and now we have a farm here in Midway, and I work with Paramount Sales, And one of the horses that was just third in the last and is going to be in the final.
Union.
We're great friends with the breeders, Noel and Ellen. Paramount Sales, the company I work for, we actually sold Union Rags, the sire himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we've got quite a history with that horse.
Well, I think one of the things that we're seeing now with sport horses is that people who you say are eventers or show jumpers, and they're looking for their next off-track thoroughbred prospect, they're starting to look at the breeding line, Union Rags being an attractive one. And I've found that fascinating that, yes, these racehorse stallions, they're producing great racehorses, but now you have people who are looking at these stallions and for their own interests, for eventing or for polo, they're saying that we often see good offspring of that stallion.
Yeah.
And so I think that's kind of a...
I think it has a lot to do with the mindset of the animals that these stallions are getting, Some horses are, some stallions might be particularly prone to throw kind of hot horses, quick, fast and speedy animals like kind of Tappets would have that kind of reputation, whereas the Shacklefords and the Union Ragses of the world would be kind of more, I suppose, easygoing mindset.
So for the show hunters coming up next,
yeah.
we have Union Charm, who's
if you
by
could
Union
believe
Rags.
it, I bred my own mare to Union Rags, and she threw me a beautiful colt, and I was to take him to Saratoga, and all kinds of things went wrong with that. So now he is another off-track thoroughbred. He's a 2-year-old, and he only has one eye, God love him. He got a bad infection. We had to get it taken out. And I hunted him with the long run Woodfords 2 weeks ago. 2-year-old Union Rags. That will show you the mindset these animals have. They're sober as judges and lovely, lovely animals to ride. I think for us, looking at these horses coming off the track, an awful lot of it is to do with the animal's mind and their level of tolerance and kindness, And after that, just your basic confirmation, as long as the animal is halfway correct. But if they have the mindset to do it, you'll be successful.
So who are some of your stallion recommendations or stallion favorites, I guess, both when it comes to racing and when it comes to who your next hunt horse might be?
Oh, I'd love a gun runner.
A gun runner?
Yeah,
oh my gosh, yeah.
No, they seem to be magnificent at whatever discipline they're at.
Because of the mindset, like
yeah,
you said, yeah.
Exactly that, and the willingness to please, And I think that's 3/4 of the battle. I think anybody will agree with that. But I think as regards colouring and flash and things, obviously Cairo that just won the last class, Cairo Prince, they're always big, scopy, good-looking animals. Bodymeister always gets a lovely bit of chrome on them. There are several, I don't want to put a wish list together, but because I'll probably end up filling it,
And you said you got involved with the sales.
Yep.
And where is that taking you today?
Oh, I've had a ton of fun with it. I've been working with Paramount for the last 15 years, and Pat Costello and I, we travel the country recruiting yearlings and meet a ton of fun people, and then end up selling horses in Saratoga and Maryland, and of course here in Fazekan and Keeneland. We've had one of our most successful yearling sales here in September. The market is incredibly strong right now, which bodes well for everybody, And I think that's secondary to the purse structure that we're seeing now in Kentucky, which has increased 100% in the past 4 years,
It's almost like a rising tide lifts all boats situation.
Yep, exactly that.
Well, wonderful. So how can people find out more about TCA, the great work that you're doing, because rising tide lifts all boats. When TCA does well, the off-track thoroughbreds do well. Retired Racehorse Project, all the aftercare organization. So that's kind of the root of what is driving all of this amazing interest and success in the OTTBs.
Yeah, certainly. Anybody that's interested in the TCA, I would just entreat you to Google us and jump on the website. And if we can be of benefit to anybody, we'd be happy to chat with you. And if you would like to get involved in any way, we would also like to talk to you about that.
There's a booth that's here inside
Yep.
the arena.
Yeah, with Erin Crady. She is the glue that keeps the whole organization together. She's a one-stop shop, and I could not commend her enough for what she does for the organization. And anything you need answered, she's the go-to girl.
I think for a lot of us, it becomes a labor of love.
Exactly. I mean, I think we're all involved because simply the horse and wanting to do the right thing by them, you know. And after that, it's easy.
Well, thank you very much, Leslie. It's great to get to know you. Great to have you here for your first Thoroughbred Makeover.
It won't be my last.
Fair enough, and I'm glad to hear that. But in the quick hour or 2 hours that you've been here, what have you taken in is some of the things that when you have to leave that are the positives that you enjoyed the most?
I think what's the most impressive is the work these people have done with the horses themselves insofar as being a rider. I know how difficult it is to get a horse to come off the track, to let down, to get themselves in the mindset to be able to come into an arena like this, know their spacings between their fences, keep themselves in a nice rhythm, and clear the course. There's a whole lot of work that goes into that. You're starting with trotting poles and now working your way up to a meter. It's impressive.
And to channel that athleticism, and I would say I think I misinterpreted the first year I was here, coming from a racing background with the commentating. They made it look so easy that I said I wanted to do that, and then I realized how hard it was. Yeah, but incredibly rewarding, and that we're seeing kind of the fruits of the labor with these horses.
It's lovely to see the pride on the riders' faces when they're doing their victory lap. They've earned that, and well done.
And the pride in what their horse has done. It's always cool after the last jump, rather than waving to the crowd. The first thing they do is pet their horse, because that's what the focus is.
Put more love back into that animal. These are lucky animals that they're in those hands,
Well, because of the work that the TCA does, those animals get the chance to go into the hands that create the finished product.
Well, we're happy to be a small page in the book of those animals.
Well, thank you, and it's great to have you in the booth. The course is being set up. I guess the next makeover within the arena is the switching from the show jumper ring to the show hunter ring. And while we have some time, let's hear from some of the other great organizations that help make the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover what it is. Taking the tenacity of horses on the track and bringing out the beautiful and elegant side of the thoroughbred, all in less than 10 months of retraining as part of the show hunters discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The classiness of horse and rider will come out in rounds under saddle and over fences. Under saddle, horses will be judged on the flat on rhythm, relaxation, style of movement, and manners. Over fences, which riders can choose to be either 2 feet 6 or 3 feet, the judging for the 8 fences is based on pace, style over fences, and manners.
What you're seeing, it should look like the horse is carrying their rider around effortlessly. So to do these green horses in a hunter class, it really takes a skilled person to pull it all together and help their horse set up and be smooth and make it look like the horse is just carrying them around.
It's about the precision horse and rider can demonstrate in one of the traditional English disciplines. Welcome back inside the booth here at the TCA Covered Arena. Now Ashley is back with me, and one of the things that we saw in the show jumper discipline with where these horses are in their training, being in this huge environment, some of the horses maybe getting a little bit tight to the fences, and we did get to see someone who's been so hardworking all week, Shannon Reed, out here. She's wearing many hats today helping set the course, but her main hat is at a veterinarian. What did we see there? And that kind of represents some of the important things in this discipline.
Yeah, on that final refusal, the horse hit, Arctic Ridge hit pretty hard on the rails, and rider, great horsemanship, jumped right off, checked the legs, make sure everything was okay. And Dr. Reed was right on top of it, was out there immediately just to see, make sure everything is okay, that there wasn't any injuries, no issues going on with that. And we've seen that throughout the whole makeover. We saw the intake, where every single horse is evaluated on body score, soundness, just normal horse function, making sure they're okay to compete. And then throughout the whole competition, she and a number of other vets are walking around watching the horses. If there's any concerns, the horses are evaluated during the competition. And then obviously they're right here on hand for the finale as well. So it's great to have a fantastic team of veterinarians that are here, who are knowledgeable, understand thoroughbreds, know horses very well, and can be there right on top in case there is something that does happen. So it's good to see nothing happened. There was no issue, but that we had people right there ready in case there was.
And we had the chance before the competition started to see the arrival exam, which has been a big part of the Thoroughbred Makeover, and had a chance to talk to Dr. Reed about this emphasis within the competition. Project Thoroughbred Makeover at the Kentucky Horse Park, and one of the very first things that they do is the arrival exam. And I'm here with Dr. Shannon Reed. What is the arrival exam?
So the arrival exam is the competitors coming here and showing us that their horses are ready to be here.
Hi, I'm Natalie Holdren. This is Temple Moore. Tempe came off the track due to a bow on his right front leg in August of 2020. He had a year off. He raced at Delaware Park. So it's been a long journey, but we're excited to be here at the makeover. We are showing in 2-6 Eck, hunters. We do some jumpers for fun. We do some dressage. He's a really great all-around horse. He is definitely like one of the best horses I've ever. You name it, he'll do it.
You're gonna walk down and back, and then on the way back, you're gonna make a circle to the left and a circle to the right, okay? Perfect. All right, off you go. Okay, so this horse got a nice body condition score, fleshed out, right? But we have this is a different slope to this pelvis, see this here? And he's thinking, so we'll allow a little bit of weaving while he's looking at things. We wanna make sure that we're not swaying. So what the arrival exam does is it checks to make sure that they have a microchip that's properly registered with the Jockey Club, so we know who the horses are. It makes sure that they're up to date on their vaccines to show here, that they've got their health certificates, their Coggins. It also looks at their body condition score to make sure they're in good weight and condition to show. When they get through that part of it, the second part is an early soundness exam, and that's where we're looking at the horses that are on site to make sure that they can move about the park well and be comfortable.
Well, it's the first impression that these horses can make as they prepare to showcase their new careers. And I think we'll try and condense a whole veterinary course into a few moments here. But when the horses are on the track, they're racing, and that's what they're being asked to do. And I'd like to kind of compare that with now that they're maybe doing jumpers or eventing or doing barrel racing, as far as the sport horse look versus the race horse look. How do those compare?
Yeah, it's interesting because for some of the sports, maybe they're a little closer to the racehorse look and the muscles that they use. So if they're galloping and eventing, maybe they're going to use a lot of the similar muscles. But even then, we ask them to gallop differently. So instead of galloping a little bit downhill and forward, we're going to ask them to be more upright. So it's funny, I'm telling the vet students, I want you to look at the horses and try and predict what discipline they're going to be in.
Oh, that's
because
fascinating.
You can see their body types, and sometimes the trainers have chosen them for that body type, and sometimes the horses revealed themselves when they got them, and like, this horse really wants to do Western dressage. Well, you can see that the body type is fit for that. So you can almost start to pick out which horses are going to excel at which discipline once you start to look at them and kind of see how they move and what they do. So these horses, there's such a plethora of different styles, and that's what I love about coming here is we'll see the different way they move. So they'll change from their racetrack muscles and what they use towards what muscles they're going to use for their disciplines. And some of that is because the horse's body chose it, and some of it is because the trainer's asking them to use their body to get there.
How did the arrival exam come to be part of the Thoroughbred Makeover and the importance of having something like this?
So funny story. I was a competitor and I came here with 2 different horses and I loved it. and I saw an opportunity to elevate the game because we had a lot of horses that were coming and people would say, oh, you can't put weight on a thoroughbred, and you can. And so what we talked about, I talked with the organizers, we had a back and forth about instituting a standard that says, if you're gonna come here, then we want your horse to represent well to the world and be at a good body condition score. And it wasn't so much about excluding people, but to say, hey, don't travel yet and don't start showing until your horse has the energy and the calories and the build to do it. So it was a discussion that came about as RRP has grown and the makeover has grown, where I came as a vet and I just saw a need to talk about how we could elevate the game. I guess the biggest thing I want to say is it's not just about the arrival exam. We set a goal to get here at a certain body condition and a certain health, but we build it on the webinars and we tell people this is going to happen, and we started saying you got to reach a body condition score of 4 so that 5 months ago if they were having problems, they could call in or talk to the show secretary and I might find them a vet, or the RRP might find them a nutritionist. So we just identified, okay, now we've got all these horses coming, how do we elevate the game and get them here ready to show the world that a thoroughbred can be sometimes even chubby. Maybe we don't want to go that far, but ready to compete. So that's how it came about. I just was like, hey, we can fill a void here and work this out.
And as part of the arrival exam, it's also an educational opportunity. Can you tell us about the people that were there with you?
This year I have 30 veterinary students that are here from all around the country and Canada. So I think there's 6 from Canada. I had 300 students apply that said they were interested in being equine vets, and there's an equine vet shortage in the US. So we were like, that's great, what can we do? So I have 30 of them here this weekend. And they're learning to do exams, they're watching the horses go, they're also traveling to the area farms and the racetrack, and we're just immersing them in thoroughbreds in Kentucky. So they are here, they're 1st through 4th year vet students, think they want to be equine vets, and we're saying come and figure it out. So they have sponsors all out throughout the country. There's vets that have sent in money to help the vet students come, and it's something we're trying to grow each year. So I started with 5 the first year, then 12, and now we have 30.
Well, this program that you've created has really made an impact, and now that you can look back, how do you feel personally about, I mean, we recognize you with winning the Ambassador Award. How does it feel to see it develop to what it is?
It's one of the best things I've ever done. It makes me proud. Like, I looked at something and I figured out, and I have a lot of help. Like, there's vets from Hager, Laura Werner, like, it's not just me, but I feel like if for once I was able to say, we can make a difference right here, let's do it. And the team of people came together and have done it. And we had a research project that ran in the background where we looked at 1,300 horses and did a publication off of it. So it's grown, and it's just like, I'm kind of like, holy crap, how did we get here? But it's one of the things that makes me most proud.
Well, it's created a wonderful momentum. So thank you. And it's definitely a big part of the Thoroughbred Makeover. It's the first part, and it kind of gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, and I just want to say, it's not me, it's a whole team. There's so many people that are helping to make this happen. I just get to be the one that shouts about it.
Keep shouting.
Yeah, I will.
Thanks.
Thank you. Awesome, so you are good to go. We're gonna give you 2 stickers. One's for your bridle tag, one's for your back number, and then we will see you for the jogs when you qualify for the finale.
All right,
okay?
thank you.
All right, thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
Part of the Thoroughbred Makeover also involves the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, where many of the horses that compete this weekend could be your next sport horse prospect. And here are a few of them on screen as we await the changeover of the course inside the TCA Covered Arena from the show jumpers to the show hunters. That'll be our next discipline, sponsored by Beyond the Wire. thank you to the great crew involved with the Thoroughbred Makeover and with the Kentucky Horse Park. And the TCA Covered Arena will be undergoing many changes throughout the day as jumper course. Now we got the hunters coming up. It'll be a polo arena, dressage ring, a trail, barrel racing, and the crew that has been working so hard all week is helping to put this on and getting us set for our next discipline. And that will be Show Hunters, sponsored by Beyond the Wire. We're just about set for that, so let's get you set and tell you a little bit more about the Show Hunters. Taking the tenacity of horses on the track and bringing out the beautiful and elegant side of the thoroughbred, all in less than 10 months of retraining as part of the Show Hunters discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The classiness of horse and rider will come out in rounds under saddle and over fences. Under saddle, horses will be judged on the flat on rhythm, relaxation, style of movement, and manners. Over fences, which riders can choose to be either 2 feet 6 or 3 feet, the judging for the 8 fences is based on pace, style over fences, and manners.
What you're seeing, it should look like the horse is carrying their rider around effortlessly. So to do these green horses in a hunter class, it really takes a skilled person to pull it all together and help their horse set up and be smooth and make it look like the horse is just carrying them around.
It's about the precision horse and rider can demonstrate in one of the traditional English disciplines. The Show Hunter finale being overseen by judges Walter Lee and Sissy Wicks, USCF Large R judges, and Eileen Cody is the Show Hunter steward. And the Show Hunter course has been set, and immediately looking into the arena, yes, they are jumps, but they're different types of jumps, Ashley.
Yep, the only similarity is that they
they're
are jumps.
Yeah.
They have standards. Even the standards are different. There's one jump in the arena that is the same. That's the cloud jump. But you see the standards have been moved. We have much more natural looking poles. There's not all the bright colors and a lot of flowers, much more natural looking overall. And the idea is that you want nice flowing rhythm. You have very solid, very clear ground lines to get the horses that rhythm, that straightness, and just be able to flow over those jumps.
So is the hunter course designed to be more of a, like, not cross-country as in eventing, but cross-country as in just riding out in the field?
The field hunters are. We'll see that the next discipline that comes through. This is generally hunters are done, show hunters are in an arena, and what you want to see is your nice straight lines, smooth transitions, and really look like the horse is just kind of cruising along and doing everything all on their own. So I went out. I'm a eventer. I'm a jumper. I went and walked the course because I don't normally walk the hunter courses, and they're different lines. They're actually expecting a different length of stride for these horses. I went and was a little confused, and Richard came over and explained some things to me, but it is a completely different way of going. If you're not familiar with the different disciplines, it'll be very clear when you see these horses go. They are going to move pretty differently than the horses that we've seen, at least in the eventers. There are some horses that are doing both jumpers and hunters, and I almost made the comment when we were watching the jumpers that one looks like a really nice hunter, and lo and behold, they're in the finale here as well.
And in the preliminaries, they did have their over fences classes, but hunters also is judged on the flat as well.
Yes, it's one of the few disciplines, I think it might be the only one that here, aside from polo, where horses are competing against each other all at the same time, where they're in there and they do the hack where they're on the flat and you need to show the walk, trot, canter. You have the judge tell you your paces you're going through, but then everyone is being judged at the same time, all doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the riders also, the way they sit on the horses is different for hunters compared to the previous disciplines that we've seen.
Yeah, and we'll point more out as the horses are going on the live stream. But yeah, there's a lot of changes, and this is a great example, seeing what we started with, what we're going to now, to see how different. I'm very big on when you ride, there's 100 right ways to do it, and there's 1,000 wrong ways. So if you don't know what you're doing, you're probably going to pick a wrong way. But just because eventers jump one way, jumpers jump a different way, and then hunters jump a different way, still there's a ton of different ways to do it. And you'll see these people are very successful. These trainers have done a very good job preparing their horses to move in this specific way.
Mm-hmm.
I have a copy of the Off Track Thoroughbred magazine, and the cover for the makeover issue this year has imperative on the cover, but there was a previous issue, and it was about the resurgence of the thoroughbred back into the hunter world. The thoroughbred was the go-to breed for many, many years in the hunters, and I think the Thoroughbred Makeover has played a big part in bringing more thoroughbreds back to the hunter world. So we're getting set for our first rider, and horse number 366 is Racing Ace, ridden by Amanda Gomez from Norco, California, a professional upper-level hunter and jumper. And Racing Ace came off the track just this year, February of 2022, in Southern California at Los Alamitos Race Course, competing in show hunters and show jumpers this weekend.
I'm excited to see Amanda Gomez ride. Jonathan, I rode with her father, Garrett Gomez, who was a top jockey in the United States and had some unfortunate bad habits that sort of led to his eventual demise of his career. But he was such a talented and gifted rider. He just, you know, one of the things, my takeaways, is that I learned at about that same time that reward and effort have to be about 50-50. And otherwise, you're not going to be satisfied. And there were times in my career where I felt like I was working a lot harder than I was being rewarded, and I didn't feel satisfied. And Garrett was a rider who was rewarded much more than he actually had to work for it, and he also didn't feel satisfied. And so he was just such a gifted rider, and I imagine that Amanda Gomez, from what I see from her already, has inherited his horsemanship.
That's brilliant philosophy, especially when it comes to horses. So immediately, Ashley, we referenced that this would be the case. The position of the rider will be very different in the hunters than in the jumpers.
Yes, hunter riders are up and out of the saddle. They're in 2-point most of the time, whereas the jumpers, you'll kind of see some 2-point, some up out of the saddle, but they'll also get down deep into that saddle. And then eventers really have to be able to sit deep and have what's called more of a defensive seat for cross country. So this is a far departure from that cross country ride. You see the hands are low and towards the body, and when they jump, there's a big movement. So they go up over their necks, and that kind of allows the horse just to kind of roll around underneath them.
So, Ashley, this will sound like a stupid question for people who have ridden this discipline, but as a former jockey, nobody ever told me what 2-point was. Can you please explain that?
2-point is where you're up out of the saddle, your seat's not touching, and technically you have 2 points of contact.
Your
Got
hands.
your hands, and then your knee, lower leg. So there's 2 points of contact, rather than when you get a more deep seat and your seat is also a point of contact.
Would that be 3 points then?
I mean, technically it could be.
Yeah.
And you just saw a different way of the horse going, really rhythmic and balanced through that whole course.
Yeah, just very smooth the whole time.
Amanda Gomez and Racing Ace, and Amanda has taken her off-track thoroughbred that was actually bred in the family by her dad, jockey Garrett Gomez. All-Star, the horse who had the jockey club name Been in Denial, and just a month ago, that pair won their first Grand Prix together, and now bringing this horse up, Racing Ace, who retired from racing in February, to the show hunter finals here at the Thoroughbred Makeover, and this horse is for sale, part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace. And after Racing Ace and Amanda Gomez, we now have a couple of horses that we saw in the show jumper final, the first of which, number 359, Prince of New York, ridden by Chris Bennings from Paris, Kentucky, and just did the show jumpers, and now in the show hunters, the horse who came off the track August of 2020 and is still a full stallion and really an attention-grabbing horse. And here they go with their show hunter round.
And this is the horse that really caught my eye, and the jumpers that I thought would do very well in the hunters. Just super nice and rhythmic. And I had a little question there. He had a good distance, and the horse was just a little bit unsure, maybe because he took that jump the other direction without the flowers about an hour ago.
What have you said, Ashley, how the toughest thing for a horse to overcome, it's
a novel change in a familiar environment.
so he got familiar with the arena and then just make a little change.
Yeah, sometimes it's not to your benefit to go and actually see everything. I've actually seen this with some eventing horses also. You've got the green horses that go out and actually get to see the course before they jump it, and then they've decided, whoa, I did that last time and it was scary. And so they think more about it. So he's now back to his beautiful rhythm, and I think maybe it could have just been, I jumped this the other way, why does it look different, right? And he has to reacclimate to an environment that he already knew that has been changed.
Yeah, we've said that about the thoroughbreds before, that they'll notice a coffee cup that's sitting on the outside rail that wasn't there the last time they went around. So, yeah, they're very, very observant.
Show jumper winner, Prince of New York and Chris Bennings, back for their second finale here in the show hunters, wrapping up their round. And well-deserved pats on the neck from the rider to the horse. And our final show hunter horse will be the horse that finished third in show jumpers, and that'll be number 457, Union Charm. We heard from Leslie Campion from the Thoroughbred Charities of America, who was involved in the life of the sire, Union Rags, really well-bred horse, Union Charm, and now a hunter jumper prospect based in Eldersburg, Maryland, to be ridden by Alyssa Kelly. Horse is owned by Eileen Johnson, and this horse competing not only in the show hunters and show jumpers this weekend, but also part of the Jockey Club Thoroughbred Incentive Program Championships held at the Kentucky Horse Park, and a horse that was transitioned to his next career by the Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue. When I spoke to Leslie from TCA, and we talked about the stallion Union Rags, and she has a Union Rags horse that she now hunts with. It's just a 2-year-old, but she said the disposition of the Union Rags is something to keep an eye on when these horses make their transitions to their next careers. And you have a few, Ashley, stallions that you have your eye on when it comes to sport horse prospects.
Yes, but for different reasons. I like the fiery ones that really have that big drive. So my favorite sport horse sire right now is Fusaichi Pegasus. Anything with Fu-Peg is going to really want to be an eventer.
He was wild at the track. It sounds like you would also have liked the Stormcats back in the day.
I do. I've a lot of people are like, oh, stay away from the Stormcats. And I was like, I've gotten along pretty well with them. But it's, we talk about the, all the different components, and breeding is one of them, and there's no guarantee, but it's just, one of those blocks. But knowing, certain horses throw certain dispositions is really a big valuable clue to have. So Union Rags, if he's got this really great quiet disposition that he passes on, then we'll probably see a lot of them as hunters.
Mm-hmm. He was pretty.
Yeah.
And that's Union Charm, ridden by Alyssa Kelly from Eldersburg, Maryland, wrapping up their show hunter round in this finale sponsored by Beyond the Wire. And Ashley, your impressions of the 3 horses that we got to see in the show hunter finals?
Some really nice quality horses. I feel like these ones had a bit more experience and understanding of the rhythm they needed and were a bit more consistent throughout the whole round, which is exactly what you want for hunters. So it's no surprise that those are the ones that made it into the finale.
Yeah, essentially you told us that's what we would see, and that's what we saw, that they were just smoother, more consistent, not so rounded going up over the jumps or in advance of the jump and then over the jump, just smoother.
Nice and steady whole way through.
Great job by Richard Lamb, who's been the course designer for the finale, and just the whole crew. We're now going to be seeing the transformation shortly from the show hunters to the field hunters. And we're going to step away for a moment and hear from some of the partners for the Thoroughbred Makeover and the Retired Racehorse Project while we wait for scores to be calculated, and then we'll have the awards ceremony for the show hunter discipline sponsored by Beyond the Wire.
Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
Colicare has the only $15,000 you hope you never get. SmartPak's colic surgery program reimburses up to $15,000 because you shouldn't have to worry about anything but your best friend. It combines our best hindgut supplements with preventative care from your vet to help lower your horse's risk of digestive upset. Plus, you get peace of mind knowing you'll have the financial resources to provide the care your horse deserves if you ever need it. Find out how to protect yourself and your horse with Colicare at smartpak.com/colicare.
So my Cowboy Magic moment came my very first time going to Rolex, Kentucky. Having gone to watch as a kid and many times throughout my development, the first time that I crossed that finish line in show jumping, I knew at that point that I belonged there. And as you're going around the course, it just feels like you have this wave of sound that follows you. And I found an absolute ton of confidence. It was a defining moment.
It's okay. Looks right, and his eyes. You see his eyelashes too?
She's gonna be okay.
Oh, hold on.
Giving horses the right care. Because they give it right back.
We're getting old, aren't we?
Time now to recognize the top finishers in the show hunter discipline sponsored by Beyond the Wire. The preliminary places set from 6th through 10th. In 10th place was number 227, Get Down Charlie Bound, ridden by Julia Rizzo. 9th place, Athero, ridden by Robin Hanna, number 102. In 8th place was number 180, Dial Operator, ridden by Christina Milinarski. 7th place was number 437, Templemore, ridden by the MAHR Templemore RRP 2022 team. And in 6th place, number 165, Coco Chai Latte, ridden by Jennifer Lee. And the top 5 sorted out by the finale. In 5th place was number 159, Cheeky Boy, ridden by Ellie Williams. 4th place, number 457, Union Charm and Alyssa Kelly. Or pardon me, 4th place was number 283, Let's Go Places, ridden by Rachel McMahon. 3rd place, number 457, was Union Charm, ridden by Alyssa Kelly. In 2nd place, number 359, Prince of New York, ridden by Chris Bennings. And the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover Champion in the Show Hunter discipline, sponsored by Beyond the Wire. Their final score, 80.000. Congratulations to number 366, Racing Ace, and Amanda Gomez. And once all of our finalists are in the ring, Racing Ace has just come in, ridden by Amanda Gomez. So let's recognize this group, and we'll invite them to do a victory lap. Winners getting to parade around in a special championship cooler, sponsored by Zoetis. And the blue ribbon for Racing Ace, following up the blue ribbon that Amanda Gomez won in the Grand Prix out in California aboard the former racehorse Been in Denial, now showing under the name of All-Star. And as they exit the TCA Covered Arena, the course will be changed over from the show hunters to the field hunters, and it's a pleasure to welcome into the booth. And this is Hannah Hartman, Director of Operations at Achieve Equine. Achieve Equine is returning as the sponsor of this year's People's Choice Awards. Hannah, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well, thank you. It's a treat to be here at the Makeover this year. It's our first time attending and having a booth. It's been fantastic.
What are some of the things you've enjoyed so far about the weekend?
Well, just getting a chance to talk to the competitors, to hear the stories of their horses, their journey, and the incredible partnership that they've been building with these thoroughbreds has been amazing.
Oh, absolutely. And that their stories we all get to appreciate. And then at the very end, all of the discipline winners will be eligible for the People's Choice Award that's sponsored by Achieve Equine. That's going to be a tough task because it's one thing to try and pick a winner from within one discipline. Now people have to try and pick who they think the best representative of the thoroughbred is across all disciplines. Do you have a discipline or two that you're particularly drawn to?
I am not. Well, we do a lot in the sport of 3-day eventing, and so that's the one I'm most familiar with, but it's a treat to see the ranch competitions as well, and all of the different obstacles that they're overcoming. So I don't have a favorite. I'm just excited to watch the finale today and get a chance to see them highlight these different disciplines.
Well, just like how versatile the breed is, Achieve Equine is quite versatile. You have a whole range of products. What are some of them that you can tell us about?
That's true. So we started with Flair Equine Nasal Strips, debuting at the 1999 Breeders' Cup. And up until 2020, that has been our sole focus, has been Flair Equine Nasal Strips. We changed the company name to Achieve Equine the end of 2020 to bring more products that are innovative and for the welfare of the horse to the market. So now we have 2 innovative saddle pad lines. One is called VIP Equestrian out of Europe, which is a half pad, and the other is Iconic Equestrian that we just launched this year, a saddle pad out of Australia that has a removable inner liner. So we're getting more into thinking about back health, horse hygiene, in addition to focusing on the respiratory health of our equine athletes.
So the comfort of the horse from the breathing.
Exactly.
Are those the pads that are part of the auction?
They are, yes. So we have an item on the silent auction this year. It's our Kick Breast Cancer Bundle Pack. So it includes a pink Iconic Equestrian saddle pad, a VIP half pad, and then some of our Kick Breast Cancer Flair Equine Nasal Strips. And all year long with our Kick Breast Cancer Flair Strips, we donate a portion of the proceeds to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation.
So involved in many great causes, October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I'm seeing the pink. I announce out at the event at Rebecca Farm, they have the Halt Cancer at X initiative. It really makes a huge difference. So Achieve Equine, it just comes across, it's a company that truly cares.
We really do. We care about the industry, we care about the horses, we care about the people that support the horses, the organizations that support the industry.
The Flair Equine strips that kind of got everything going, I'm glad you're here because I've seen them. I think they're kind of cool. It looks like, what an elite athlete would wear. What is some of the specific technology that has made them so popular among, you see them with racehorses, you see them with upper level eventers. What's going on with them?
Sure. So you think of a breathe right strip for a person and how that opens up our nasal passages so we can breathe easier. We're doing the same for our equine athletes. Unlike a person running, however, a horse doesn't breathe through their mouth when they're working hard and running. So Flair Equine Nasal Strips help to support the nasal passages because all horses that are working intensively will have that soft tissue collapse inward. And that tissue overlies the narrowest part air flows through before it gets into the lungs. So by wearing a Flair strip, a horse doesn't necessarily get more air or more oxygen, but they don't have to work as hard to bring that oxygen in. It reduces resistance to breathing. So for horses that are working hard on the racetrack during a fast work in the morning or during a competition, during a race, they are helping that horse just bring that air in easier with less effort. They help the horse cool out quicker afterwards and have some really good respiratory health benefits as well for lung health. So we see them not only in the racetrack, but we see them in the sport of 3-day eventing, out on cross-country course. We see them in the show jumping phases, and we see them in other disciplines, a lot in the barrel racing as well, in rodeo sports, some in polo, and we see them growing more and more with horses that are working hard for us. We want them to feel their best.
And we've seen the RRP Flair strips as well, so you can make a fashion statement with them too.
That's correct. We do have a customization program, and there is a retired racehorse project logoed Flair strip. I think it looks fantastic. It's available from RRP, so you can shop their store for that. And then you can customize them, and we do have a few other designs that support charity causes as well.
And then the technology you're bringing into the saddle pads and half pads, what makes them stand out?
So the VIP Equestrian half pads are made out of a viscoelastic polymer. So unlike a liquid material, as they have pressure put on them, they don't leak, displace, or bottom out under pressure. And they're thin enough that they're designed to complement your saddle fit. So if you've got a custom saddle, it provides a really nice layer of cushioning to support back health. The Iconic Equestrian saddle pads have a removable inner liner. So with that, when you're done riding, you can take out that thin liner and throw that in the wash. So you've got then a fresh, clean liner pad that's touching the horse's back by putting in that clean liner, keeping clean on their back and keeping the dirt off their back and sweat buildup.
Well, thank you, and it's great to have Achieve Equine with all you represent, join us here at the Thoroughbred Makeover. And you said this is your first, but I don't think it will be your last.
That's correct. I certainly don't think it will be our last. We're so excited to be here and look forward to what next year will bring.
Appreciate it. Well, that's Hannah Hartman, Director of Operations at Achieve Equine. Thank you for joining us as we now transition from the show hunters to the field hunters. And we want to give all of you an introduction into one of the field hunter horses. Actually, not just that one specific horse, but a number of horses who are making an impression from the state of Colorado. That's where Ashley and I have come from. I'm the announcer at Bally's Arapahoe Park, and getting to announce the Thoroughbred Makeover and seeing the success of horses from Colorado, it kind of stood out. And so we explored a little bit more, and here's a story about the horses from Bally's Arapahoe Park and some of the initiatives the racetrack is doing to help promote their off-track thoroughbreds. A racetrack with 100% of its entrants at the Retired Racehorse Project Mega Makeover in 2021, all of them finishing in the top 10. Of the 400 horses that competed at the Kentucky Horse Park, these were the 3 that raced and won at Bally's Arapahoe Park in Colorado. Mr. Park, ridden by Britt Vegas, Miss Battlefield, ridden by Autumn Sorensen, and Itty Bitty Quick as a Kitty, ridden by Brittany Chisholm. All 3 would finish in the top 10 in at least one of their disciplines, with 2 of them making the finale. Mr. Park, a 2016 Dark Bay gelding whose one win came at Arapahoe on July 22, 2019, was 2nd in eventing and 4th in show jumpers for the class of 2020.
One thing you can see, Park has such an impressive natural form. Those knees just snap up. He's one of my favorite horses to watch.
Miss Battlefield, a 2012 Dark Bay Colorado bred mare, a stakes winner of the 2014 Silver Cup Futurity at Arapahoe, was 2nd in field hunters for the class of 2020.
That was really lovely, and if you've got a good eye, you could see that she had to make the adjustment. Ms. Battlefield there saw her distance, and Autumn helped her move up to be able to make that without getting a choppy jump right into it.
Itty Bitty Quick as a Kitty, a 2017 bay mare whose one win came at Arapahoe on July 15, 2020, was 9th in freestyle for the class of 2021. This trifecta was the culmination of the track's efforts on behalf of the horses that raced in Colorado.
I think they race in different environment here, right? The ground is harder, the air is thinner. They're just beasts coming off the track, and they kind of roll with the punches. They roll with anything. They're used to it. And so I think we also have a lot of breeders and owners here who care what their horses are doing after the fact.
The Colorado Horsemen's Association, we started the Retired Racehorses of Arapahoe Park a few years ago, where we would take the starter fees. Each time a horse starts, they put $2 into the kitty. We decided a few years ago to start using the starter fees to try and support the horses and the people that were actually taking the horses from Arapahoe Park.
This comes in the form of offering prizes, financial support, and recognition for successful Arapahoe horses in new careers, and it's inspiring people to notice and seek out their next sport horse or pleasure horse from the track. After the Mega Makeover, Sorensen and Chisholm decided to team up as Green Thumb Thoroughbreds, and they've gone back to Arapahoe for their next makeover horses.
Now we're a team together. Brittany and I, we had a long drive home, and we decided we wanted to do it again, and decided we would find a team horse.
They have 2016 Dark Bay Colorado bred gelding Mr. Popcorn entered in eventing and field hunters. Mr. Popcorn has already taken quite well to eventing, qualifying for the United States Eventing Association Area 9 Championships and the American Eventing Championships.
Faster and better than I think any horse I've ever retrained. I think part of that is having a great team, right? We have a lot of different skills across the team, and that helps. He's also pretty special. He came home our first ride, he immediately went onto the contact, surprised all of us, and then pretty much launched from there.
It's creating a partnership between the racehorse and sport horse worlds. Sorensen now works as a veterinarian at Arapahoe. She brought Miss Battlefield back to Arapahoe to be a pony horse.
She hadn't been back to the track for 3 years, I guess, and she did great. And she's been back a couple times since, and seems to really enjoy it. And so it's kind of funny how it just kind of came full circle.
Racing Connections are preparing their horses for their next careers.
I think one of the main things we do is, ground manners. They're able to tie, pick up their feet, no problems with the farriers, be brushed, leading, to getting on with the mounting block. And our horses are always, trained with their legs too. So just teaching them to be good citizens, trailering, getting in the trailer, traveling all over, going to new tracks and venues and farms and all over the place. And so then just getting an overall roadworthy, been there, done that kind of attitude.
And these racehorses continue to make those connections proud after they've left the track.
The horses from Arapahoe Park always shine brightly.
Yeah, I mean, just a bunch of cool Colorado people that just came and helped each other out, and that was really great.
No, not Colorado anymore. Good job, guys.
Dog Cam sponsored by Alpha Omega, effective supplements through science. The ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, where you can bring home some of the makeover horses as your next sport horse prospect. Next up, Field Hunters, and we'll introduce you to the discipline. It's a breathtaking sight to behold, the Field Hunters for the Thoroughbred Makeover over the gorgeous grounds at the Kentucky Horse Park.
It was a beautiful, crisp, foggy morning, and the whole environment is just really awesome to see. If you get a chance, it's definitely worth seeing.
Horses and riders in the Field Hunter discipline compete under saddle at the walk, trot, canter, gallop, halt, back, and stand.
All of the horses pretty much at the track are not trained to stand. It's not anything that's required for their job, and most every horse that comes off the track needs to learn how to wait and be patient.
Then they have an individual test that includes several fences, a gate to be opened and closed, a rail to be dropped, and other situations that may come up on a hunt.
Yeah, there we go. I like it.
Plus there's a stirrup cup and mock hunt. The discipline presents quite a variety of new challenges to the former racehorses at the Thoroughbred Makeover.
There are a lot of very successful field hunters that are thoroughbreds and fit right into that mix, but it definitely is a much different environment. There's a lot more energy, a lot more noise, and a lot of activity going a lot of different places. So more for the horse to pay attention to, and a lot of times it takes a little getting used to.
Field Hunters, sponsored by the Masters of Foxhounds Association, with judges Laura Sloan, a member of the Moore County Hounds, Lieutenant Colonel Dennis Foster, immediate past executive director of the Master of Foxhounds Association, Melissa Town, Master of Bear Creek Hounds, stewards Christy Claggett, Master of Foxhounds for the Marlborough Hunt, and Cheryl Makrudiskos, who is Secretary and Honorary Whipper-in for Stonewall Hounds. We did have a scratch out of the Field Hunter Finals of number 318, Mr. Popcorn, and the Green Thumb Thoroughbreds team with Captain Brittany Chisholm. But we do congratulate them on making the finale, and we'll be set for our first rider and horse to come into the ring. And that will be number 405, Sing One for Mama, ridden by Britt Vegas from Milford, Nebraska. A regular makeover finalist, was in the finals last year for show jumpers and eventing with Mr. Park, and now riding Sing One for Mama, a young and striking-looking 4-year-old bay filly who just came off the track in June, so raced at Fairmeadows, Tulsa in Oklahoma in June, and now here at the Thoroughbred Makeover.
Britt really has a way with these horses that come straight off the track. We've seen her progress at her farm, and the things that she does with them right off the track is so impressive. You can see up, intense, trying to figure out this environment. I know she has not been in here jumping before, but this mare is so game and is going to jump all these jumps the best she can. But you see, she's great. She doesn't totally know what she's doing yet, but she's going to get over them.
Yeah, she seems quite willing. She's asking the question, should I or shouldn't I? And then she decides to listen to the rider, which is nice to see.
Yes, and but this is with 4 months since her last race, not since the training started, like since her last race.
Well, I think Britt does really well. She gives her off-track thoroughbreds confidence-boosting rides.
I rode at Will Rogers Downs in Fairmeadows, Tulsa, and Remington Park, and I can assure you, she didn't encounter anything like this at any of those racetracks.
You didn't go out for the hunt on your dark days?
No, although I did have a horse go through the inside fence with me on the turf course at Remington Park, we didn't clear it, not even close.
So this is definitely different from what we've seen so far. It's supposed to represent some things that they might encounter out on the hunt. Each rider is going to have to go and drop this rail. That's why they carry those whips. Is one of the reasons why they do. And you can use your hand, but she's got that whip too. And we'll see, Britt's probably going to take her time, let her see it from a distance. And you do want to walk up against it with the side.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then she's going to drop that down, and then she's got to jump that.
Oh, goodness.
And then the rest of the pattern, she's going to jump this, and then she has to trot up to jump number 8, which is this log here, and then she'll canter the last one, and then they'll also demonstrate a gallop.
Just want to give a shout-out to the camera work of the crew here with Studio 46. Some great up-close looks and angles of these horses.
She really didn't have a lot of time between those 2 jumps to get the horse back to a jog, so the filly did a really good job to listen to her.
Yeah, I really, really like this horse. It's definitely going to be one to watch in the future. And kudos to Britt also. She was also entered in eventing, and obviously the horse is sound and game and ready to go, and she opted to pull her from that because she tried so hard in the field hunters and did just such a great job that she just didn't want her to think that she's getting punished for having to work so much. So obviously she's fit and ready to go, and probably very well could have done the eventers, but I thought it was a great show of horsemanship for her to read her horse and say, hey, we have plenty of time in our future for that.
Ashley, talk about how this was different. Instead of taking the victory lap like a lot of them have done, they had to take off in the gallop and then they had to halt. Can you talk about the reasoning behind that? Even though it's inside, we're trying to show as much as possible representation of things that might happen out on the hunt, and there's a lot of galloping and then stopping and waiting for the hounds, and it's in a big environment, so it is one of the things that you really have to show that you can do with your horses is put them on a gallop but also have enough handle to get them to stop. Mm-hmm.
That was the finale round for number 405, Sing One for Mama, ridden by Britt Vegas, horse that was on the track and racing as recently as June 20th of this year at Fair Meadows Tulsa in Oklahoma. Next to go is number 195, Downtown Doc Brown, ridden by Hannah Freeman from Sewell, New Jersey. And Hannah coming from a racing family background. Mom was a trainer on the track for 20 years, so grew up surrounded by racing and thoroughbreds and getting started on OTTBs from the age of 8 and riding Downtown Doc Brown, Pennsylvania bred, who ran mostly at parks in Pennsylvania, home of the Pennsylvania Derby, came off the track in December 2020.
So this one is on the opposite end of the spectrum, one that came off the track a while back. And that doesn't mean, we've talked about it earlier, it doesn't mean that they've started their training any earlier, but he's had much more time off the track.
Hannah's had a well-rounded background, as Jonathan mentioned, riding off-track thoroughbreds as her mother was a trainer since age 8, but she's also competed in the American Eventing Championships, and she's a member of the Monmouth County Hunt Club, so I think she'll ride whatever the horses want to do.
Yeah, I really loved how she rode that combo. All day we've seen that two-stride has been tough, and this horse, the first few jumps, has gotten really excited and kind of wanted to run across the jumps, kind of like that one there, and she really took the time to set him up and get him balanced to have a really nice line through that two-stride.
This is a horse that competes in eventing, has done recognized events at the beginner novice level, and Hannah last year rode up to the prelim level with her warm blood named Coyote.
She was able to get that rail down without a riding crop on him. It looks like that's not his first time having been asked to do that particular task.
Well, most field hunters are used to this. I know Britt's horse might not have seen that because she's only been off the track for 4 months, but this is something that does need to be practiced, and most of these horses are pretty good with all these things that you're going to see presented here.
Now that was a jump that she was supposed to jog up to and jump. Does she get penalized to be broken to a little bit of a gallop right before?
That would be a question for the judges. I don't know how strict they are. Yes, technically you are supposed to trot it, and trotting it would mean that you would need to trot that last stride also. So I would say that I don't think it's going to be a strict penalty because it was a really lovely trot up to that point, right? And then it's just maybe if there's a horse who does it perfectly clean, might score a little bit better.
I don't think we saw the halt we were looking for.
We're getting there. We're getting there. You know, better late than never. He did halt, and his beautiful halt once he did halt. Yes.
Yes.
I think he likes to gallop.
Downtown Doc Brown, son of sire Uptown Charlie Brown, ridden by Hannah Freeman and competing this weekend in field hunters and eventing, and a horse that was transitioned to his next career thanks to the aftercare organization Turning for Home. We did have a scratch of the next horse that was supposed to go. They were the top finishing team, Green Thumb Thoroughbreds, with Mr. Popcorn, third in the preliminaries. And so now we will have number 305, and this is Mike, ridden by Cameron Sadler, and Cameron is back at the Thoroughbred Makeover after having won Field Hunters a year ago for the class of 2020 with Zapper, and it was a Field Hunter in For the Greater Good class of 2021 that was the overall Thoroughbred Makeover Champion. Cameron riding Mike, an experienced 6-year-old bay gelding that had a 29 race career running on turf, dirt, sprinted, went long. Horse who RNA'd for $2,000 at Ocala in 2017 and ended up winning a couple races and earning just under $28,000 in his career.
You can see on their approach to that as they're crossing those last standards. It was a pretty tricky distance that they were going to get, and she opted to bring him down to the trot and give him the ability to rebalance, and actually came out with a really nice jump on the other side. Without that thinking there and without that eye, that might not have been a good first jump.
One of the things about the makeover is that it gives people who aren't used to fox hunting a chance to see the discipline, and we were out there for the mock hunt, and it's not just about the competition, but there's also a camaraderie and a social aspect to it. Drinking port at 7 in the morning.
You have to like any sport that encourages the drinking of port at 7 a.m.
We were there, so we couldn't, not
you were
be
team
part
players.
of it.
It was
Good for you.
research purposes.
Yes,
We're
good
trying
for
to
you.
immerse ourselves in the sport. Many horses in this competition have come off the track from the West Virginia tracks, and this horse, Mike, coming from Mountaineer Race Course in West Virginia. Of all the racetracks that were represented by horses, the final entries had 40 horses who had made their last start at Mountaineer Racetrack. That's the most of any track. Parks was second with 29, and we just had a horse who came off the track from Parks in downtown Doc Brown, and then Gulfstream Park in Florida third with 27.
And I really like what she demonstrated here. And it's not a requirement, but after this last line, stopped, walked, very slow, loose rein, walked up, dropped out, walked away, and then casually trots off, and now she can pick up the canter, and then we're going to get to see the gallop on top of it. So this is another discipline where you really need a versatile horse, one that can go gallop and can take on that energy and get excited and do all of these different things. And then, okay, now it's time to walk and just go for a nice walk on a loose rein, which is, for any of these horses at this level of training, is hard to demonstrate sometimes.
Sure, some horses are easy to turn off and some are easy to turn on, but they're not all easy to do both.
When you see, like, this is a lovely gallop, but he's fully prepared to stop as soon as he's asked. He's not really on the hand and really fighting for it. Super happy to move up and down. Really like that. That was a great round. On the buckle, just standing there.
Oh, and he even has a nice reverse.
That's number 305, Mike, ridden by Cameron Sadler, who won the Field Hunter discipline for the class of 2020 last year with Zapper. And now back in the finale with Mike, and recognizing the racetrack where Mike last raced, Mountaineer Racecourse in West Virginia. Of the final entries, Mountaineer being the most represented of makeover entrants, with 40 horses part of the makeover field of 377 that made their last start at Mountaineer. The pair that was first after the preliminaries will be the final to go in the Field Hunter discipline, sponsored by the Master of Foxhounds Association. And this is Lucian, number 291, ridden by Jazz Napravnik and owned by Peter and Barbie Hornifer, who owned Jazz's mount last year, Legends Hope, that was the eventing winner at the Thoroughbred Makeover Finale.
Jazz is not only a talented rider, she's also a mindset coach for riders. And I think that that's remarkable, because I felt like Rosie always had a good mindset. She had, well, you can't always transfer that to the horses, but Rosie always had a good mindset. She had big goals, high expectations of herself, but she was also able to shake it off if things didn't go as planned. And that's part of it, as we just saw with that jump. That certainly didn't go the way she wanted, but part of the mindset, maybe most of the mindset with horses, is being able to shake off the things that happen that you didn't intend.
Yes, and he definitely seems to have shaken it off, because that line was very lovely and bold. And you can prepare them with as much as you can, but I'm sure out on the hunt field, they probably have not seen a cloud sky blue jump, right? It's just, it's very different for the environment for which they were prepared. And even out on the hunt, though, there were a lot of brightly colored jumps that were out and about. And this horse is very bold, and it might have just been a one-off, but again, to go in there, collect yourself, and continue on, just put that aside, and then you get this really lovely round after that first stumble.
Wow, and we see her just make the direct approach off of a jog to a walk to drop the rail, and he walks away very calmly.
On the back of the saddle there's a little pack. Is that part of the garb for field hunters?
Probably. I would have to ask.
There's some port in there.
There might be. Normally that just gets kept inside the pocket, though.
Sorry, I shouldn't have pointed that out.
John, you want more of that port, don't you? It is a little chilly here today.
It would help warm up a little bit.
The horse is owned by Peter and Barbie Hornifer, and they've been real supportive owners to be able to get horses off the track, give them an education with a competent rider like Jazz, and then this is going to be the next hunt horse for the Hornifer family. But what a great education to get by being here at the makeover with Jazz Napravnik.
She had to work for it, but it was a good haul.
She had to work for the stop. She had to let him know she was serious, her whole body and her mind in that one.
Yes.
Number 291, Lucian, ridden by Jazz Napravnik. The final pair to compete in the Field Hunter discipline, sponsored by the Master of Foxhounds Association. And they're exiting the arena. Scores are being calculated, and then we'll have the award ceremony for the Field Hunter discipline. So we'll step away for a moment and give you a chance to hear from some more of the great equine organizations connected with the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover, and then we'll be back shortly for the award ceremony.
We're absolutely blessed to have the ability to work with animals for our day-to-day job, but the blessing means that we also have a big responsibility, and that responsibility is that when a horse has finished its racing career, to make sure that we give it every opportunity to have a second career. Any animal that's willing to let you ride it or use it for work. We owe that animal everything we can do to make sure that trust is repaid.
Whether they're running, jumping, turning, or playing, thoroughbreds need a good skin infection program. Bannock's horse care products were developed with their needs in mind. We know how hard they work and play because we at Bannock's have owned off-track thoroughbreds for more than 3 decades. Bannock's is the solution for scratches, wounds, rain rot, thrush, and fungus. Use Bannock's on your horse's skin care problems.
We're pleased now to be joined by Lieutenant Colonel Dennis Foster from the Master of Foxhounds Association. It's always great to get some perspective from the judges as far as how the Thoroughbred Makeover went. And Dennis, how many of these Thoroughbred Makeovers have you done now?
All of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
And how has your impression of the growth of the competition been?
It's been very, very good. It got keener and keener, and I think the economy and all the other factors had an effect on this particular one as far as we're down in numbers a little bit. But it's been very, very popular, and it's gotten stronger. So,
how did this year's competition go with the mock hunt and the quality of horses?
They were all high quality. In fact, it was difficult judging it sometimes because we had such good horses all the way around. It was very close. There was nothing other than a horse that maybe had to withdraw. They were very close to each other.
Well, thank you, and it was close, and now we'll get to reveal the final standings with the top 10 for Field Hunters, sponsored by the Master of Foxhounds Association. Thank you to Lieutenant Colonel Dennis Foster for being part of the judging crew, and we can announce first the placings for 10th through 6th, which were determined by the preliminary rounds that took place earlier in the week here at the Thoroughbred Makeover. And finishing in 10th place was number 284, Liar, ridden by Sarah Miller. In 9th place, number 342, Outthinkum, ridden by Courtney Ballantyne. In 8th place, number 204, Empire Station, ridden by Elizabeth Morass. 7th place, number 116, Ashley's Valentine, ridden by Nicola Dines. And in 6th place was Inside the Lines, number 259, with the Green Thumb Thoroughbreds team. And now to recognize the top 5 from the finale, the 5th place finisher was number 318, Mr. Popcorn, and the Green Thumb Thoroughbreds team with Captain Brittany Chisholm. Finishing in 4th place was number 405, Sing One for Mama, ridden by Britt Vegas. 3rd place goes to number 195, Downtown Doc Brown and Hannah Freeman. Second place, number 291, Lucian and Jasna Pravnik. And the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover Champion for the Field Hunter discipline, sponsored by the Master of Foxhounds Association. Final score in the finale of 79.333. Congratulations to number 305, Mike, ridden by Cameron Sadler. And this is the 2nd year in a row where Cameron Sadler has ridden a Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, having ridden Zapper to the Field Hunter win for the class of 2020 last year, and now the class of 2022 with Mike, and they will be part of the field that is eligible for the Carolyn Carlson Trophy, presented to the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, sponsored by Churchill Downs, and also for the People's Choice Award that you can vote on later on this afternoon, and that is sponsored by Achieve Equine. Joining the eventing winner, she's a bold one in Jenna Denver. Show jumping winner, Prince of New York and Chris Bennings. Show hunter winner, Racing Ace and Amanda Gomez. And now the field hunter winner, which is Mike and Cameron Sadler. So that concludes Field Hunters, sponsored by Master of Foxhounds Association. Congratulations to all of the riders that competed this weekend, but in particular the finalists and the winner, Mike, ridden by Cameron Sadler, and will be undergoing another change inside the TCA Covered Arena. So really the Thoroughbred Makeover, it's not just one horse show, but it's about 10 horse shows with each of the disciplines, and it gives us a chance now to check in with one of the great organizations that is a huge supporter of the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover. Nutrena returning as the sponsor of the saddle pads for both Western and English disciplines. And I'm joined by equine specialist Alex Brannon. And is this your first makeover?
First time I've been here, yeah. Nutrena's been proud to sponsor this event before, but this is the first year being able to make it out too, and it's been a blast so far.
What's your impressions been? What have you enjoyed the most?
Definitely getting out, seeing all the competitors, especially the ones that feed our feed is always a little bit of extra on top, but just seeing how great these riders and trainers are and getting these horses off the track and in their new profession or soon to be next step, but getting to talk to everybody and just seeing how well they're doing, it's always great.
So getting to interact with the riders, what are some of the things that you can tell them about Nutrena, and also what are some of the things that they're giving you feedback for?
Yeah, a lot of feedback we've been getting is just how great the products work for these guys. I mean, the condition scoring from when these guys let down off the track and just the nutrition overall for the sport horses and ranch work and everything else they're doing. Had a lot of good feedback from the people that are on our feed and had a couple good conversations with people that aren't.
Feedback? No.
Yeah.
So it gives us a chance to talk to you about diet for off-track thoroughbreds. On the track, like any elite athlete, whether you're an Olympic swimmer or a runner or a football player, you need the calories and energy to do that high intensity, high energy sport that racing is. But then coming off the track, yes, there are some high energy sports like eventing, but we also had the hunters, and we'll be seeing competitive trail later. And while there's no kind of one rule of thumb, all of a sudden you get this horse who's been living this life on the track. What are some of the first things to think about when it comes to feed that Nutrena can help with, particularly when making that transition?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said earlier, you know, that letdown's going to happen. Some of the events, they're going to be using the same muscle groups that was talked about earlier. They're going to engage that hind end, engage some of the other muscles. So energy content, you know, digestible energy, kcals, all of that, something that's going to be really important. Amino acids, the trace profile, you know, vitamins, minerals, protein, all those really come into play, on, especially depending on which way you want to go.
What are some of the latest developments with Nutrena that are either out there or that maybe we can look forward to?
Yep, a lot of changes.
I think it's one of those, like, if it's not broken, you don't have to fix it type of thing. But
right,
yeah.
Yep. I mean, especially these guys, when they do so well on it, you don't want to do too many changes. But, you know, a lot of controlled sugar starches for those NSCs, for horses for ulcer control, you know, a little bit of added chromium from our new feeds and ProForce to kind of help that glucose and insulin line as well when they're working out, helping keeping them from getting too high or too low on that glucose curve.
Ulcers, that's a big thing coming off the track. Explain a little bit more about kind of how to manage that when the horses are transitioning from being on the track to now the new environment that they live in.
Yeah, I mean, their new environments are going to cause some of the same stressors. You know, a little bit different route to the stress, but still going to have those same stresses on the new farm as they did on the track. So any way to keep that stress as low as possible. You know, we've got a lot of supplements that have calcium in it, that have magnesium in it. We've got some supplements. We got feed lines. You know, everything to kind of help keep that GI system as healthy as possible.
Where can people find more information about Nutrena?
Yeah, absolutely. NutrenaWorld.com is the best place to find out. We've got a dealer locator there. We've got information on all of our products.
I think people have enjoyed the chance to interact with you and also to kind of showcase that, we're Team Nutrena as well. So it's great to bring that out.
Been great hearing all the feedback, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the show.
Well, thank you. We have a few videos about Nutrena that we can show, and let's put up the video about Nutrena, and after that, we'll get you set for the next discipline.
We're just about ready to get underway. Our next exhibitor is at the gate. They're trying to prove that they belong here.
They really have their eyes set on that podium. But this pair just hasn't been consistent.
Championship titles are elusive.
This is a difficult field.
It all comes down to this. Here we go.
When years of work come to seconds of action, give yourself every edge. Get rebound technology for faster muscle recovery with ProForce from Nutrena.
The Napravnik family is one of the first families of the Thoroughbred Makeover, and this year to have multiple generations with Mother Cynthia Napravnik and then Jazz and Roseneed Napravnik, and Ashley and I had a chance to catch up a little bit earlier in the week with Jazz and Rosie, and we'll show you that conversation. It was a pretty fun conversation that we had, and Jazz was just a finalist, finishing second with Lucian in the Field Hunters discipline. So here's a look back earlier in the week to our conversation with Jazz and Roseneed Napravnik. Catching up with Rosie and Jazz Napravnik in Barn 8 here at the Kentucky Horse Park with Jazz's mount Lucian. And before we start talking about this year's Thoroughbred Makeover, the Thoroughbred Makeover, kind of the first chapter for a lot of these horses coming off the track, and you've both had champions with Sanamo and with Legends Hope. How are they both doing now? First, Sanamo.
Sanamo is doing great. He is competing at the prelim level. We're doing our second year of prelim this year, and he's just been an amazing partner, taking me to prelim for the first time, with potential to do more, and we'll see how far we're going to go.
You made it already to the AEC, so that's a pretty big accomplishment.
We qualified for the AECs. We did that last summer in 2021. So it's been a heck of a ride since the makeover. Like, as we all say, it's just the beginning of the journey.
And with Legends Hope also progressing pretty quickly.
It kind of sounds like the same story with her, but a year behind. We just completed our first prelim at Radnor Horse Trials Saturday, and we finished 5th. So we're very happy with him. He's thrilled that I don't have to slow him down to avoid Speed's faults, and he came in 42 seconds under the time.
42 seconds under prelim pace.
Under prelim pace. So I was a little worried about making time at prelim, and I'm not worried anymore.
So for those in racing, prelim 3'7", the first of the real upper levels recognized by the USEF, and it's not just about the height, but the technicality of the jumps. Preliminary is almost a misnomer for what the level really represents. So that's fantastic. And then you're starting out your horses this year. Tell us about this guy, Lucian.
So this is Lucian, or Luke as we call him. He's a 4-year-old. I really just met him in May. He actually belongs to Barbie and Peter Hornifer, who also own Legends Hope. And I just started out training him. I had an entry for the makeover, and I didn't have a horse. And he turned a corner, I think, in June. And I said, this is going to be my makeover horse this year. They do a lot of field hunting, so we entered the Field Hunters because he's a fantastic field hunter. And I believe he might be currently leading. The scores are not final.
Let's chat.
And then he did show jumpers. And I think we've made the top 10 in show jumpers this year. He's a lovely horse. He's got the best demeanor. He likes his treats. And he's going to go home and be the Hornifer's field hunter when he's done with the makeover.
You didn't give up Legends Hope, though.
No, actually, afterwards, he was supposed to go home and be their field hunter as well. And they sat me down and asked if I would continue being his rider for eventing. and see how far he could go. So it's been a year. We've made it to prelim, and I really feel like the sky's the limit with him. My coaches agree. And so, I mean, he is an ex-racehorse, and he does have, you know, his ex-racehorse jewelry, which might eventually limit him, but for now he is sound and healthy and feeling great. And so I'm really excited. We go home and we do Waradaka prelim this following weekend, so the 22nd, I believe.
Not busy at all.
And then he'll get a break over the winter, and we'll come out again in the spring.
Well, it's great to have supportive owners like that. And how has your makeover gone?
Well, as usual, we've had probably 6 different horses that were gonna make it to, you know, were prospects, and ended up with just one horse of my own, Fast Boat, whose last start was in the Breeders' Cup. And he actually turned out to be one of the most challenging horses I've ever trained, which also means he taught me so much. I trained him for competitive trail, and he was super, super difficult, like slow process, got over the hump. What he struggles with most is the atmosphere. I think part of what made him such a great racehorse is he feeds off of it. But he just came, even in the last 2 weeks, came so far. And that's, you know, that's such the part that just I get such a kick out of, is like, you know, that you're just constantly surprised by what they can show you. The atmosphere did get a little bit the best of him yesterday on the trail course, but he actually scored really, really well on the obstacle scores, and then his overall impression score, he was just a little overwhelmed, so kind of put a damper on things. But I ended up catch riding 2 horses. One horse trained by Natalia Neneman, named Fort Worth, is a 6-year-old who did show jumpers and eventing and was fabulous. Only had 4 rides on that horse before we or 3 rides on that horse before we did our first competition ride.
Because that 4th ride makes all the difference, right? Yeah.
Well, actually, to be perfectly honest, like, we did show jumpers yesterday, and then each of my rides today got better and better.
That's amazing.
Like, the partnership just grows, and it just goes to show how the fantastic training that Natalia's done to be versatile enough to, you know, just be able to develop a partnership with a brand new rider. He was excellent. He's a phenomenal jumper, phenomenal dressage horse. Absolutely in love with him. And then I also catch rode at Mount for Samantha Fogg, who's the assistant for Emily Bralier-Curtis, who I believe passed it off to her assistant because she was having a baby, and then assistant had to pass it off again. So I ended up with this ride. I think I had 3 rides on him as well before we went into the competition ring. And he, in dressage, a 4-year-old horse that's probably as long as my truck and has so much maturing and growing to do, and the absolute best brain. His first day at the horse park was my 2nd ride on him, and his first trip off the farm ever since he started training off the track. And it just, again, absolute admiration for these guys. He handled it so well, got better every ride, and performed really well today. And I've only gotten one of his scores back yet, which is a pretty competitive score in the demo ride, so we'll see.
That's amazing, how supportive everyone is. And this year you brought Mom into the fold as well.
Yes, so excited for Mom. Jazz and I both competed in the makeover now multiple times, and I'm so excited that Mom came this year. And I actually was lucky enough to have her horse in training for a little while she was recovering from hip surgery. And I loved her mare, and she just did such a great job, and they came through and showed absolutely the best of what they have. And so they're currently sitting in first place, and I'm so excited for them.
Well, that's going to be very exciting. Now let's get to the most important thing, your sock game. Let's.
Lucky Charms!
Now, you told me your sock game isn't as exciting.
No, mine's very boring. We got gray.
I brought out the jelly
I love those.
with the peanut butter.
You know what? These are my Lucky Charms socks. These are the socks that are like buy a pair and a spare, so they come in 3s, and I'm usually wearing mismatched socks that are like matching socks but different patterns.
Yeah.
But I wore my Lucky Charms for today, so we'll see.
So bottom line is we're all having fun at the makeover.
You can't not have fun at the
It's pretty
makeover.
much
I mean,
been a
it's been a
blast.
journey. I picked up a dressage mount, a catch ride. The owner is Nikki, got hit by the eye of Hurricane Ian. Her farm is destroyed. She felt like there was just no way she could leave home and leave the animals and everything, and we don't know each other. I commented on her Facebook post to say, hey, go get a catch rider. She's like, do you want to do it? I'm like, sure, get the horse here. So, you know, I think the universe works in mysterious ways. When it's meant to happen, it will happen. So the mare's been through a hurricane. She found a shipper. She came up 15 hours by herself. She had strangers taking care of her all week, and she put in some of her best work ever. You know, she's very green still. I don't think we're in the top 10, but Nikki is over the moon about it. And
You gotta have something to follow.
All she wanted to do was have her horse have the opportunity to come and compete, and Hurricane Ian couldn't even stop her. So that was really exciting.
Yeah, I've learned you don't stop horse people.
No, actually what's funny is I commented on Nikki's post because my catch mount was coming up from Florida, so I said, hey, I just know of a van that's coming up. She was still looking for a ride for a horse because she had planned on shipping it. So I had talked to her behind the scenes, and Jazz had talked to her about riding the horse, if you can get it here. And we had no idea the three of us were talking to each other, but it just all worked out. It was really, really cool.
The makeover is, you know, it's a very special event. It is, yes, it's competitive, but it's about camaraderie. It's about these wonderful thoroughbreds. It's, most importantly, it's the beginning of our journey. It's not the end.
Absolutely.
And, you know, they come here at all different levels of training, you know, within the 10-month period. And some have, I had a friend's horse, she's like, this one ran July 6th this year, you know, and she's, you know, in the top 10 in field hunters right now. And this guy was in the ICU at New Bolton a year ago. Fighting for his life, and here he is. And we've got people taking care of strangers' horses and catch riding and cheering and supporting, and I had about 5 people contact me for lessons while I was here, so I got to teach lessons to a whole bunch of people I had never met before. And we feel like we're family because we see each other on Facebook so much because, you know, we're all social media junkies. And it's nice to meet everyone face to face.
Yeah, it is.
That's amazing, and we definitely get the spirit of the makeover here by talking to Rosie and Jazz, but I think Lucian's saying we're done because there's nothing left in that plastic bag. All right, the star of the show needs the attention that he deserves. Yeah.
Right, Lucas, dinner time.
Microphone.
So I got stuff to say.
Well, thank you. Best wishes.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot.
We had a lot of fun catching up with the Napravnik family. The arena's had the jumps cleared out. It'll be set up as a dressage ring for the next discipline, dressage sponsored by the PTHA's Turning for Home. We want to thank everyone who's helped donate to the Fund to Need campaign, whether it's a need for flowers or brush or anything else that's been part of putting on the Thoroughbred Makeover, thanks to the support of those that have participated in Fund to Need. Also, you can donate to the Retired Racehorse Project. Text to donate TBM2022 to the number 4432. For those of you that are here at the Kentucky Horse Park, it is important that you only park in designated spaces, and the authorities are on site, and they will ticket if you're not parked in a designated parking space. If you're not, please return to your car at this time to move it. Thanks to the crew here at the Kentucky Horse Park, all the volunteers with the Thoroughbred Makeover, and as we get the TCA Covered Arena set for the dressage rides, we will tell you a little bit more about the discipline of dressage. The FEI, the international governing body for equestrian sports, calls dressage, quote, the ultimate expression of horse training and elegance. Often compared to ballet, the intense connection between both human and equine athletes is a thing of beauty to behold, close quote. At the Thoroughbred Makeover, dressage is one of the most popular disciplines in which off-the-track thoroughbreds compete. In 2016, Lauren Turner and Fairway King were named America's Most Wanted Thoroughbred after winning dressage at the Thoroughbred Makeover. One of the most famous thoroughbreds to excel in dressage was Keen, part of the United States bronze medal dressage team at the 1976 Olympics, ridden by Hilda Gurney. At the Thoroughbred Makeover, horses and riders will perform their choice of the 2019 U.S. Equestrian Federation Training Level Test 2 or the Western Dressage Association of America 2017 Basic Level Test 1. Then they will perform a 5-minute demonstration ride to showcase the level and quality of their training within the dressage training pyramid, judged on rhythm, relaxation, connection, impulsion, straightness, and collection. We have dog cam going around the TCA Covered Arena in front of the PTHA's Turning for Home booth. And there's a number of great booths here that you can check out on the concourse here at the TCA Covered Arena. Also, in conjunction with the Thoroughbred Makeover and today's finale, also running at the Kentucky Horse Park, the Jockey Club Thoroughbred Incentive Program, the Tip Championships in Dressage, and we have the results of the intro dressage, and we'll announce them to recognize the top finishers before we move into the dressage finale here at Thoroughbred Makeover. In 10th place, number 763, Jennifer Thuner. In 9th place, number 762, Hallie Rust. 8th place, number 747, Allison Otter. In 7th was number 753, Megan Healy. In 6th, number 712, Kara Hertz. In 5th, number 744, Natalie Nevels. In 4th, number 751, Nicole Russo. In 3rd, number 708, Allison Andrews. In 2nd, number 732, Jolie Quello. And in 1st, the tip champion, number 740, Kristen Brennan. After the field hunter discipline, we played you the conversation that we had with Jazz and Rosie Napravnik. Jazz part of the field hunter finale with Lucian, and mom Cynthia Napravnik was in the eventing finals with Sapphire Surprise, getting the chance to make it a family affair with multiple generations of the Napravnik family. We caught up with Jazz and Rosie and also had the chance to talk to Cynthia as well. We've had Thoroughbred Makeover champions in Rosie Napravnik and Jazz Napravnik. This is the matriarch of the Napravnik family. Cynthia Napravnik could be a Thoroughbred Makeover champion as well, making the finale in eventing with Sapphire Surprise. And what has your makeover experience been like?
Oh, it's just been great fun. And it was so great fun coming previous to this and having my girls on it. And everybody's so nice, you know, and everybody's out there for each other. And it's just really fun to help and pitch in here and there and say hi to people and have a good ride to all these people you don't know. And everybody's telling me, hey, have a great ride. And so it's really just really fun. I've been so happy since I've been here, and every year, and we're so lucky to come up.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah, and it's beautiful, the trees.
And getting to show with your daughters, has it been a while since you've gotten to show with them?
Quite a while. Last time we all were competitive, they were still in school, and so they were young. And I had a training barn, kind of big one back then, so I always had horses going. I had a whole string. When you have kids, you have a whole rubber string of kids, you know. So this is the first time as adults that we've all been in the same competition at the same time. And it's kind of funny because I thought I was getting away with not having to compete against them this time because they had other disciplines going on. And then they both got catch rides at Benton, so we were all competing against each other today. But I don't know, looks like I'm winning out on that.
I'm gathering from the tone of your voice and the smile on your face that you guys are a little bit competitive.
Well, yes, of course we're still family, but it's funny because we're all trainers, so we are all a little different, but we all ask each other questions and tell, you know, evaluate things for each other and stuff. But we all have our own training ways. It's very interesting, you know. But we all sit on each other's horses sometimes, and you know, we're cheerleaders for each other.
We're cheering for you to have multiple generations, multiple riders. That's what it's all about. So we wish you well, and we know this is the first, but hopefully there'll be many more years that you're coming back to.
Oh, I'm for sure. I want to be able to do freestyle one day because I have a great routine in mind already.
Did you want to tell us? Or?
Well, I can't give out my secret, but if I do a musical,
no.
If I do a musical core or my freestyle, I'm going to have the best music, and everybody's going to get pumped up, and that's what it's about. It's such a great time.
Mark your calendars, 2023 Thoroughbred Makeover.
We'll see. Thank you.
Welcome back inside the TCA Covered Arena, and thank you to Cynthia Napravnik. And we're coming up next to Dressage, and one of the former Thoroughbred Makeover champions from 2016 was a dressage horse in Fairway King. As I look, Ashley, at the list of previous Thoroughbred Makeover champions, we've had so many different disciplines that have been champions, from eventing to competitive trail to dressage to field hunters to having even a polo winner. So we're looking ahead to later on this afternoon, where we'll crown the Thoroughbred Makeover champion will be presented with the Carolyn Carlson Trophy this year, and it's sponsored by Churchill Downs. And we will also have the People's Choice Award sponsored by Achieve Equine. We're through 4 of the disciplines, and who among the champions has stood out, you think, that maybe a little bit extra bit?
I think Mike in the last division was really solid and really consistent. So far, I think that has been my favorite one that I've seen. That if you just ask me off the top of my head, that's the one that comes to mind. So far, that's been my favorite that I've seen.
So, Ashley, as we look ahead to the all-around, does it help Prince of New York that he won a division outright and then was second in another division. Does that help him at all in the all-around, or is that judged totally differently?
They're all separate, and they don't, because we had, last year, Britt Vegas was in the finale with a horse in 2 different disciplines and did very well, but it didn't actually affect the final outcome from that.
Mm-hmm.
And the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion is determined by the judges, and all of the 10 discipline winners are eligible. Yes, if you make the finals in 2 different disciplines, I guess you can show that you're a little bit more versatile. I guess it's kind of like picking an MVP in sports, and there's so many different factors. Which of the disciplines have you enjoyed the most so far?
I enjoyed all of them, but first of all, I enjoyed having Ashley sit here next to us and explain why this is going to be different. Even though those jumps look like they're similar and they're in similar positions, we're going to see different arches over the jumps, and so I really did enjoy watching the hunters and the way that they were just so smooth over the jumps and in their approach to them, and afterwards they just seemed to be really steady.
Very rhythmic, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming up with some of the dressage tests. And with dressage, Ashley, can you explain a little bit about the development of a dressage horse? We're going to see some really nice movements, I'm sure. I know last year we had horses doing counter canners and some nice stretches at the trot, but I mean, this is first year dressage. Whereas to really get up the levels takes a long time.
Yes, if you talk to straight classical dressage trainers, they're going to tell you it's going to take you 5 years before you're going to go out and do this level test. To get it, it is such a control of the entire body to work individual muscles, and the riders play such a huge part because you have to be 100% balanced on your own. If you rely on the horse to balance it all, then that is going to take away from their ability to be able to do all of these movements. So this is an introductory show, and it might be impressive to some of them because we are in a large arena. And most of the time when you're doing this level of showing, you're at a small arena. So you're already in this big environment, and then you're in a large arena on top of it. It gives a lot more opportunity to show big movements of the horse, but for green horses also gives a lot of opportunity to allow mistakes. It's riding in the large arena, and the difference just riding a diagonal from a small arena to a large arena, it seems like forever. And it's a lot of time for even your brain to go, oh my gosh, this is taking forever, and you start getting distracted. So just imagine what the horse is feeling also. These green horses in this large arena, in this big environment, can be a big challenge for some of them.
Ashley, when I first covered the World Equestrian Games, I covered all of the sports that were part of the World Equestrian Games, and I learned then that the passage and the piaffe aren't even taught to horses until they're age 6. The first horse we're going to see today, Gone Cruising, is only 5. So there are certain maneuvers that we see from Grand Prix level dressage that we're not even going to try to get these horses to even attempt to do yet. So we certainly couldn't look for them.
Yes, and one thing I really liked, and this is part of the growing process, is they allow to show a freestyle. And there's other disciplines also that give you some choices about what you present and what you don't present. And at this point, they have now made it very clear that they will actually take away your scoring, or from the scoring, if you attempt movements that your horse actually isn't prepared for. So it's actually better at this level to show very quality movements appropriate to the level versus trying to go above what you would normally do to show off a fancy leg yield or a side pass or a 10-meter circle, which takes more time and more muscle and more work and more training. That if you attempt that and you're not quite ready for it, it's not actually going to help you. It might hurt you. So hopefully we see some really quality foundational movements, but there are always phenoms, and I bet we'll see a couple nice things here that we might not have seen in the prelims.
We have a 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 2 6-year-olds, and then we have a war horse, a 10-year-old. I'm looking forward to seeing the different horses. Now, the way that dressage is evaluated in the makeover, we had the test ride, and then we have the demo ride. where riders can pick what pattern they do, and then for the finals, they get to do a freestyle where it's their pattern, and they also have the chance to put it to music. And we talked about this earlier, but on the track, the horses are learning their 3 foundational gaits, walk, trot, canter, but it's to get from point A to point B, whether it be from the start to the finish or from the stables to the racetrack. Here, it's now a dressage test where you're going, say, down center line and doing a circle at C. It's not getting from point A to point B, it's how you get from point A to point B. And as someone who's been trying to learn how to ride the last few years, that seems to be the most elusive thing.
It is a very big challenge, and I always compare dressage, people who don't know horses really well, I compare dressage to golf. Mm-hmm. And there are people who spend their whole lives playing golf and never get to that level that they want to. They never get that hole-in-one. They never get that round that they're looking for. And there is a whole discipline for dressage, and people spend their whole lives trying to master it. And you're probably not gonna get there.
I actually compare it to yoga because I do yoga, and it's the same way. I've practiced yoga for 20 or 25, 30 years. I still can't do a handstand. I can do a headstand. So there are certain things that I may never be able to do, but one of the things that a great yoga instructor, I used to hear him say, and I hear him say it all the time in my head still, is it's not what you do, it's how you do what you do. And that's what you were talking about with dressage. They're saying, do the events or the different maneuvers that you can do well, but we're going to judge you on how you do what you do, mm-hmm. not so much what you do.
Exactly, and I think that's one of the greatest developments we've seen off of this, because even, like you said, in dressage, they don't even allow, or you don't present movements until 6, 7, or 8, and it takes a long development. And even in eventing, there's a certain age limit for both horse and rider, that if you're a prelim rider, your horse has to be at least 5, and your rider has to be at least 14. And whereas there's not those limitations at the lower levels, and it's a respect to the level, saying these are challenging things, and we don't want just anyone going out there and doing it because it looks fun, and maybe it looks easy to some people, I don't know, but it's not, and it does take many years to develop through the upper levels of any discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And the thoroughbreds, they have that athleticism that lends them to do any of the disciplines, but trying to channel that for dressage that shows the strength and the horsemanship of these riders to be able to get them to do what they do. And the other part of what you both talked about, with golf or whether it be yoga, you're trying to master something, but you're never getting away from the basics either. It's not like, oh, okay, let's scratch that one off, and you're always going back to the same foundational movements.
One taken from one of Jonathan's frustrations with dressage. He says, I'm always just doing this. We're just doing this trot for so long. I said, you take as long as you need to with the basics, because with dressage, the basics are the absolute hardest of all of it. And if you rush through the basics, you're going to have problems at every single level moving up. And I'm sure this is what we'll see here, is these horses will all have a really strong foundation. Kudos to, 1, their athleticism, and 2, their trainers, to be able to get a solid foundation of the basics. And once you have mastered the basics and you have that solid foundation, then you can add on the higher level movements, and they're actually not as difficult if you've mastered those foundational movements first.
I have to say one thing in defense of every rider we're going to see today. I actually, when I covered the dressage for World Equestrian Games and for NBC, I asked them if they would pay for me to get a lesson so that I could understand dressage better. And so after 2 lessons, I decided, I was still galloping horses at the track at the time, and I decided I'm never going to be any good at this, and I'm really glad I appreciate it better. But with dressage, you need to have, as you well know, your ankle under your hip, your knee forward just a little bit, and both of the legs on both sides in that same position. Mm-hmm. But with thoroughbreds, you always have 1 foot forward and 1 foot back for the prop or the stumble or the wheel or whatever happens. And so they're taking thoroughbreds who've been off the track for less than a year, in training at least for less than a year, and they have to try to ride with that dressage leg, but it is still a thoroughbred with a thoroughbred mind.
Absolutely, it is a big change for these horses, and a testament to how trainable they really are and how much they really love the work. Because if the horses didn't love the work, they would not be out here doing this.
I remember the first Thoroughbred Makeover at the Kentucky Horse Park 2015. It was Carly Fedorka who rode Called to Serve and won dressage, and the people who knew racing and followed this horse's racing career, it's kind of like a Whitmore story where like he just went out of his way to bump you or kick you or whatever, and Carly put it together, and people
that was
kind
her
of
day.
Yeah, it kind of scratched their eyes, and yeah, you do see just because it's also kind of a purposeful sport, and the horse and the rider both have to get into a mindset where they're actually working just as hard as they are going over the jumps, but it's how they're channeling that work as well. And when you do start seeing the upper levels, I mean, you just see some beautiful tests where the rider and the horse get in a rhythm, and it's truly amazing to watch because they're channeling that focus into one specific task. And it's sometimes, one of Ashley's favorite phrases when she's training is simple, not easy. And it's the simple tasks, getting a nice rhythm at the trot, or getting a nice canter depart. Like, yeah, you just put the leg on, the horse goes into the canter, but doing it nicely, that's something that's really worth celebrating, and something that when you really understand it, you can appreciate the nuance that goes into it.
Yeah, you can explain it like, oh, well, that sounds simple enough. All right.
But it's not easy.
See how easy it is to do.
Yeah, well, one of the things I got in trouble with right away from the start was that, like you were saying, you have to keep the horse collected all the time, right? And so I felt like I was being too hard on the horse. I felt like I'm in his mouth the whole time and keeping his head collected, and I feel like he needs a break. And she said, he's out of his stall for 1 hour a day doing this. He can keep his head collected the whole time. But it's so counterintuitive to what we do with the thoroughbreds, where you're used to having them, in the bridle just, at certain points, and then other points just let them relax. So it's a real turnaround for the thoroughbred for anything that they've done before.
And luckily, the thoroughbreds love the work and love the job. And our mindset is, our horses are very pampered, very spoiled. Oh, you need extra hay. Let's let you go out for a run a little bit longer. We'll open the field so you can go run around. We totally pamper our horses the best that we can. But we also prepare them for a job. When we're out there preparing for a show, when we're out there showing, that is a job, and that's what you want them to work towards. Now, again, it's a wonderful life to have to work for your job for 5 hours a week, 6 hours a week, and love what you do. But if you go out there with the mindset of, all right, we're just gonna go and hope everything comes wonderful, right? It is hard work. What all of these trainers have done with these horses is amazing, because it is hard work and it is dedication, and you're out there every day. So I don't want the idea to be missed that this is a really hard work for these horses and for these riders. But you can make the hard work enjoyable. These horses love that hard work, but it is a job. And wouldn't it be nice if you had a job where you worked 5 hours a week?
Yeah, exactly. And the horses do love to have a job. We've learned that from the thoroughbreds long before we had all these other disciplines. That I remember riding for Wayne Lucas. There was a filly, a storm cat. You would have liked her. Her name was Caterpillar. And
I love that you can just say a storm cat. I'm like, yeah, I totally know what horse you're talking about. Yeah.
Her name was Caterpillar, and she was a stakes winner. And every time he would try to just give her a little bit of break and turn her out at the farm, she would colic. Never colicked at the barn, ever. So then they would give her just a short break and bring her back to the barn because she was happy there, where she had a job.
We did an interview. We did a story with Castlebound, and that was one of the things she claimed him specifically for this event, and retired him and brought him back to the farm, and he hated it. And it was winter, and she's like, I can't work with him. So she put him back into race training, and she renewed her trainer's license, and she was his trainer, and she even won with him. And there was 2 different times where she tried to retire him, and he just didn't want to retire.
I bet this guy doesn't have a job the doggy cam.
Yeah, it's great to see the scenes while we're in the booth, everybody having fun in the covered arena, and there's the auction going on. There are the different vendors, food and drinks. The other part about training these horses for a job like this is sometimes you have the rides where you're really trying to, get them to focus and get them to pay attention and do what you want. And then especially with young horses, it's nice to pepper in those rides every so often where you tack them up, get on, and they do what you want them to do. And after 15 minutes, all right, this was fun. Now let's head back to the barn and you can go live your life of leisure. So the best plans for lessons are kind of the no plan, where you just kind of see what the horse brings, especially with these young horses.
Mm-hmm. My absolute favorite rides on my young green horses is, I'll tell Jonathan I'm going to go out and work this green horse, and then I'll call like 15 minutes later, and I'm like, we are done. And he's like, what a fantastic ride. You go out, ask for a couple things, ask them to focus, to work, and then they do the things they're willing, and done. Great. So that still does count as the job because they get a positive experience from that, and they're going to be much more willing to work the other time. Now, if you did that every single ride, then you might not get to where you need to be. But I really love those short rides on the green horses where they go out, they go, okay, I have a job, let me do the job. And done. Look how wonderful that was.
And on a happy note.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we kind of, when we talked to Laura Moquette about Whitmore, that was kind of how she kind of trained him, was like, we're going to get to it. And then when the horse all of a sudden figures it out, you're like, great, you've done your job. Now you get rewarded for it. And that kind of encourages the horse to seek out what they're being asked to accomplish.
Mm-hmm. Get there sooner.
Yes.
Well, I think we have the dressage ring set, and we'll see oh, look at that. Are you ready for dressage? Well, we're all ready for dressage and hoping that the horses are as relaxed as our wonderful canine friend that we got to just see. And we're going to have our first rider in the ring, and this is Julie Christie from Rochester, Minnesota, riding the Serena Odekirk-owned Gone Cruising number 234, young 5-year-old bay gelding, youngest of the finalists. Julie originally from Halifax, Nova Scotia, and a USDF bronze, silver, and gold medalist. And Julie has picked the music that she will be performing her freestyle routine to, is trotting around the ring, and she'll let us know before going into the ring when she's ready to start her music and getting ready to begin her routine. Horse that bred in Minnesota and raced 12 or 14 times at Canterbury Park in Minnesota.
So I have another funny story to tell you. I rode at Canterbury for a couple of summers, and I could always, not always, but often tell the Minnesota breds because most of them had frostbitten ear tips. So instead of having pointy ears, they had rounded ears. Not all of them, but a few of them. This one doesn't have that.
not only is there choreography with the riders and the horses, but also we're handling the music, and we have the judges up in the, well, it's not your traditional dressage ring, so the judges are actually up in the lounge up there so that they can judge it at the traditional position of C.
So earlier in the day, Donna, you talked about conformation and a certain type that you look for, and you're going to see most likely the dressage horses that have made the finale are going to be a little bit like this type. You see, it looks a little different than the other horses we've seen today, huh?
Yeah, he's got that really beautiful rounded, what we call bowed neck, but he's really got a strong shoulder and a strong hip that balance each other out very nicely. And it doesn't look like it's an onerous task for him to stay collected like that. It looks like he does it quite naturally.
Yes, it definitely helps when we have a really nice, evenly balanced horse. And a lot of thoroughbreds that are raced to gallop, you'll get kind of a downhill horse. And so the ones that really excel in dressage, you want a horse that's naturally uphill, which is actually not what you're really breeding for as a racehorse. But you can see they're thick. He's got a really thick structure. He's got really heavy bone, which might actually work against you in some disciplines. Definitely polo would not be ideal. The Western disciplines might have a little bit more trouble with a horse of this structure. Even venting, you get a little heavier. It's harder to do all those things. But this horse is one that looks like made for dressage, almost looks like it has, they say, the warm blood build, that heavy build, that thickness, and that nice, really natural uphill balance.
And he really made a beautiful transition from the trot to the walk on the extended rein without testing the rider to see if he could go back to the trot. I love the way he's listening.
This is a great stretch.
Yeah, and that's all set up. I mean, the contact that she has, he's not shy. I mean, it's so consistent. He's not shying away from it. He's not seeking more of it. It's been a nice connection between these two.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready to
He's
get back
anticipating.
into the trot, though. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, one of the training things you've talked about, Ashley, is you want horses to be cued to your aids and not necessarily memorizing or anticipating, as you just pointed out that this horse may have been.
Yes, especially if you haven't done a number of freestyles, and so you practice it over and over again so you can learn it, or if you want to sync it to the music. I've had some really, really smart horses that are very game and try so hard that I couldn't do a test more than once in a row before they knew it, or at least parts of it, and then would start anticipating. So a lot of times when I train for dressage tests, I almost never do the test in its entirety in that order. Because I think she's done this test a handful of times with him, and he knew. He's like, oh, we're going to be trotting soon, and he starts getting ready for it. Which is, you want a horse that wants to do their job, but you don't want a horse that is so smart that they're thinking about, like, well, you're going to ask me this. Let me just do it.
You want a horse that is asking you what next rather than, oh, I know what's next.
Exactly. And so with young horses that are coming into this, they don't have the full spectrum and understanding of the discipline yet. So you'll see that a lot more in the younger horses who are just starting to understand what's going to be asked of them. And so the horse in no way is trying to be bad or get out of anything. It's just the opposite. He's doing his very, very best to do what's going to be asked of him. And so that's a really nice leg yield. See, already from the start, that's something at this level that the level that they were asked to compete at, you wouldn't see that in the test. It's actually a couple levels up before you're going to ask for leg yields. But this horse is so willing and is moving over without bending in half or breaking at the neck. That first leg yield they did it coming down up to E was pretty nice.
And one of the big things in the retraining of off-track thoroughbreds where the leg yield potentially comes into play to be helpful is getting horses to disengage, and that sometimes by working their body, then you kind of take away the racetrack instinct of making your face the #1 point of contact.
Yes, once you get out of that immediate initial foundation, you have to be able to move your horse laterally.
Gone cruising, both the horse and to the music for their dressage routine. Julie Christie from Rochester, Minnesota, USDF bronze, silver, and gold medalist, 5-year-old, youngest of the dressage finalists. Dressage being presented by PTHA's Turning for Home. And now from Julie Christie and gone cruising to the next rider and horse that we saw earlier this morning, and this is Jenna Denver from Imlay City, Michigan, and She's a Bold One, the pair that won eventing earlier this morning. And this is a young 4-year-old who was unraced, made the finals this weekend in both eventing and dressage. 17-year-old Jenna Denver, experienced with OTTBs up to the training level of eventing, and now a really promising OTTB prospect in She's a Bold One. And Jenny, you can let us know when you want your music to start, whether it be at the halt in the arena or on the outside. We'll just wait for your cue and we'll get you going. Looking forward to seeing this routine. Dressage judges this weekend: Jody Eli, USDF Large R Dressage Judge; Karen Lee, USDF Large L and USDF Small R; stewards Ashley Frances and Jen Roll. And in addition to the traditional English dressage, also the popular Western dressage, part of the competition for the Thoroughbred Makeover.
Ashley, we saw this horse earlier in eventing, and it's so good to see her out here doing this dressage test right now. We saw her in the eventing, just the jumping portion. We haven't seen her dressage, but obviously she had to do it to get to the finals level of eventing, but it's nice to see her compete here.
Well, yes, and you can see how she did so well to make it to the finals, because this is just a lovely beginning to the dressage test. As much as I really liked the type and the try of that first horse, just look how relaxed she is through the back, over the wither. She's just so up and round and just relaxed. Relaxation is so hard to truly get in your horse, and she looks like a seasoned dressage horse out there, just doing her job. Quite bold.
Well, she is a bold one.
She is. Oh my gosh, this is super nice.
I love the way she stayed in her right lead as she turned to the left. That was
So that's showing the beginnings of counter canter, which is a higher level movement also, but was fantastic at it. So that's something where you'll get rewarded by adding in some difficulties if you can do it well and your horse is capable and ready for that, which this horse is.
Yeah, this is an event horse, and I don't think you get asked for counter canter until the prelim level.
Modified, you start preparing.
Okay.
So is she competing at training?
She's competed up to training, but this is a new horse. So yeah, I don't even think she's been asked to do the counter canter before with any of her horses, or even to compete in the large arena.
Well, they both seem very comfortable here.
And we're not just talking about comfort in the ring, but also with this TCA Covered Arena. I mean, you have the flags, you have the fans, you have the music, the fans, both human fans and the appliances. And yeah, I like how relaxed they are, how uphill she is. Really a horse that I enjoyed seeing the jumping with, but I almost appreciate the dressage test a little bit more now.
Again, another beautiful counter canter, and this time on the left lead instead of the right lead. And keep in mind, Jenna's only 17 years old, so she's too young to remember Dirty Dancing, this song.
Yes, I had to chuckle as soon as I heard it. I was like, well, if I were a judge, it would give her a little edge. But I don't even think she needs a little edge. This is really great to see. If anything, now she's asking for the stretch. So you want that head lower, but she has a beautiful rhythm, the relaxation, a little bit of excitement there. And now her head is up, right? Saying before that head was just getting a little bit low. And for the lower levels, it's totally acceptable. But if you're doing these higher level movements, you're going to want to bring that head up a little bit and get that butt down. So they're really using the core and hind end. But I'm being very picky.
Well, she had been almost flawless up to that point, so it got to be very easy to be picky with her.
And we've seen tests because they're judged on each movement. That, yeah, you can have one movement that maybe doesn't go perfectly, but it doesn't necessarily affect your overall score too much.
I'm sorry, I just don't have a lot to say. This is so nice to watch. I'm just sitting here and enjoying it. Again, the rhythm has stayed consistent throughout the whole time, and she's working on getting that head up and really getting her to step underneath. But it's been really nice and consistent the whole way through.
Ashley, I'm not used to seeing a test where the music ends before the horse and rider are done. Was that by design, do you think, or?
It was just the length of song that they play. They have 5 minutes, and that was a 4-minute and 42-second song.
I see.
And that is number 399. She's a Bold One, ridden by Jenna Denver, back for their second finale routine. Eventing champions earlier and now looking to double up with dressage. Next in the ring will be number 138, Brave Native, ridden by Sarah Davis from Montpelier, Virginia. West Virginia bred who came off the track at Charlestown in May of last year, competing in eventing and dressage this weekend. Last year's dressage for the Thoroughbred Makeover was won for the class of 2020 by Elbow Room and Helen Pianca, and class of 2021, Cubo Cat and Allison O'Dwyer. Ashley, what are these moments like when you're ready to go and you're waiting for the signal from the judges? Is it kind of like the starting gate or the start box, or because it's dressage, you're kind of more relaxed?
No, it's the worst. When you're ready to go, you just want to go in and do it, and especially when there's an ambiguous time. Normally at horse shows, they're pretty consistent with how the timing is, but there's only a couple of these, and so it takes a while to get a feel for the judges, but there you go. When you're ready to go, you just want to go in. And that's me. There's some that probably calm, cool, and collected and are just enjoying their time around the outside before they go in and go to work. And from what I've seen of this horse in the warm-up, I think this is a really good song for him. Kind of a combination of the two that we just saw. This horse has some really awesome natural movement for a dressage horse. It was a little tight like the first one, but seems to have some higher level preparation, we'll say. I think this horse is going to be jazzy and forward and a little flashy. So I really like this music for what I think this horse is going to do.
This horse also has that more of the uphill build as you were talking about with the first horse that we saw in the dressage, where you can see that the wither sits a little bit higher than the top of his hip.
So I think it's fair to say that the horses we've seen have picked the correct disciplines. I see why She's a Bold One did eventing. That is just spot on, awesome eventing horse, and gave a beautiful, beautiful dressage test that would just kill it in eventing, and obviously did very well in straight dressage as well. But a horse of this type in the long run, I think, will go further in straight dressage, whereas the other one, I think, will excel more in eventing. And that's, your trainers know how to pick their horses.
First horse that went gone cruising doubled up in the Show Hunters, which from that test looks like it makes sense, and the build of the horse.
Yeah, Show Hunters is another one that really likes their size in the horses. So if you get a really big, thick thoroughbred, they'll generally do fairly well in the Hunters.
There's a very spirited lengthen across the diagonal.
Ooh. Lengthening is really hard on young green horses, and this horse got a lot of energy in him. I think he just gets a little excited. It takes a lot of body control, and it takes a while to do that. I think she might have been better to not push so much in that lengthening and still show some of the lengthening, but with the horse, she's just kind of tight, and it has spectacular trot. You can see it in there. But you see how quick it gets too, so it's real hard for them to hold that. You see, she's just not quite strong enough to hold through the whole thing.
So that one is what makes the horse's head come up there at the end, because he's not able to just hold it together?
It's probably a combination of not being strong enough, because it takes really, really good body control to be able to do that, and just the horse seems like, I bet he gets real excited and has not just had the development to just stay steady through the test. And
just the focus.
Yes. So a combination of that, I think. And so with that, like, spectacular trot, but I think if she just brought him down a little bit sooner on that second one, she wouldn't have had that blow up.
He's got high knee action.
Yep, that's that natural movement that I was talking about. You see, this is one of those horses, I bet he did this on the track even too. You see him on the track finishing their race, coming back, and you look and go, oh, there's a dressage horse. That's not something you can really teach a horse. They either have it or they don't.
So normally when we see that high knee action at the track, we say turf horse. This horse didn't have a chance to try the turf though, so
exactly.
we don't know.
Yeah, I immediately, I guess it shows how much the RRP has affected me. I immediately looked at the past performances to see if there was any turf form in there. Maybe they should have tried the turf.
Or let him be a dressage horse.
Yeah, he's actually doing that very well. And as a racehorse, he only won one race. Right now, he looks like he might be just better suited for this.
And good dressage horses are worth a whole heck of a lot of money too. So if they can't be valuable on the racetrack, there is other value. And this is a horse I think could really be a nice straight dressage horse.
Donna, I'm going to give you a challenge. Not that you don't have enough already to do with the Breeders' Cup, but I want you to pick the best dressage prospect from all of the Breeders' Cup horses.
Well, I'm not going to take it out of the sprint, probably. But I'll work on that, Jonathan.
Probably something out of the turf, I
think. And now that I know this,
Yeah,
I know that I'm going to go
exactly.
straight for the grass races.
The Eclipse Award, most likely to be a dressage horse.
The horse is actually loosening up more and more, which is really great to see. These young horses can go very extremely either way. When they come in tight like that, they're either going to work and loosen up and kind of get into their groove, which we're seeing now, or they just get tighter and just blow. So this is probably why he made it to the finals, right? Because he's made for that job with his brain going, okay, here's my job, here's my work.
Number 138, Brave Native, ridden by Sarah Davis from Montpelier, Virginia. Horse that raced exclusively in his home state of West Virginia at Charlestown. And Charlestown, a great supporter of the Thoroughbred Makeover, and it's been great to see the number of racetracks grow that offer special awards, highlight, and promote their former racehorses. Next up will be number 133, Bokeelia Island. Bokeelia Island, 10 years old, oldest of the dressage finalists, and a horse that was a stakes winner at Zia Park in New Mexico in the Veterans Stakes in 2019. Made more than $250,000 on the track. Retired from Remington Park in Oklahoma last August, now ridden by Kelly Sulik, based in Tryon, North Carolina. Thoroughbred athletes helped to transition this horse to his new career. Bokeelia Island, ridden by Kelly Sulik.
Ashley, this horse brings to the table what we were just talking about the turf racing. So in the first 4 starts, that was on the dirt in New York, and maiden special weight, competitive, but not competitive enough to win. And then the first time it ran on the turf, won at Gulfstream Park by open lengths. So, and did show an affinity for turf racing.
Well, we'll see when he starts moving here. I bet he's going to be able to sit down and really pick that front end up then. And again, like that type, he's not as big and bulky as few of the first couple, but just a really tall, there's a lot of leg on that horse. So once he learns how to use his body, even if he didn't have the fanciest movement, there's a lot of leg to throw out in front of him and get underneath him. And he looks like the old classic type thoroughbred, really long, lean, very refined. We've seen them get, especially in the dressage, they're bulkier and thicker, which I love that look as well. But we just walked straight past us and just looked like one of the classic old bred thoroughbreds.
Yeah, with that high tail, like where his tail is high at the point where it enters his back or comes from his back.
Just a lot of neck.
This horse won 28 races, 7 of them were on turf, so he's actually quite versatile to have been able to win races on both turf and dirt.
Yeah, you talk about kind of the old style. He's breeding, so he's Medaglia d'Oro's son, which goes back to El Prado, so 2 generations back to El Prado, and then out of a Dam Matlaca Pass, who goes back to Seeking the Gold. So 2 generations back to El Prado and to Seeking the Gold. So you're talking about horses that were bred in the 80s.
And he's 10 years old, so he might have a little less of that bulk also just because he's gotten a little older, but sometimes as they get older, they get more bulk also.
He went from racing at Keeneland in 2016, and he was actually off from the races for 2.5 years, and came back to the track in New Mexico at Zia Park in 2018. I mean, you talk about a contrast between Lexington, Kentucky, and Hobbs, New Mexico. I lived in Hobbs, New Mexico.
So you know the contrast.
Yes. Actually, I went from announcing at Zia one year to announcing the Thoroughbred Makeover the next.
He came off of that long layoff to win 2 of his subsequent 3 starts. He ran second off the layoff, but then he won his next 2 races. So he might have had a good reason for missing all that time, but he apparently missed racing also.
Yeah, he looks relaxed and moving forward. He just has a little, it's almost like he's got, the muscles in his neck are not fully developed for dressage yet. So what he's doing is he's kind of tucking that head, and that's real hard to develop out of. But his back is strong, his core is strong, so he can still hold himself up, but he's not truly on that contact. He's kind of rolling over it.
Yeah, so he sort of tucks his head instead of bowing his neck, which makes his pole a little bit high, it looks like.
And the pole, we like the pole that's high, but what you'll see is that nose is coming in. So as he moves forward, he's not going to be in a position to get those really nice lengthenings now without rolling over himself, from the top. Where once he gets comfortable and is able to poke that nose out and take a bit more neck development. And I'll tell you, I know a lot of thoroughbreds that come off like this. It's real hard. It takes a long time to fix and develop to really get them to set back down. So he is strong enough where he's holding himself and pushing through all of this, and just shows there's even more in this horse. Again, this is the first step. This is less than a year of training, and it shows the foundation, and there's definitely some great potential in there, and we just got to work out a couple of those details.
Yeah, when we talked earlier about the dressage horses at the upper level, and I said that there's many of the maneuvers that they aren't even allowed to try until they're 6 because they don't have the muscle development yet. These are dressage horses that have been training for dressage since they were 2, and this horse has been racing since he was 2 instead of training for dressage. So he'll eventually get there, but he's just not quite there yet, and one wouldn't really expect that of him yet either.
Because again, I see, I understand why this horse is in the finale. You're judged on your potential, the natural ability, the training to this point, and this horse is consistent, is rhythmic, is loose. It definitely came in a little tight, so he's already loosening up, and is very rideable and being ridden very well. And again, I also think this horse knows the test, because in that corner you saw him getting a little excited, and he knew that he was gonna be asked to canter and got a little excited in that transition. And then same thing as the racing days come back a little bit, where he just kind of wants to tuck and run, and he's holding it together real well, but he would really like to just take that bit and lean on it and go run off a little bit.
You can really see the position with this rider, how she has to keep her seat flat on the horse and keep her heels right underneath her hip, and it's a difficult position to sit in on a thoroughbred, especially one that's 10 years old.
Yeah. Well, you perch forward, I think he would run off with you.
Yeah.
Number 133, Bokeelia Island, ridden by Kelly Sulik in the dressage finale, coming from Tryon, North Carolina, here to Lexington. Thank you to PTHA's Turning for Home for being the sponsors of the dressage discipline here at the Thoroughbred Makeover. And as they exit the covered arena, we now have number 140, Buckeye Warrior, as the name would suggest, horse bred in Ohio. 6-year-old Bay Gelding, ridden by Holly Zekin from Metamora, Michigan. And the Thoroughbred Makeover incorporating both the English dressage as well as Western dressage. And from the tack, Buckeye Warrior will be doing a Western dressage routine. New Vocations Racehorse Adoption Program, responsible for transitioning this horse to his new career, competing in dressage at the Thoroughbred Makeover, as well as concurrently this weekend at the Jockey Club Thoroughbred Incentive Championships that are taking place at the Kentucky Horse Park.
So we talked earlier about maybe looking for the turf horses, the routing turf horses, and this is a horse that sprinted on the dirt. And so obviously, as we also talked about earlier, Ashley, you can't tell from the conformation. You can't necessarily tell from what sort of races they competed in on the track. You can tell a little bit once you start riding them, and then just point them in a direction they feel like might fit them.
Well, so with the Western dressage, it is the same but different, right? So if you look at this horse, it does not have that high knee action, right?
True.
Really nice and relaxed over the back. I love the headset. I really like the rhythm, but this is a horse that, ridden like this, doesn't have that natural stride that we saw of the turf horse with that really big high knee action. The Western dressage is kind of a combination of, the Western disciplines and then the dressage movements. So they're not looking, you're not going to see that big fancy knee action. You're not going to see these big upright horses with their heads up, right? You get rewarded for this long, low, relaxed. So this is a beautiful Western dressage test.
Yeah, his head placement looks more like a Western pleasure head placement.
Yeah, but again, the West, like, it's not moving like a Western pleasure horse, right? It's
right.
That nice force coming from the hind end, and it's rhythmic. And first thing that I noticed is that it's riding bitless. And I'm fairly certain someone can come and yell at me if I'm saying information that's not correct, but I think in USDF you are not allowed to ride bitless.
I'm pretty sure you're right about that because
You need
I tried to
snaffle.
study it for the eventing announcing that I do.
Well, I know you can't at the dressage level. I mean, at the Grand Prix dressage level. In
Yes.
fact, you have to have 2 sets of reins. So essentially,
Oh,
you
you're
know.
required to have 2 sets of reins
Yeah,
at that level?
at the Grand Prix level, yes.
Yeah, you've got to have the snaffle and the curb. And in the lower levels, you're not allowed to ride with a full bridle, but you need to have a snaffle. So I guess dressage, I'm not completely familiar with the rules, but I know Western disciplines, at a certain age, you're allowed to have the hackamore, which is a bosel. It's without a bit, it's all around the leverage of the nose. So I wonder if because of that, they allow for a bitless bridle. Because that's not a hackam, that's a bitless bridle, which I love to see. I've heard a lot of arguments that people want to be able to compete bitless.
Well, we're all familiar with Harley from the racetrack. There's even a Breyer horse named after him, and he's ridden by and trained by and brought up by a woman named Monty Getz. And she used to have a lead pony that she used at the track that she always rode with this sort of bridle, just a bitless bridle. She always wanted me to ride him for Breeders' Cup, but Breeders' Cup coverage wouldn't let me ride a horse without a bit in his mouth for the Breeders' Cup. That was a Breeders' Cup policy, but she said he was just a much happier horse without the bit in his mouth. He just would listen better, and he was just happier and more willing to do what she wanted when she rode him in a bridle like this.
And they're just people with different preferences. There's horses with different preferences, and I've known some horses who are like, oh man, I really wish I could just get this bit out of their mouth and make them so much happier. And it's really nice to see. Look how quiet that horse's mouth is. The head is still. Where some of the other horses, and this is not a negative on the bit, but they're sitting there and they're chomping on the bit. It's just one other distraction you're taking away from them by not having that there. If you don't need it, I really like the way this horse is going, so it's obviously working for them.
Yeah, we saw them get into just a little bit of a tussle about a minute ago, and I have to imagine that because she's riding him in this bitless bridle, that tussle would have been worse with a bit in his mouth. A lot of times when horses get resistant from the pressure, putting a bit in their mouth, it's not helpful. In fact, it can be harmful.
Yeah, and it gives them something to build off of and lean on, and with the bitless bridle, it's all on pressure points, leverage.
Well, even though he's had a couple of little hiccups, she has a big smile on her face. So I think she's happy with the way he's performing for her today. And as we've talked about before, it's just a huge win to get to this level.
Well, yes, it's such an accomplishment. And this is a big environment out here. All of these distractions that we've said, the flags and the lights and the fans and the people and the dogs. There's a lot for them to take in. And especially horses that, I don't know, are used to riding outside, are used to practicing outside. So just to come in here, and it doesn't matter that you qualified in Rolex. Maybe they're great with those distractions outside, but it's just different in here.
Holly Zekin leaving the ring with a big smile on her face aboard Buckeye Warrior, Western Dressage finalist, and horse ridden in a bitless bridle. And we will have the scores being calculated for the dressage finals, sponsored by PTHA's Turning for Home, and then we'll award the ribbons to the top finishers, and we'll be switching up our next discipline from Dressage to Polo, sponsored by the United States Polo Association. And then following Polo, we will have freestyle, barrel racing, competitive trail, and ranch work to close out a full day showcasing the thoroughbred breed in the Thoroughbred Makeover Finale.
No matter what discipline of riding you do, training, showing, and everyday stress is hard on your horse's legs. Decra Veterinary Products is leading the way in lameness treatments, offering products such as Osphos, IRAP, and Phycox Joint Supplement to keep your horse happy, healthy, and in their best shape. Ask your veterinarian if one of these products is right for your horse.
I want an athlete. I want a competitor. I want a partner. I want a companion. I want a project. I want to learn. I want to be a safety net. I want to see him succeed. I want his history and his future. I want a thoroughbred. Adopt potential and write your own success story at newvocations.org.
We have the results now to announce for dressage, sponsored by PTHA's Turning for Home, the preliminary competition determining places 6 through 10. In 10th place, number 420, Stolen Glance and Chandra Allen. In 9th place, number 126, Big Owls Express, ridden by Kelly Lawrence. 8th went to number 197, Dine a Day, and Shannon Norris. In 7th, number 384, Runyon and Allison Tripp. In 6th place, number 239, Harbor's Rule, ridden by Anita Quinn. And the top 5 from preliminaries all competing in the finals. And the finale results starting with 5th place. Number 234, Gone Cruising, and Julie Christie. Fourth place, number 133, Bokeelia Island, and Kelly Sulik. The third place finisher, number 138, Brave Native, ridden by Sarah Davis. In second place, number 399, She's a Bold One, and Jenna Denver. And the winners of the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover in the dressage discipline, sponsored by PTHA's Turning for Home. Congratulations to number 140, Buckeye Warrior, and Holly Zekin. Holly Zekin and Buckeye Warrior, the first winners of the Thoroughbred Makeover Dressage, participating in Western Dressage, which combines in competition with the English Dressage here at the Thoroughbred Makeover. Second rider from the state of Michigan to win, following Jenna Denver and She's a Bold One in eventing, who also made the dressage finale. Dressage winners, Buckeye Warrior and Holly Zekin. And next up will be Polo, sponsored by the United States Polo Association, as we transition from dressage to polo. This is always one of my favorite moments of the finale because it gives us a chance to recognize someone who we all view as a friend, who has been part of the Thoroughbred Makeover from the beginning. So can everyone please show their appreciation for the person who's with me in the booth, Kirsten Green, Executive Director of Retired Racehorse Project.
Thank you, everybody.
You got
Thanks
the
for being
loudest
here.
applause of the day.
No.
Well, and you're going to turn around and give credit to the team that you have, because this is really a team effort. We all get to come here to Lexington and enjoy just an amazing week. But while we get to turn up on, the Monday or the Tuesday for the arrival exam, I imagine you're already thinking about the 2023 Thoroughbred Makeover.
Yeah, our team's already been here. This is already day 7 for us. We got here last Saturday. About half of our team is based up in Maryland, and some of them are remote around the country, and then we have a few people based here. So it's been a long week for us, but so gratifying. I can't understate how hard all the members of our team work. There are several of us that are more directly involved with the competition, but in order for the competition to go off, there's so much more, keeping our sponsors and vendors and volunteers happy, contracting with all of the suppliers and vendors that we need to make this go. So it's a year-round effort, and we often get asked, well, do you go home and do you sleep for like a month after this?
You don't have time for that.
No, because the applications open back up in January. So, we start getting inquiries for the coming year in July and August. And we're like, can we please just finish this one? We're so glad that you're so enthusiastic, but we've got one to do before we can start thinking about the next one. But, more seriously, our team is our own biggest critic, and we work so hard when we come home to, try to absorb and retain all the things that have happened and the things that we thought went well and the things that we thought we could do better. So, and it's a quick turn because we have to have the rule book updated and ready to go to take applications in January. So we'll be busy, and we'll be, sitting at home and absorbing everything from this week. But really, truly, just couldn't be happier to have such a just positive and an easy event. Our competitors are such good sports, our officials are such good sports, and everybody just is so invested in making sure that the event runs well, and we're so grateful for that.
Well, we made the point, there's almost like 10 horse shows in one.
Yeah.
Just, all right, dressage ring, now let's
Yep.
go play some polo.
Yep.
And then also with the vendors, with the auction, with the hospitality. I mean, putting so much into 1 week. I was thinking back to my first makeover, which was 2015. When did you start with the RRP? We did learn from Stuart Pittman, the founder, that it actually started out of his basement.
Yeah, that was a surprise to me. I didn't know that you guys were doing that, and I admit I got a little bit teary. But I've been involved with the organization. I started as a volunteer in 2012, and then part-time in 2014, and then came on full-time at the very beginning of 2015. And did indeed work out of Stuart's basement for a couple of years, and then in his farmhouse for a little bit, and then we finally got an office. And I would be lying if I said I didn't think that this was at least a little bit my baby. So I do get a little bit sentimental sometimes thinking back on those days.
As it should be, because this revolutionized the game. What were the goals initially? Did you imagine that it would be something like this, or has it been kind of a ride the wave and you look up and it's like, wow, here we are?
It's funny comparing today to 2015 and how much it's changed. I think when he booked the horse park for 2015, I was booking my wedding venue, and and he said, hey, we're gonna go to Kentucky, and I was like, okay, cool, when? And he was like, the end of October, and I was like, okay, well, I'm getting married 2 weeks before that, that'll work. And it was just a real scramble to get everything together, and we've learned so much about running an event. I think I looked at him in maybe July or August of that year and said, the only way we're going to make this work with 10 disciplines in 2 days is if everybody gets a ride time, even if they wouldn't normally get a ride time. And we still do it that way to this day, and that's how we make it work and get everybody through on time. Raina now, luckily has some automation to get that job done, but we're still scheduling, one horse could end up with, 3, 4, 5 scheduled ride times that have to be audited and all of that. And I just, there's little things that you look around sometimes too. Like the first year, it was like, we got 1 golf cart. And you would need to go someplace and do something, and you'd go outside and you'd be like, shoot, somebody has the golf cart, and now we've just grown and we've known, what it takes to be efficient and have all the equipment and the resources and the things that you need to run things well. And it's super gratifying to see it become such a robust, well-run thing with so many people invested in its success.
I still remember the conversation that got me involved, and it was March. Stuart was out in Colorado for the Rocky Mountain Horse Expo, and we were just sitting around casually, and he goes, I think we need an announcer for the makeover. You want to do it?
Yeah.
And now here we are. So looking back, what are some of the things that you're most proud of as far as to what it has become now?
I think I'm just very proud of, how we have, progressively evolved our discipline formats and our policies. We've involved such a great, diverse number of equine professionals, whether on the competition side or the veterinary side, that have really helped us develop just solid policies, whether that's tests that are appropriate for what we're trying to accomplish in the competition, or in the case of Dr. Reed and helping us implement the arrival exam. I look to her a lot as an example of how far you can get with constructive criticism. She was a competitor, and she would sit in the truck in the ride home, and every year would send me a kind of lengthy email, but well constructed and valid points, and was ready to step up when I said, okay, you're right, let's do this, and this is what it's going to look like. And things like that, and updating our application process to kind of help us get a better picture of the riders that we're accepting every year, have really just helped us to elevate the horsemanship and the quality of competition. And I just, we had to start someplace, but I am so proud of, the horses on display and the community that we have today.
And for me, it's people like, say, Dr. Reed, not just kind of, all right, I got an idea, I'll give you the idea, but it's, I'm going to give you the idea and I will see it through.
Yes.
And shouting her, and you mentioned Raina, just, that she's out here setting rings, being a vet, and that people step up, because I feel like that's what this event has done, is it's inspired people to want to do more because of these horses, and to bring this diversity of horses, diversity of people, and that with all the different backgrounds that the horses and the people have, when they come together, there's also that level of familiarity that we're all kind of have this common denominator, and that you meet someone and you're already a friend because of those kind of shared experiences. So it's been amazing to reflect on it. It was special to have Stuart be involved, because this idea started with him. People like Carolyn Carlson. I'm thrilled that now the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion gets to have the Carolyn Carlson Trophy, and I couldn't think of anyone better to have that. It's, if you're going to name the trophy after someone, that's one that feels right.
Yes, Carolyn has done so much for this organization, and has been our backer from such a, when we talk about TCA and what they saw in the vision and stuff early on, and the same is true of Carolyn. To see something as such a small concept and to say yes, this, and back it wholeheartedly, really takes somebody with vision and dedication, and to have people like Carolyn supporting us is really, we would have not gotten anywhere as quickly as we did without that support. So a lot of credit is due, to her and to TCA that have been around for so long.
Right, TCA from the very beginning, my first year, and just people buying into how special that this could be. Well, this past year has seen you elevate. I never thought you could do more for the makeover, and I say that in the nicest way. And then you said, if you need me to do more, I will do more.
I think I said you had to force me to get on the live stream, because I will be the first one to get down there and like help pull rails from the arena, but you would need to like physically drag me in front of a camera. And I think, like, sincerely, this might be the first time that I have actually sat down on the live stream and said words.
That's true, yeah. Normally, we kind of get you in the ring or something like that.
Yeah, in passing, like with my hair on fire about something.
But no, I've enjoyed the evolution of the live stream, bringing Ashley on, now having Donna, the crew from Studio 46, all the videos that we play, but taking on the role of executive director. What has it's a very open-ended question, but what has the year been like?
I mean, it's absolutely been an adjustment. We are coming out of, mega makeover year, coming out of COVID, and there's all of the just kind of like environmental factors of that. Our team took on a complete website overhaul, which was a huge project that took us, 8, 10, 12 months to really bring to fruition, and then starting to go places again. We hadn't been to Land Rover since 2019. We were supposed to go to Equine Affair in 2019, and all of those things had been on hold. So all of a sudden it was like, leadership change, big, huge project, we're traveling again. So it's been a really busy year. So it's a little bit of a reprieve to have not a double makeover and not have to do this again tomorrow.
So you go home and sleep for a month, right? No, I know the answer to that already.
It's definitely been an adjustment, but I think the fact that I feel comfortable enough to sit here and talk to you for 15 minutes is a testament to how our team has stepped up and grown this year too. Not just me, but everybody else that works at RRP has had to adjust and juggle their workload and their responsibilities, because I couldn't take on all of the responsibilities of executive director without getting some stuff off of my plate. So again, just big shout out to our staff for really bringing home like a heck of a year. We really accomplished a lot this year, and they should be really proud of themselves, and everybody else here should be proud of them too, for what it's worth.
Well, we're seeing the fruits of the labor. Thank you, Kirsten, and can we all show some love to the team from Retired Racehorse Project for what they've been able to impact for the thoroughbred breed. Thank you, Kirsten. And one of the organizations that came on from the very beginning for our next discipline, the United States Polo Association, and they produced a wonderful video about the sport of polo to get us set for the next discipline. Polo is one of the oldest team sports in the world, originating in Persia 2,000 years ago. Justin Powers, the director of polo development for the United States Polo Association, explains more about the sport.
Traditionally, it was a training method for cavalry officers and military personnel, and the sport kind of spread across the globe through the colonialization of the British Empire.
It's estimated that approximately 40% of polo ponies are thoroughbreds. At the Thoroughbred Makeover, horses and riders in the polo discipline perform a polo agility pattern and stick and ball work.
You'll see a lot of movements from different disciplines, working ranch, some Western movements, a couple dressage movements, flying lead changes, things like that. We utilize English tack, but there's a lot of Western roots in polo, especially in the U.S. down the Cowboys in Texas.
Then in the finals, there's also a 3-on-3 chucker.
We had told the participants the nice, easy green horse chucker, but the competitive nature is, I think, taking over.
And I think they're responding to the crowd as well. Buckshot looking to win it at the end. He's got a good chance going towards goal. Oh, it's just wide off the post. He'll try and rebound it. And he hits it high and in. 3 seconds, 2 and 1, and there it is. The blue team wins the inaugural chucker at the Thoroughbred Makeover. We're underway with the polo finale, sponsored by the United States Polo Association, and delegate from USPA, Neil Agate, now joins me to commentate. And Neil, we're starting with number 141, Buffalo Dancer, ridden by Benjamin Lynch, who's from your part of the country.
He is. Ben now lives in Lexington, but is originally from Maryland. And we saw Buffalo Dancer put on a really good show the other day in the intermediaries.
And so what are we looking at here? What is being tested? Because it takes years to develop.
It does. And having a horse go out and play competitive polo in 9 months is pretty unheard of. So what we start out with is a lot of flat work. So you'll see a lot of turns, circles, figure of eights, leads changes, rollbacks. There's a set of about 12 different things that need to be done in this workout. You'll see a rollback to the right.
Ben won the polo last year for the class of 2021 with Ramses.
Well done. Nice run. So we're in the intermediaries, the first rounds, we do the flat work like that and then a stick and ball, but we've substituted the individual stick and ball sessions with a little demonstration polo match to show how the players play as teams, and so we'll see that after each of the competitors have gone through.
That always gets the crowd going, the chucker, which we saw a little bit of the highlights on the video. Buffalo Dancer was rehomed by New Vocations Racehorse Adoption Program, and now we have our next pair, and this is number 129, Big Kiss Bodie, and Big Kiss Bodie is competing with the Bushwood Polo team from Johnstown, Ohio, and is being ridden by Mary Wright. The Bushwood Polo team will have another horse in Anna 1, Anna 2 a little bit later.
And Big Kiss Bodie also did very well in the intermediaries.
She's unraced, a young filly, 4 years old, and that's what I was told. When you're looking for your polo prospect off the track, what are some of the kind of checklist items that you're looking towards?
Well, traditionally, at least by reputation, everyone is looking for the short mares, which is why why polo players are popular around the track, because we seem to be often the only ones looking at those. But this horse, along with Anna 1, Anna 2, is actually owned by a professional polo player named Chris Campson, and Chris is well known for getting great horses off the track. We've been trying to get him to participate, and we're hoping he'll participate next year, but he's at least got his team here, which is great. And you can see the work that Mary's doing along the boards, the walls, which is, as any of you who saw the masterclass yesterday, Jorge Vasquez did a great job of explaining how to get the horses more supple and turn with their hinds a lot when you work against the wall, which is what you saw Mary doing. Beautiful stop there and a nice roll back.
The presentation of these horses, the tack of these horses also looks very different from the disciplines that we've seen.
It does, it does. We tend to, because we are doing a lot of really quick stopping and starting and turning, we probably put a little bit more hardware and more reins at least, and that benefits the horse in that we don't have to rely on one aid or another. We've got multiple things, and that tends to make the horses a little more supple as they work.
So the tack for Polo is generally what type of tack are we looking at?
I was just looking. I couldn't see it from real, but I can see it on the live stream. So it looks like she's got draw reins there with just maybe a double snaffle she's using there. And but one of the big differences is that we do neck rein, and that's another thing that's tough to get the horses used to, and we have to work a lot with. And you can see Mary's doing this very well with the neck reining. As the horses are so used to indirect reining direct reining in racing, and teaching them to that is a bit of a challenge. I'm not sure. We use a lot of draw reins, which I know is often not the most popular thing, but it certainly helps keep the horses compact. We want them to be compact so they can turn very quickly, and that helps get them used to the balance as well as us used to the balance.
And also looking at this horse, is the roach mane a traditional?
Oh yes, sorry. The roach mane is basically so we don't get we're doing so much with changing hands with the reins, holding the mallet, that it stops things getting in the way. And I often, as a polo announcer, get the question of why do we cut off the tails, and we don't actually cut off the tails. Those are braided, and that's because when you're swinging a mallet, if the horse's tails are not tied up, then you get the mallet gets caught in them, and I know from personal experience it kills your shoulder, and it probably tickles the horses a little bit too, so we do that as well.
Now we have number 352, and this is Poacher, ridden by John Van Shake from nearby in Versailles, Kentucky, and this is another young horse, 4-year-old Bay Gelding, was well regarded, being purchased as a weanling in 2019 for $155,000 at Keeneland, son of Candy Ride, out of a Smart Strike dam, and was last training at the famous Calumet Farm Training Center.
And this is John's first time here at the Makeover, and he's done really well again in the earlier rounds, and actually won the top amateur in polo yesterday. A nice quick stop there and a well-balanced turn.
Looking at the foundation that these horses get, Neil, it seems like if you could get a polo pony and you could transition them to plenty of other sports as well. You're using a lot of the same foundational principles.
You are, and one of the keys, and the few times I've competed in the Makeover, it hasn't always worked out as well, is the mentality, the calmness of the horse. There was a couple of horses in the masterclass yesterday that I knew walking in were going to be good because they would just seem so chill. And this one also definitely had that kind of chill, been there, done that look to him, which is one of the things we look for.
John's been retraining off-track thoroughbreds for polo since he was 19. He's now 62, and he says his love of horses and travel has taken him from his hometown in Santa Barbara, California. He was born and raised, to Montana, Australia, New Zealand, all over the United States, and now he's settled into Kentucky.
I was talking to John and his wife yesterday, and they were saying, how come it took them so long to discover the Makeover? And they said they didn't even know about it until last year when his wife saw about it and said, you should do that. And he said, yep, I'm going to do that. So we're very glad to have him here, as I say, from just up the road.
And that is number 352, Poacher, and John Van Schaik.
And next up we have Anna 1, Anna 2, which is the second half of the team here. I'm going to wait before I've written down who's going to ride him, but I'm going to wait.
So we got word that, yeah,
because I think
it's
Miguel,
Esteban Matuz who's going to be
Esteban's
riding.
riding.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, two teams from the Bushwood Polo, two
horses,
from the Bushwood Polo team making the finale in this one, Anna 1, Anna 2. 4-year-old chestnut filly. You did mention, the kind of more compact and the fillies. Why for the height and why for the gender?
So again, a kind of a common response to that is for the gender is the mares are more aggressive, which I had people dispute with me, but I've certainly found that. And for the size is really just because there is so much stopping and turning and quick starts, and especially the turning at the smaller horses, the more compact horses seem to turn more effectively, as you see Esteban just did with Anna 1, Anna 2. This horse did exceptionally well in the preliminary round, and as you can see, so we start out doing all these things at a slower pace, and as the training progresses, we're able to sort of crank up the speed a little bit. In polo, a lot of these things are being done at almost a flat-out gallop. But it is necessary to start them slow so that they can build a base for it and not get freaked out at going at speed. But you can see we've got a little bit faster speed here as Esteban makes a nice stop and a rollback there.
When was your first year with the makeover?
I did the very first one, 2015. I had been working with RRP to get the polo discipline included in the makeover, and we were getting a little bit frustrated about not being able to get as many people as we liked. And the aforementioned Justin Powers, who was on the video earlier, came to me and said, "Well, why don't you do it? And I'll help you find a horse." And I said, "Well, okay, we'll see how it goes." And I've competed 4 times, which has been a great experience. The other thing we do as we progress with the training is the smaller circles. As you can see, Esteban's doing some really tight circles and beautiful lead changes here. We'll see when we get to the polo match, the little demonstration match we do, why all of these moves are so important. The quick turns as the ball turns direction or gets hit in a different direction, you need to be able to stop, turn, and accelerate quickly to catch up to it to be competitive.
So a keen Anna 1, Anna 2. Chestnut filly exiting the ring. And we'll bring in another 4-year-old horse next. And this is Uray, who is owned and trained by Courtney Asdurian, who's a former Thoroughbred Makeover Champion in herself in 2018 with Tanya's Pride, and being catch-ridden by Buckshot, veteran of the Thoroughbred Makeover, who won in 2019 with Great Reward and won in 2016 with Strong Angel.
So we got some very good polo pedigree here with three times winners in the polo division here represented on this horse, who also did very nicely in the preliminary, obviously, to make it to the finale.
New York bred that ran twice at Finger Lakes in 2021 as a 3-year-old. University of Kentucky graduate and polo national champion with the Wildcats in 2011. And
that's Courtney, right?
That's Courtney, yeah. But Buck also, I think he's a graduate of Kentucky, yeah.
I should know that, but sorry.
Yeah, we've had multiple generations of the Schott family in the Thoroughbred Makeover.
We have. Trey and Buck have been standards of the makeover. We've had a few families that have done well, and this year we've Trey and Buck are the only ones still participating, so we'll hope to get those numbers back up. As you see how smoothly this horse is going, this is another one that just has that chill look to it, kind of been there, done that type of thing, which is one of the differences between thoroughbreds and some of the other horses is because their life at the track is so hectic that the ones that chill really chill out well and turn into great polo prospects. And you can see Buck's barely touching the reins on this one's mouth and just lightly neck reining it. And again, that's also something that as we train them, we want to start out really lightly. Sometimes when you get into the action in a game, you kind of maybe a little more aggressive, but we want to just sort of keep those things for the emergencies and get them have a good foundation on the turns and the stops. And nice roll back there.
And after the tests on the flat, we'll have the chucker, and the horses will also be evaluated for their performance in the chucker to determine the winners. How long does the chucker go? I think 7 minutes?
Usually it's between 6.5 and 7 minutes.
Okay, we can put the time up on the clock here when the time comes. So 3-on-3 chucker.
3-on-3, yeah.
We had the 6th place finisher in preliminaries in Hardison, who's ridden by Sarah Lynch.
Whose brother Ben is also playing, so we do have a family competing. Hardison was a beautiful one. Being about 6'4" myself, when I saw a 16-hand horse being played for polo, I'm like, oh, I like that one. So.
It's a Hoover type as well.
Yeah, I do, but it's hard to find that type. But.
Well, let's see if we can get information about how we're going to
divide
the teams up.
As a polo announcer, this is the polo announcer's nightmare, is a team being put together on the fly, and someone told me, and they're all going to be wearing different colored jerseys, so they'll have enough trouble working out who's doing what, but we'll see if we can.
Well, we'll give them some time to get practiced with the mallets and the working with the ball, and we'll see if we can get the goals set up. It looks like we have some orange cones set up at the end of the ring, and we'll watch them warm up. I'm going to check in and see if we can find out how we're going to divide the teams up. Do you know how we're dividing the teams up?
Looks like we got blue and non-blue. Oh, no.
Awesome, thanks. So we have the...
We were discussing if anyone was going to hit the big screen. So let's try not to break the big screen with the balls, please. A couple of players earlier were talking about how whenever they play in an indoor arena, they always seem to hit the roof. And I don't think they'll hit the roof today, but... So I'm trying to see, we definitely have an all blue team, and then we have a partially blue team, so.
So yeah, the blue team, it looks like we have Esteban Matuz and Anna 1, Anna 2, Mary Wright and Big Kiss Bodie, and John Van Shake and Poacher. And then we have the non-blue team, and I think we're going to go 2-on-3 for the non-blue team. And the non-blue team will have Buffalo Dancer and Ben Lynch, and then Uray and Buckshot.
Okay, Buck and Ben. Okay.
Although, yeah, we'll go blue, and then John is in the green.
So normally we'd have a mounted umpire who would bowl the ball in at the middle of the field, but at the middle of the arena. But this time we'll probably have one of the teams hit off. One of the, as you can imagine, with, well, in this case 5, but usually 6, or if you're out in a field, 8 players flat out gallop all different directions. We need some ground rules, and one of the main ground rules for the safety of the horse and the rider is what we call the line of the ball. So once the ball's struck, it establishes a line both in front and behind, and players can't cut in at a dangerous angle. So often you might see a ball come near a player, and you might see they don't go after it. That's because they'd have to cut across the line at a dangerous angle in order to hit the ball. So that's kind of one of the key concepts of polo, is the line of the ball, and I'll try and point that out as we go through.
All right, so I think everyone's warmed up. And Neil, I'll let you take the lead commentating the match. I'm excited to watch and enjoy.
And some of these horses, well, I won't say some, but I'll tell you the 2 times that I've done this, my horse had never been in a stick and ball, an actual chukker before. One time it worked out really well, and I ended up buying the horse, and the second time it didn't work out as well. So, as we say, these are very young horses, and if you ask most trainers how long it takes before a polo pony is ready to play in any type of serious polo, most people will play it, say, at least a year, and sometimes up to 2, and sometimes even more. So this is very early stages for these horses, and we want to be very mindful of that, and all the players want to be mindful. I suspect that's why it looks like Sarah decided that her horse maybe wasn't ready for this, so she very wisely pulled out, because that's always the safest thing to do to preserve the longevity of the horse and make sure you don't kind of mess it up before you start.
Yeah, make it a positive experience.
Yep.
All right,
So
7 minutes on the clock. Here we go.
Yep, Ben brings it in. He hits it up. You see a couple of players leave it. John taps it a couple of times and leaves it for Ben behind. And Ben just still staying on that line, and then he gets it picked off by Esteban. Esteban comes in nicely. Sometimes you'll say, oh, I was going to say he might bounce it off the wall, but he actually hit it straight up and passed it up to Mary. Mary, I think, got a shot at goal, but it went off to the side, and now Esteban's going to get it. And I think that was John with a nice defensive play and kept it out, kept it away from the back lines, and brings it back out, and then just lofts it up the arena. Oh, we do have a concept of a two-point goal. If he had hit that, if you hit it from past the middle of the field, you get 2 points, but didn't quite make that. Oh, Esteban, see, again, probably an early time for that horse. May have stick and balled, but hasn't been used to having the other horses ride around it and come straight at it, and those are tough things, but that's a very smart. Was Esteban just checked his pony up and waited for the other players to go by him as he hits it up. He's got his teammates out in front of him, and Ben with a nice little neck shot. That's a nice little finesse shot, trying to tap it away. Unfortunately for him, Esteban's able to turn it round and get back to it. And John taps it up to Mary. Mary hits it a couple of times and has to leave it, and that might have been called as a foul in a regular thing, as you may have noticed a horse cut across at an angle, but it is a game of inches, and sometimes that's safe, as Ben waits for the ball to bounce off the wall and then cuts it in towards the center, and Esteban's right there and picks it up, but Ben's right. Oh, Ben with another one of those nice little neck shots, shoots it towards the goal. I can't see where the goals are, but I'm sure they know where they are, so that one looks like it bounced off, and Mary picks it up off the side wall.
They're the orange. You see the orange cones on that side under Achieve Equine and after the finish line. And then
gotcha. Yes.
Yep,
sorry.
there they are.
Caught back on the. Yep. So one of the things you'll notice with polo is all polo players are rated between either -2 and 10 goals, and that allows us to do some interesting things. We all see that there's men and women playing together out there, but also it allows amateurs and professionals and adults and children to play. So it's a great family game. the number of families as we see a goal scored there. And Esteban's going to bring it back in. It bounces off the pony and goes back behind. That's another thing to teach the horses is sometimes they'll kick the ball and they freak out having kicked the ball, but that's something that they learn in the arena ball, which is a much lighter ball. As Buck has a nice back shot, Ben almost reaching out to get it, but it gets picked up by Esteban. And tapping it down and in the goal for another goal.
So where are we at, 1-1?
I want to see, yes. Didn't notice if they switched goals, but we don't usually switch goals in the arena. So in outdoor field polo, after every goal, we switch goals so the teams alternate. But in this case, we're keeping it steady as Ben brings it down the boards, and then it gets backed up again by Esteban. Oh, Mary with a nice, I don't know if you saw how quickly Mary's horse turned on that when that change of direction as John picks it up. John with that nice smooth canter as the pony guffs. He'll see if he can tap a goal in, and he does. Beautifully scored to take it to 2-1 with about 3 minutes left in this chukker. This ball, as I mentioned, is almost like a little soccer ball. It's an inflatable ball about the size of a softball, and that's what we use in arena polo, and you see that gets lofted out of the arena there. In field polo, which is played on a field the size of 9 football fields, we use a hard wooden ball, which is about the size of a baseball. If you ever play Trivial Pursuit, if people still play Trivial Pursuit, the answer to the sport played on the largest field is polo. It's as we get another score there to make the score 3-1. Polo is played on a field 300 yards by 150 yards in the full field polo. This is what we call arena polo, which is a 100-yard arena. As Esteban again nicely stops and turns, and one of if this were a full competition, you'd probably and working on made horses that have played a lot, you'd see these players would probably be stopping and turning very quickly. But for this level and for the level of these horses, the sort of under a year's worth of training, the players are being really good about gently stopping the horses. It may look like they're sudden, but they're lightly pulling them up and leaving the ball when otherwise they might pull the horse to a stop more quickly. And that's a nice defensive play as Esteban hooks Buck. And that's one of the few defensive plays you can play when you're behind the player, is to actually put your mallet in front of their mallet as they swing and stop them from swinging. That's called hooking. And Esteban comes out. Also, you'll notice that all polo players have to hold the mallet in the right hand. So the most common side shots are offside shots, but if sometimes they'll switch either to get away from a teammate, or if the ball is on that side and hit it on the near side, which is the tougher shot because you're playing the mallet across the horse. Oh, another beautiful goal there. I've lost track. Is that 4-1?
4-1.
4-1, okay. As Ben and then Buck pick it up and tapping it along. Mary tries a back shot but couldn't quite connect, and Buck comes in, and Esteban tried to hook him there, but now it takes it to 4-2 with about 30 seconds remaining in this exhibition chukker. Esteban brings it back in, lofts it up the arena, and Buck hooks John, and they both leave it, and Esteban follows up to tap it up. A little bit of teamwork there. The motto, if you will, as you're playing is man and then ball. So take the person out and then leave the ball for another teammate. I think that one, not sure if that one went in, but we're not really counting. So we'll let Buck bring it back in. Oh,
last
and Buck,
rally
there
shot
he goes.
at the buzzer.
Oh, and he was trying for a 2-pointer. I don't think we've had a 2-pointer scored in the makeover exhibition game. That will end our chukker. Thank you all very much. That was a wonderful exhibition. Let's give them a big round of applause. and give their ponies a big round of applause. I suspect, and I should have checked earlier, but I suspect a few of those have never played in an actual chukker, so well done, lady and gentlemen.
And the sportsmanship is...
that's a key, yep.
Key to polo.
You need that because, as I say, you're riding these horses around at speeds. Often things happen, but it's great. Thank you all. Mary, Buck, John, Esteban, and Ben, thank you all. Well played, everyone. So we'll let them go off. We'll get the judges to tally up the scores, and we'll have the results of Polo division in just a few minutes.
And tell us about our judges, Neil. Very well-regarded judges in the polo world.
Local and well-regarded. Yeah, Nick Rennekamp has been, well, I've heard Nick's name for many years. Nick has had a very successful operation taking polo ponies off the track and used to have a polo pony auction here in Lexington for many years. And Megan, I believe, played on the UK polo team. I'm looking to see, but she's focused on stuff. Is another local player, very highly rated female player. So women have two options in playing, and they can, as most of them do, play in the mixed game, where, as I mentioned before, we have men, women, amateurs, professionals, and adults and children playing. But Megan also plays in women's polo, which is the fastest growing aspect of polo. Women members are the fastest growing part of the U.S. Polo Association, and the women's polo competitions have been just phenomenal in the last probably 5 years. They've really taken on a life of their own and very exciting to watch. I shouldn't say this, but I've always thought the women ride better, and I know many more men who have started playing polo before they've learned to ride, which can sometimes show on the polo field. So.
Well, thank you, Neil, for joining us. We'll keep you here for the award ceremony as well. And we have been through 5 disciplines so far, thinking back to the morning with eventing won by She's a Bold One, ridden by Jenna Denver. Then show jumping, Prince of New York, won by Chris Bennings. Show hunters, won by Racing Ace and Amanda Gomez. Field hunters went to Mike and Cameron Sadler. Dressage to Holly Zekin, riding Buckeye Warrior, and we will have the polo results coming up shortly.
And while we wait for that, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the U.S. Polo Association for sponsoring polo and for being a big supporter of RRP right since the very beginning. And we want to thank Ali Davidge, who is our polo steward, runs the II, the Intercollegiate Interscholastic Polo Program for the U.S. Polo Association. I know is very active in this area with a number of teams, including UK and a couple of others. And she does a great job with the college programs. So we want to thank Ali and the USPA for sponsoring the Polo Division.
Thank you to the United States Polo Association. While scores are being tabulated, we'll draw your attention to the big screens and learn about some of the other organizations partnering with the Retired Racehorse Project.
So my Cowboy Magic moment came my very first time going to Rolex, Kentucky. Having gone to watch as a kid and many times throughout my development, the first time that I crossed that finish line in show jumping, I knew at that point that I belonged there. And as you're going around the course, it just feels like you have this wave of sound that follows you. And I found an absolute ton of confidence. It was a defining moment.
I want an athlete. I want a competitor. I want a partner. I want a companion. I want a project. I want to learn. I want to be a safety net. I want to see him succeed. I want his history and his future. I want a thoroughbred. Adopt potential and write your own success story at newvocations.org.
Look who's on dog cam.
Goat cam.
We saw that goat earlier. That was the goat that was at the stall of Rob and Hannah, who rode a Thero. And I think, is that a duck?
Yeah, there were 2 ducks in one of them. Yeah. Remember that from the stall judging competition.
There's a couple happy puppies.
But really, for dog cam, they should put the camera on the dogs. Then we could see what...
Oh, see, have the dogs film us. The dog cam sponsored by Omega Alpha, effective supplements through science.
There you go.
There they are. Want to make sure to thank everyone who's been part of Fund a Need that is so instrumental to putting on this retired racehorse project, Thoroughbred Makeover. All those who participated in the auction. I believe is just ended or coming to an end. And you can text to donate to the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover, texting TBM2022 to the number 4432.
While we've got a pause, I wanted to extend my thanks to the whole RRP team. I was honored to meet Stuart Pittman almost 10 years ago, and he dragged me into this, and it's been a great ride. In fact, I texted him right before I came on here to say how much Jonathan and Kirsten were saying nice things about him, and he wanted me to assure everyone he'll be back next year. He's tied up with some political stuff with a campaign back in Maryland, so couldn't make it this year, but Stuart will be back with us next year.
While we await the results of Polo, we can also recognize the winners at the Jockey Club Thoroughbred Incentive Program Championships taking place concurrently here at the Kentucky Horse Park. We have the top 10 for Western Dressage. In 10th, number 797, Catherine Armstrong. In 9th, number 748, Laura Wood. In 8th, number 806, Jacqueline Johnson. 7th, number 769, Hunter Halp. 6th, number 712, Kara Hertz. In 5th, number 736, Brianna Blackmore. 4th place, 741, Kristen Brennan. And also riding a second test for 3rd place, number 741, Kristen Brennan. In 2nd place, number 745, Cedar Potts Warner. And in 1st place in Western Dressage, number 719, Holly Zekin, who also won the dressage discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover a little bit earlier. And then the results for the tip championships for trail in hand. 8th place was number 727, Summer Cook, riding Sunset Beach. In 7th, number 734, Monique Cameron and Wally Kay. In 6th, number 770, Chandra Allen and Stolen Glance. In 5th, number 749, Alyssa Turnquist and Dance with Bodie. In 4th, number 802, Kaylee Ann Loans and Petite Amy. In 3rd, number 706, Haley Kenevan and Lil B. Quick. In 2nd, number 775, Sarah Lloyd and World Candy. And in 1st, number 733, Monique Cameron and Supreme Irene. And this pair will be competing in the next discipline, the freestyle discipline, coming up after the Polo Awards are pinned. while we await the results of the Polo division sponsored by the United States Polo Association, the chance to look at some of the horses that are for sale, part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace. And now we can recognize the top finishers in Polo. We'll wait till they come back into the ring to announce the results. We do know who was in 6th place from the preliminaries, and that was number 240 Hardison, ridden by Sarah Lynch.
If the Polo players can come on in, back in the arena in the order you're called, that would be great.
So they're pinning the ribbons, and we'll bring the Polo horses back in, and we'll recognize the top 5. Here they come. 5th place, number 141, Buffalo Dancer, ridden by Ben Lynch. In 4th place, number 129, Big Kiss Bodie, for the Bushwood Polo team, ridden by Mary Wright. 3rd place, number 352, Poacher, and John Van Schaik. In 2nd place, number 476, Uray, ridden by Buckshot. And the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover Champion for Polo, sponsored by the United States Polo Association. Congratulations to number 111, Anna 1, Anna 2, for the Bushwood Polo team, ridden by Esteban Matus. And we were all treated to the great spectacle of the chucker, and now we'll see them do a victory lap here inside the TCA Covered Arena. So that's Polo, sponsored by the United States Polo Association. And coming up next will be Freestyle, sponsored by New Start. And we have a horse to tell you about in another video showing on the big screen as the arena is being dragged and getting set for freestyle. And it's the story of Castlebound, who had such an amazing racing career, winning the West Virginia Breeders' Classic as a 68-1 long shot in 2019. And he was ridden at the makeover by Michelle Knobloch, who's also a race trainer, trained him at the end of his racing career and for the start of his sport horse career. Here's Castlebound. It's October 12th, 2022, 3 years to the date that this horse, Castlebound, won the West Virginia Breeders' Classic Stakes as a 68-1 long shot at Charlestown Racecourse.
Castlebound works off of the rail, then comes Awesome Faith, a furlong from home, Opera Night still there, Buff's Eye View, North Atlantic, and down the center, Castlebound, Opera Night still in front. Here comes Castlebound with one final surge. Castlebound gonna get up. Castlebound springs a 60-1 shocker in the Classic.
And I'm here with Michelle Knobloch, and Michelle is showing Castlebound at the Thoroughbred Makeover this year in freestyle. How did you come to get this horse?
I actually was watching him for a long time, specifically for this event. And of course, because he was a horse of his quality, there was never a chance for me to claim him or purchase him privately. And I got lucky enough last year to come to the makeover and sell my makeover horse. And when I got back, I saw him in a claiming race. So I claimed him at Charlestown for this event specifically.
You're a racehorse trainer and owner, but you didn't retire him right away.
Well, when I wanted him, I wasn't a racehorse trainer anymore. But when COVID hit, they had laid me off. So I started just kind of playing around with racing again. And so when I claimed him, I was a racehorse trainer again.
So he brought you back to the races then?
He was one of them, not the first, but one of them.
And what was it like working with him from the start? Well, it looks like he's a very outgoing horse.
He is a very outgoing horse. He's very opinionated. He likes his people, and of course he likes a lot of attention. And you know, he's had quite a few caregivers in his life that have loved him as much as me, and so he's just quite a character, and he's got a great personality.
You decided to race him during the winter time. Was that the original plan?
I wasn't really sure. I thought that I was going to retire him. It concerned me with his age and his amount of starts and where we were at with the weather, that he wouldn't retire well on the farm. And so we did try it for just a brief amount of time, and he didn't like the farm life. So I got to thinking, man, it would be really cool if I could take him to the makeover and I want to race with him, and I was his last trainer. So
Well,
that's
yeah.
when I decided to run him.
He started racing in 2015. He won his debut. So after 50 starts, I mean, you don't race that much if you don't enjoy it. So he definitely enjoyed it, and he
Loved it.
And he still did quite well at 9 years old.
He did great.
Winning a race in January of 2022. His last race came in May.
Owens Way begins to draw away. Down the center, Castlebound trying to get to him. It's Owens Way. Here comes Castlebound. Castlebound closing in on Owens Way. Castlebound runs him down at 30-1.
Were you starting your makeover training with him while you were still race training him?
No, I wasn't. Actually, his last race was scheduled to be the night that he won for me, and the jockey talked me into really wanting to run him again. He said he doesn't want to stop yet. He doesn't want to stop yet. So in May, when I retired him, I once again tried the farm life with him and to start him over, and he did not do well at the farm. And so I started using him as a lead pony in the morning. And he actually he worked the day before we left. He worked as a lead pony at the racetrack.
That's fantastic. How has the training gone for your freestyle routine?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's great. It's riding and loving being here. That's what this is. So
well,
we're gonna have a lot of fun. And
that's what it's about. And after this, will he go back to the track to be your lead pony?
I think that's his plan. And my plan.
I think he just nodded. Yes. Well, thank you. This is really a cool horse. What a successful racehorse. Loved being on the track, and to now be with you who can have him at the track, take him off the track, take him to the horse park. He's got a great life ahead of him.
Thank you so much.
I really enjoyed the chance to hear Michelle's story and Castlebound as well, and that horse I felt like embodied what I like to see in a thoroughbred. He just loves racing.
He loves it. He's not happy just sitting around. There's a lot of horses that work really hard and really love their pasture time, and then there's horses like Castlebound who really loves their racing job, and then when they finish, they kind of don't have a purpose yet, so they really want to get back and keep doing the job.
Don, he retired as a 10-year-old.
Yeah, I think Castlebound likes to be with the people. He would be like a little chihuahua. You have chihuahuas. He'd just be like, okay, wherever you go, I want to go there. So if I can't be a racehorse, then can I pony the horse to the starting gate? And if you're going to go to a show, can I go with you? I'd like to try that. So I think he's just a real social animal.
He met us, and he just thought that we were his best friends already. I also think he thought that we're supposed to give him treats.
Well, you probably are supposed to.
Yes.
I mean, at this age, he probably, is used to that, and he deserves it.
And watching the replays of those races he won, he had that. We talked about, some of the horses that we've seen, they got to the back of the pack and they said, all right, you guys go ahead. He was not a you guys go ahead type horse. He was running horses down in that short straightaway at Charlestown and was really at the top of the West Virginia State Bred program. And he always had that a little bit extra in there, winning at odds of 68-1, 30-1, one of those kind of don't count me out horses.
Yeah, and he's the kind of horse who you never know when you can count him in, though, either, right? So you can't necessarily cash that big ticket on him, but he sits back there and lets those young ones go for a while, and then when it's his day, he's like, you know what, not today. I'm going to come catch you.
Well, a horse who also was good at running down the very best, who absolutely loved the attention, who's drawn so much attention here at the Thoroughbred Makeover. Now's a chance to tell you all the story about the great Whitmore. On the racetrack, Whitmore never shied away from the spotlight or from a challenge.
They're all in line. They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
As a 3-year-old in 2016, he was part of the field for the Kentucky Derby won by Nyquist.
Victor Espinosa is down on the rail with Whitmore. They're 4.5 lengths off the lead. And Nyquist is still unbeaten. He has won the Kentucky Derby.
Then,
they're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
In 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, he ran in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. coming through with the win in 2020 at Keeneland in an 18-1 upset at the age of 7. It was the first Breeders' Cup victory for his trainer, Ron Moquette.
They arrive into the final furlong. Empire of Gold. Here's Whitmore running after him on the outside. Whitmore has taken the lead. CZ Rocket on the outside up into second lane, but the old man's gonna do it. It's Whitmore in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He won it by about 5 in the end.
So, when Whitmore retired in August 2021, after 43 races, 15 wins, 7 in graded stakes, and $4.5 million in career earnings, it made sense that the chestnut gelding and his connections wouldn't shy away from the spotlight or from a challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, an Oak Lawn legend, the one, the only, Whitmore.
Whitmore was back at Oaklawn Park in Arkansas on March 19, 2022, to lead the post parade for the Whitmore Stakes, named in his honor, a race he won 4 times from 2017 to 2020 when it was known as the Hot Springs Stakes. There's a wonderful documentary that just came out, produced by Oaklawn Park, where Whitmore had some of his greatest successes, and it tells the story of this wonderful horse. Just the name alone, Whitmore, learning that it was from Wilbur Whitmore,
Yes.
who was a multi-sport star.
Okay.
So you probably knew right away that this horse was going to do multiple sports, right?
Yeah, well, I was hoping that we could just get him to just turn left around the racetrack when we first started with him, but as he got older, he got a little easier to deal with, and then he's a gelding. We're going to have another plan, so we decided to try another tactic here.
Well, this is Laura Moquette, and even just turning left wasn't exactly the easiest thing to get him to do, right?
Not at all. Or straight, or to the right. Any of the directions was difficult.
So, yeah, I mean, knowing him from the very beginning, what was his temperament like? Because you got to be on his back.
Very violent and defensive.
Okay.
And it was fearful, but then aggressive to like defend himself. So it was an interesting challenge.
How did you then get him to be able to do the things he do in the sense of a really talented athlete is never going to be easy.
Right.
But what were some of the techniques on the track that then got him to be like, yep, we're going to go do that?
Well, he stayed with the pony for probably 60 days attached to the pony. And then all we worked on was just going forward when I asked and to let him figure out what I was asking. Because as soon as you'd ask him to go forward, he'd have, a list of 30 things that he would do to make you quit. Because if a previous rider, maybe when he was younger, he was 2 when we got him, maybe if he did all of his wheeling, rearing, bucking, you stop asking him to go forward and you hang on to not fall off, then he was like, okay, that's what I'm going to do. So I had to wait through all of that, still ask him to go forward while he was doing all of that until he took 1 step forward, then relax. And then he was like, okay. So then he went through 29 things before he tried to step forward, then 25, then 20, then all the way down to like that was his first answer. But it took a long time to get when you just asked him to walk forward to that be his answer. And then you could trot, then you could gallop.
So forward is the answer.
Yeah, always.
And now we'll fast forward, and the fast forward takes us through 4 Breeders' Cups, 2020 Breeders' Cup Sprint win, Eclipse Award champion male. All right, time to just kind of rest on. No, not exactly. No. What?
He doesn't rest well, as you can tell. He's a guy that needs a job all the time.
So, what job did you give him when it was like, all right, racing is done? What plan did you put in place?
Well, he had to recover from his surgery when he got injured. And then he came down to Oaklawn Park last December 15th was about the time where we could theoretically start working him. And we were just so busy that I couldn't really do much with him except just work in the round pen. Okay, goodness. And, I think this is the candy, Ray.
This is what?
Yeah, Ray fed him a few candies earlier. I think he's begging.
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's not a big deal.
But so you were working him on the track for off the track, essentially. You started working with him back at Oaklawn last December?
Well, I didn't really have much time. I might have worked him on the ground in the round pen maybe a few times and took him for a couple rides. but I didn't really have time to start him until he got up here, which I couldn't ship him up here till after Derby. So it was like end of May, beginning of June. Well, no, I think it was middle of May when we got here, before we actually started, being able to get on him and ride him.
And how has it gone?
Actually, doesn't look like it right now, but he's been really cool and quiet.
No, to be fair, and we'll kind of wrap up with this message.
You're so
the
bad.
really good ones, they have a lot in there, and it's awesome to be able to see. All right, this is Whitmore, and
he knows he's here, and everybody wants to see him, and he's just showing off like crazy all day.
The good ones do that. Well, we look forward to seeing you show off this week at the Thoroughbred Makeover, and best
We're gonna
wishes.
stay at a walk. That's what I keep telling him. We're walking only.
But walking forward at least.
Yes, forward and walking. I swear he knows the camera's on him. He like looked over at you.
Yeah, I saw.
He did that at the track all the time. There'd be people on the outside rail, and he'd like make eye contact and he'd by.
He's like, I see you.
Here's my good angle.
Yeah.
So we just had Polo, and now we're going to have Freestyle. And as we await our first competitor, and during the setup, Donna, you gave us some cool insight earlier into Whitmore's next task ahead of him.
Yeah, first of all, at the end of that video, the boy that you saw on him is a 7-year-old boy who he's the son of one of Laura's best friends, and they were going to go trail riding that day, and she brought her son out, so they were like, well, let's put him on Whitmore. I mean, that's how cool he is now. And so Ron and Laura called me up the other day with the idea of, they're both huge proponents for thoroughbred aftercare, and they really sort of help a lot of horsemen in Arkansas to triage their horses into aftercare programs. And Ron thought, what a better way to sort of bring national attention to the fact that these horses are capable of doing something other than racing, and even the horses who've raced at a high level, something other than racing. And so we're going to talk about him on the Breeders' Cup show, and I'm going to ride him, if all things go well in between now and then, to cover the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And it's worth noting that the horse I've been riding in Kentucky for the last several years to cover the Derby and the Breeders' Cup when it's in Kentucky is their stable pony, Sherman. So they're used to what I need from a horse, and Whitmore's going to be my Breeders' Cup Sprint mount.
Your Breeders' Cup Sprint mount, I love it. Here we go with the first Freestyle competitor. They'll have a 5-minute routine, 8 minutes total with the setup and takedown. And introducing number 110, Am I Right, ridden by Rowan Hughes from Bell, Florida. And these routines are to music as well. So whenever they're ready to go, Rowan, you can give us the signal and we'll start playing your music as we look forward to your routine on this 7-year-old chestnut mare. And here they are.
Jonathan, I saw the clock start to count down here as soon as they walked into the arena with the props. So is the 5 minutes including from the moment they walk in with props?
So they have 5 minutes for their routine, and we have a clock here which started and is counting towards 8 minutes, and they have 8 minutes for setup and takedown. And that was just kind of, you can bring in your props, you'll be judged for 5 minutes, but you can't have a whole, crazy, elaborate setup. So it's also a team effort in that they have to get things set up and out of the ring pretty efficiently, because they do penalize if you end up taking longer than the 8 minutes.
I see.
So he's timing the entire 8 minutes. I've got the stopwatch that I started when she raised her hand that starts the 5 minutes within that 8 minutes. And this is a bit different discipline that we've seen so far. So it might, people watching might not know exactly what you're being scored on, because you can almost do whatever you want here, but there are a couple rules, couple guidelines, and what you are judged on is you have compulsory movements. You have to show the walk, trot, and canter, and then it's weighted for showmanship, with degree of difficulty and entertainment value. So it's not just going out. You can go out and show dressage movements, but you want to do something more than just show these movements. So something that's interesting, novel. You'll see a lot of tarps, dragging, different things, and the idea is to show the versatility of the horse, but also the training value and things that you might not see a horse doing on any normal day.
Definitely we'd not see this on any normal day.
Oh, and the last thing that they're judged on is the partnership. So attention, connection, relaxation, communication. So you can have a horse that comes in, is a little nervous, but then how they respond to the rider, how they come down, and how they're able to focus in this environment. Is he going to jump the shark?
Through the shark-infested waters.
A little added there, throwing something up towards a horse can be a little jarring. He even got a little bit nervous, but his feet didn't move.
I don't like it when people throw stuff at me either.
Exactly. So obviously a fair bit of preparation has to go into this. Has to be a lot of desensitization, trust of the horse.
I appreciate that part of the routine involves the horse kind of having to be relaxed, and part of them involves a bit more spirit. And I think it's good to have a range, especially for the breed of horse that shows range.
Yes, and I don't know if that was a planned canter lap or not, but he came down really well. Now he's back to being focused and trying real hard for his rider. And again, this is a different environment. These horses competed these routines in here. There's a lot of people here now, and just sometimes different days you get different outcomes.
I was wondering the same thing. I guess that's the advantage of freestyle, is that you can ad-lib if you need to.
Well, told one of the girls doing the dressage freestyle in the prelims, she goes, well, what if I mess up my routine? So the judges don't know what you're doing.
Good point.
Number 110, Am I Right? Horse that's for sale, part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, ridden by Rowan Hughes. Rowan has competed in 3 previous makeovers in 2018, 2019, and 2021, and just how freestyle gets to showcase a range of skills for these horses. Well, that's what Rowan does. She rides in barrel racing, rode this horse in barrel racing as well this weekend, made the finals in barrel racing, so range that this horse can show. And next to go, we will have number 208, and this is Evaluator, ridden by Colleen Nolan from Bedminster, New Jersey, horse that came through the New Vocations Racehorse Adoption Program after retiring in July 2021. Successful racehorse that made more than $375,000, New York bred, and a stakes winner of New York bred stakes races, the 2017 Sleepy Hollow Stakes at Belmont Park in New York. Colleen is ready. Here we go. During the preliminaries, this was one of my favorite routines.
Absolutely. This one hit home for me. My mom was an aerobic dance instructor in the 80s and actually used these songs that she used. So this one hit me kind of hard.
That thong leotard is killing me.
Oh, I love it. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I know what song she's going to use, or she better use. And this horse is so great. I really like how she started at the halt. The music started, and the horses waited. And then it's time to go, and then it's time to get to work. They show really good harmony. At least they did in the prelims, and so far they're looking so good this round.
Those headbands take me back to Jane Fonda, right?
I know, it kills me. I really do enjoy. And that's part of this is thinking. It's not just going out and showing the movements, but there is an entertainment value. So as soon as I saw this, it brought me to a different place. And you are actually getting judged on that. That's what the freestyle is. It's presenting a whole scene, not just going and doing a specific routine that's sterile. It's getting the crowd involved, getting some excitement, doing something a little different that the crowd might not be expecting.
Yeah, entertainment value matters.
Very much so.
And she made the change right on beat. I mean, because if you look at this, I mean, this, if you didn't know based on the outfit or the music, this is a very nice dressage test right now.
Yes, that's one thing I'm a big stickler on. I really like the freestyles. Anytime something's put to music and you have the opportunity to practice it to music, there are certain changes in the music where you have the opportunity to add showmanship by doing those changes to a specific point of the music.
These big circles remind me more of a reining competition than
does,
dressage,
yes.
but with an English saddle.
Yep, and that's totally allowed.
Yep.
It's freestyle.
There's the expression, what do you have up your sleeve? But I'm looking and I think she's got something in her pockets.
Nice side passes.
We're just doing the electric slide.
Oh my
It's
goodness!
not called
How
a
did
side
I not
pass,
get that?
Jonathan, you can go join him?
It's electric.
I think even from the prelims to the finale, they've polished up some of their movements a bit.
I really do like this horse. And my eye is always out there. He does so well with this. I think this one should be out there eventing. It's actually showing some nice lateral movement there. Horse is loose, relaxed, willing.
Well, he was a route horse. Oh, here comes out of her pockets. He was a route horse, Ashley, so that gives you a chance to have your eventer.
Exactly.
Distance. Now she's going to get the crowd on her side by throwing gifts into the crowd.
Evaluator does not care at all. You see on that flag, that's evaluator on that flag.
Clever.
Pink headband and all.
Yes. He seems very proud of it.
It's a very crowd-pleasing routine. And we can show our appreciation for Evaluator and Colleen Nolan. Now, Ashley, we're seeing a whole variety in freestyle. That's what the discipline lends itself to. I think it's probably the hardest discipline to judge.
It is, because there's such a variation. It's not like dressage where you have very set movements that you're looking for. This, one of the things that's heavily weighted is degree of difficulty and entertainment value. You can see that's why they're coming out. And you don't need a ton of props. You're just going out there and getting a different feel from the audience. You get them to laugh. You add value to that, but then you also have to have a horse that you have focus from, that you have their attention, that they're working with you, and that they're relaxed. And then on top of that, there are required movements they've changed where you need to show your horse at the walk, trot, and canter.
Yeah, not just relaxed. I think they need to also look like they are enjoying it. And so it's nice to be relaxed, but it's also nice for them to look like they're having just as much fun as the rider is. That's the intention.
Well, that last routine was quite fun. I think anything within 80s theme is going to play to the crowd. We have our next horse and rider coming into the ring, number 471, White Wedding, who's ridden by Jennifer Pejic from Turner Valley, Alberta, Canada, a horse that was bred in Ontario and raced in Woodbine and made 28 career starts, earned over $80,000, and here they come to start their routine. So in the background is the race call Robert Geller from Woodbine, the announcer. And I do appreciate when the freestyle routines embrace the racing background of their horses.
I was sort of hoping we'd get some Billy Idol White Wedding in here.
Yeah, I saw this in the prelims. I was like, maybe they'll end with that. Doesn't seem like he has that Billy Idol edge, though.
No, maybe not.
This song seems to suit. He seems very happy and relaxed and just going out there. I think he's pretty happy in his second career not racing and just kind of going for a nice cruise around the arena.
Did freestyle and competitive trail this weekend.
Now that's pretty cool.
Little tack change.
Changing every day. Sometimes every moment.
And there's the beauty of freestyle. Were you expecting that to happen, Donna?
I was not. And I was entertained by it.
Yeah.
Ashley, she has her left foot out of the stirrup right now. Is that on purpose? Is that just to have a different sort of a contact?
You know, I don't know.
She's grabbing it again now.
Yeah, the showman never tells their secrets, right? Could just be, I've definitely been in the arena at a show and you drop a stirrup and you smile and you continue on and you get it when you can get it back and you go on from there. Or
I've been in a race and done that.
Yeah.
And I can tell you it was not on purpose.
But see, now she's dropped both of them, so maybe it is
so
to
she's
show.
done it again.
Right now she's no stirrups, bridleless, riding with one hand. Still getting her horse to do some lateral movements and changing his bend. So I think her goal was to get both feet out. And it just took a little bit of time, which again is the right thing. If you're supposed to drop your stirrups and your horse is not ready for you to drop your stirrups in the routine, take a little bit longer. And again, harmony, partnership, relaxation, those are very valuable. So take the time to get that rather than just go through your routine. And
it's nice to see him be able to back up like that without a bridle in his, a bit in his mouth.
Yes. He gets his job. I think that, yep, they're going to do some Liberty work now.
I'm sure he stands stock still in practice, but it's a little bit more exciting in this arena.
Absolutely. You can plan as best as you want, and that does not mean that's the way it's going to go. And still, horse is relaxed and focused and paying attention, just had a different plan of what was happening.
And coming from Alberta, Canada, Jennifer Pejic riding number 471, White Wedding, competing this weekend in freestyle and competitive trail. Horse who raced exclusively at Woodbine in Canada, came off the track in August of 2021 and incorporated the horse's racing background into their freestyle routine. Judges for freestyle, Jody Markin and Mark Lyon. Now the setup for the final routine for number 431, Supreme Irene, ridden by Monique Cameron from Hackett, Arkansas. Busy weekend with competitive trail, the tip championships. Supreme Irene was bred in Wisconsin and raced to start out her career at Churchill Downs in Louisville, and then competed in Iowa and Illinois, coming off the track in November of last year after 15 races. And it's not just about the horse and the rider, but their team as well, to be able to get things set up and also have to do their 5-minute routine and break it all down and be out of the ring within the 8-minute time limit, which is posted on the clock up in the booth. And they're ready to begin.
Looks like we get to see Dorothy on a horseback version from The Wizard of Oz today.
All the little touches, even down to the riding boots.
Very nice, yeah. The ruby red slippers. I don't see any munchkins, though.
Thank goodness.
Need to twirl. Yeah, I say I bet they're gonna twirl that. Well, that's a great idea.
The music and the props definitely set the theme for and the tone for each of the routines.
Yeah, they all had so far have had a completely different feel.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of variety.
This one definitely has a lot of creativity and a lot of teamwork. We've got the 10-man, the lion, the wicked witch.
This is you get an idea and you just run with it and just keep adding on. You're like, okay, we've got this. Let's try the next challenge.
Then ask another friend, hey, will you be the lion?
Yes. And a very tolerant mare. And for the trail, that's a compulsory movement. Almost every trail class you're going to have to go laterally over something and go over a bridge. So she's bringing different disciplines into
the yellow brick road.
Yes. Definitely has a good entertainment value. I find myself just chuckling at it.
Now that's a really good friend who says, I'll be the one who does the somersault under your horse.
Horses being ridden bitless as well.
Jonathan, with all these other distractions, I hadn't even noticed that. So thank you for pointing that out.
And I think beyond bitless, I think it's just a halter with reins. Bitless goes off of a different type of lever. It looks like it's just a rope halter with some reins connected to it.
Yep, there it is. Good job by the camera crew with Studio 46.
And they've packed so much into this routine. There's still a minute to demonstrate.
Wasn't that how the Wizard of Oz went? There's so much packed in.
That's fair, yes. There's a lot to that.
That's true. Never a dull moment.
Mm-hmm. Never boring. I think this group has seen The Wizard of Oz a couple times. They've got all the components into it. Now that's a good friend, too.
That's a good friend. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, they nailed it. Wow.
So the Wicked Witch is a horse trainer in Chicago. Her name's Jan Eli. I saw her earlier. She said she was going to be the Wicked Witch later and that she was going to melt. I was wondering how she was going to achieve that.
Yeah, that was very well done.
Well, the job's actually not done for the team. They got a minute and a half to clear the ring.
Well, teardown's always easier than setup.
Supreme Irene and Monique Cameron and Donna and Ashley. I mean, we were just giggling through all the routines, enjoying them. the horsemanship is evident, but here we really got the entertainment value.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun routine. A lot of things coming out, and you think you've seen everything, and they keep bringing more stuff out on that horse, which is phenomenal.
And Dorothy in her ruby red slippers. And Ashley, you were keeping time. You talked earlier. They've got 8 minutes from start to finish. They did all that in 7, but how much time did they use for their routine out of the 5 minutes they had?
Out of the 5 minutes, I got 4 minutes, 59.81 seconds.
I don't think it gets more perfect than that.
And they had the routine down to the second.
Yes, literally.
Yeah, and to be able to get the horse on board with the script as well was very impressive. Well, they'll be adding all of these routines to some of the great routines that we've seen in freestyle through the years, and as the judges are calculating the scores, we'll give you a glimpse into what the judges have to evaluate these freestyle horses on in this next video. It's one of the most crowd-pleasing disciplines at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The talent of horses and riders in the freestyle division is remarkable and has grown over the years.
I haven't seen much that phases this horse. He's just cool as a cucumber.
In freestyle, trainers have 5 minutes to perform a routine of their choice with the goal of showcasing the talent, trainability, and demeanor of their horse.
These things don't just happen. This has taken a lot of time, a lot of consistency, and really a lot of understanding.
They can be mounted, unmounted, under saddle, bareback, bridleless, driven, at liberty, have just horse and rider showcasing their connection in the arena, or bring in a whole team of minions. Regardless of how they present their horse, trainers must have their horse showcase some compulsory movements, such as halting, backing, a figure 8 at the trot or jog, circles in both directions at the canter or lope, and lead changes.
Beautiful flying change there.
Then, on top of that, be prepared to be blown away by the creativity that these former racehorses can show. All right, you can applaud. We have Cowboy Hat Cam here inside the TCA Covered Arena. Time now to announce the results of Freestyle. 6th through 10th determined by the preliminaries. In 10th place was number 349, Petite Amy, ridden by Kaylee Ann Loans. 9th place, number 414, Soulcraft and Alethea Young. 8th place, number 470, Whirl Candy and Sarah Lloyd. 7th, number 238, Guns of Steel and Chelsea Crozier. In 6th place, number 295, Mac and Breeze and Jacqueline Dickey. Finishing in 5th place was number 422, Stonecatcher and Rachel Ramsey. In 4th place, number 471, White Wedding and Jennifer Pejek. Finishing in 3rd place, number 110, Am I Right, and Rowan Hughes. In 2nd place, number 208, Evaluator and Colleen Nolan. And the winner of the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover for Freestyle, sponsored by New Start, number 431, Supreme Irene and Monique Cameron. What a great group of freestyle this year, and let's recognize the top finishers led around the TCA Covered Arena by the winner, Supreme Irene and Monique Cameron, coming from Hackett, Arkansas. 5-year-old bay mare that was a Wisconsin bred and raced in the Midwest, and incorporating the Midwest into their Wizard of Oz themed routine.
There's no greater calling in life than mastering something truly meaningful, whatever it might be. Ours just happens to be equine health. Trusted brands, veterinary leadership. That's how we raise equine health to an art form.
One of the great supporters of the Thoroughbred Makeover and the Retired Racehorse Project is Beringer Ingelheim, and I have Dr. Sarah Roos in the booth with me, Equine Technical Manager. Now, we're familiar with some of the products, but we may not necessarily be familiar with the family name Beringer Ingelheim. Tell us about the name and the family and the company.
Yes, so first I'd like to congratulate you on pronouncing it appropriately, because I know it's not always easy.
I'm a good student, so thank you for teaching me.
So the company, Beringer Ingelheim, is named after the family. So we are actually still a privately held, family-owned pharmaceutical company. That's both the veterinary side as well as actually the human pharmaceutical side. And it is the Beringer family, based out of Ingelheim, Germany. So that is where the name originally came from. The Beringer family obviously supports the pharmaceutical industry, but actually are also thoroughbred breeders and owners and have a family farm in Virginia that is still a small breeding operation.
And #1 for equine pharmaceuticals.
Yes, we are the largest equine pharmaceutical company in the world, with 3 of the top brands. So I think you said earlier, a lot of people maybe don't know the name Beringer Ingelheim, but as horse owners, you probably know many of our products. Gastrogard being probably the one, especially in this population of horses, that many of you are familiar with. Equiox would be the other one, and then Presend for some of your older horses.
And you got to be part of the panel. We don't just have the great competition, but we have the educational aspect to the Thoroughbred Makeover. And what were some of the messages that came out of the panel?
Yes, so panels yesterday, we talked about just maintaining your sport horse and everything that goes into that transition from being on the racetrack to that letdown period and then into whatever discipline it is you choose to do with your horse next, and just how much goes into that between healthcare, vaccines, feeding, exercise, all of the various bits that are part of it.
What were some of the advice that you give, especially in those early stages? I think a lot of people are seeing this and they say, all right, time to get my 2023 horses. So what are the first steps that people can take to get them on their way?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's a hard answer in that it is individual.
Fair, yeah.
Every horse is going to be different. I think, however you come by your next retired racehorse project, starting off, obviously I'm biased here as a veterinarian, but I think starting off with a good veterinary exam to go through any health issues that horse might have, whether those are, soundness, lameness issues, whether it is gastric ulcers, respiratory disease, whatever it might be, talking with your veterinarian about the things specific to that horse that you might need to address, even if you've done this before with 10, 15, 20 other horses.
What is your involvement with the breed on a personal level?
So I grew up with off-the-track thoroughbred, so I grew up riding the hunter jumpers in Pennsylvania. So that was every horse that I had as a kid was an off-the-track thoroughbred. I'm slightly embarrassed to say that I now own a warm blood. Don't boo me. He kind of fell into my lap. I couldn't say no. Typical, veterinary situation.
Well, just on that note, though, one thing to credit the thoroughbreds for, I mean, we have the stream going from the Maryland 5-star. And yes, you do see, the Hanoverian and the Holsteiner, but you do see a lot of thoroughbred blood even in some of these warm blood breeds. So the influence of the thoroughbred, not just in terms of the OTTBs, but really as a stimulator for any stud book, really.
Yep, and for any sport horse, it's good to have a little bit of that thoroughbred blood in there for sure.
Exactly. So, yeah, I don't want you to feel bad.
Thank you. I feel better already.
Sure, that's what it's all about. But, yeah, you were saying you grew up with this and continue to be involved.
Yes, I've been coming, I think, to Retired Racehorse Project since 2017, I believe, was the first year I came. I came first as a overglorified groom for Dr. Shannon Reed, who many of you know, when she competed those 2 years. And now you all can't get rid of me, and I come back every year.
Overglorified groom?
Yeah. Nothing like having a veterinarian as your groom.
That's true, yeah. So I guess not just from the occupational aspect of it, but from the personal aspect, what are some of the best lessons that you've learned from the breed?
From the breed or from Retired Racehorse Project as a whole, or both?
Well, they kind of go hand in hand.
I think as a breed, obviously, thoroughbreds probably teach patience very well. And again, just that individuality. And that's honestly one of the things I love about this event is just, how many times in a schooling arena do you see, people in dressage attire, polo, barrel horses, the flexibility of the breed, if we kind of let them tell us what they want to do, I think probably holds true in the human population as well. We all have skills and talents, and sometimes we just have to find them. And certainly the Thoroughbred is an excellent representation of that. And again, specifically, I think this show really highlights that.
Well, if you've been coming here since 2017, what are some of your favorite aspects of being here?
I mean, I jokingly, although not really jokingly, call it the happiest horse show on earth. People here are just so happy and pleasant and enjoyable and friendly and supportive of each other, and I truly love that. And I think, again, any of you guys that had horses here, when we were doing the intake exams on Monday and Tuesday, we had 30 veterinary students with us. So outside of the educational bit of the seminars on Friday, we were doing some veterinary student training on Monday and Tuesday, and they even all reflected on that. They were like, this is the friendliest group of horse people we've ever been around. And honestly, thank you to all of you, because you answered their questions. I think sometimes they're really self-conscious about asking questions either of veterinarians or even of horse owners about just what horses do for a living. Even if they grew up maybe in the hunter-jumper world, but they've never talked to someone who does barrel racing or someone who does ranch work. And the willingness of every person here to so joyfully talk about what they do with their horse and their individual horses is really spectacular. So thank you.
Yeah, and while we were talking, we had the cowboy hat cam going on, so it just reflects the happiness that's here. What can we look forward to from Beringer Ingelheim as far as where things may be headed, or just kind of the things that are on your radar at the moment?
Yeah, so I think, as a company, we continue to launch new products on a somewhat regular basis. We try to be pretty innovative in terms of equine health care. So any of you who have struggled with equine asthma in your horses may be familiar with, I guess in 2020, we launched an Equihaler specifically for asthma in horses, and we always have new kind of products in the pipeline. In terms of our industry support, we do try to come to a lot of horse events and just support horse owners, and just, we all love horses or we wouldn't be in this industry in the first place. So just trying to support horses in everything that they do in life, as well as supporting veterinarians. I think some of you, again, also may be aware, equine veterinarians are struggling a little bit right now. We're struggling a little bit to get students that want to go into equine practice and stay in equine practice. And so we're doing everything we can to try and support them. And again, supporting events like this where they can come and see the beauty of the equine industry, I think is super important.
Yeah, the 30 students, some of them even coming from Canada, and that was one of the things Dr. Reed said on the videos, we need more equine veterinarians.
Yes, be kind to your equine veterinarians. They work very hard.
We have a good relationship with our vet, and
excellent.
We know to keep it that way.
Good.
Well, thank you very much to Dr. Sarah Roos, and really appreciate that you can be part of this event, and that Beringer Ingelheim is part of this event, and so we hope to continue to see you here.
Well, again, we love being here. Personally, I love being here, so thank you to all of you for coming, or I wouldn't get to come, so appreciate it.
Well, we look forward to many more years ahead. Great people, great stories. We caught up with one of them a little bit earlier, and this is the story about Finnick the Fierce, a beloved racehorse on the track, and just the same since he's come off the track. Jackie Barr and Finnick the Fierce, that's right, yeah, he already wants to take the attention. And he got a lot of attention on the racetrack, on the Kentucky Derby Trail in 2020, the popular one-eyed horse who had such a following on the track, now off the track with Jackie Barr. And Jackie, how much of his career did you follow?
Really, I knew him since he was a weanling, really. I knew of him. I worked at Millennium Farm where he was born. And from there, I have friends that are, close with the connections that he had. And we rooted for him for all those races up to the Kentucky Derby, and then, followed him after that, and just kind of had my eye on him the whole time.
So if you knew him from such a young age, tell us his story as you knew it. What was his background, and what made him so popular?
So when he was born, he had a congenital eye defect. And they got that removed like pretty early on in his life. And he was just like a happier horse without it, from all accounts. I met his breeder through Millennium Farm, and then I met his vet, who became his co-owner. And I've stayed in contact with them through the years. And he just...
People like a long shot, and he was that type of horse that is a 2-year-old Kentucky Jockey Club Stakes 2019, second at 87-1.
Finnick the Fierce final try. Tiz de la has been beaten. Here's the wire.
Third in the 2020 Arkansas Derby, a major prep for the Kentucky Derby at 62-1.
Finnick the Fierce runs a big one in third.
So people immediately gravitated to him, and we got to get to know him on the track. But now let's get to know him off the track. What is he like now?
He is just the sweetest. Like, I always just kind of wanted a horse that you could love on, and he, from the beginning, he just loves peppermints. He loves his forelock played with. He loves just all the attention. Sometimes the eye gives him a little bit of trouble because he wants to like turn to look at everything. Good boy, you know.
Well, yeah, he's a horse that, like many thoroughbreds, he wants to be doing something.
Right.
And he wants to be taking in his surroundings.
That's for sure.
How is his retraining gone? You're entered in competitive trail.
Yep, it's gone really well. We took a little time to figure each other out. I think he really needs to trust the person that he's working with, because he's like, don't run me into anything. But otherwise, like, once he gets that trust down, he's like, oh, you're not going to put me in a bad situation, then he'll do it. He has a beautiful trot and canter. It's so comfortable. And he's just really fun.
You're conscious of, when you're riding, how to present him to the different scenarios with the eye.
Right, for sure. I always try to get him to like see the things that we're freaked out by, like on his side with the eye, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes it does surprise me. Sometimes, like we ran into a big buck on our farm the other day, and it like jumped away like really close to us, and he didn't care, and it was on his side without the eye. And I know he heard it, but he just didn't care. He's like, whatever.
That's amazing. Well, we look forward to following you and Finnick the Fierce, and just want to show it as we head back to the barn area. We have the Finnick the Fierce gear. I'd like one of those, so I'm just throwing that out there.
Absolutely, I'm down to.
And Finnick the Fierce has his special halter. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a horse that was so fun to follow during his racing career, so it makes sense that he's going to be a fun one to follow when he's off the track. So best wishes for a wonderful week.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. For
you.
coming to talk to us.
The story of Finnick the Fierce and Jackie Barr on the Kentucky Derby Trail in 2020. And Jackie and Finnick are like best buddies, and we now have in the booth Natalie Voss and Joe Nevels, both of whom write for Pollock Report. I have the Horowitz on OTTB's column, sponsored by XL Equine. And there's so much to talk about. We have some time as barrel racing is getting set up. First of all, Natalie, you did the Thoroughbred Makeover last year with _ Blueberry. You chronicled it in the Blueberry Bulletin. Just going back, what are some of the memories that you have last year that now carry over to this year?
Well, I guess it was just such a great experience to be in such a big environment. We were lucky that we didn't actually compete last year until Thursday, so we had all week to school in the Rolex, and I just sort of remember hacking down there on like this 4-year-old, like, oh, how is this going to go? And then as the week went on, he was just like, oh, this is just what I do now. So it gives me such confidence, you know, in future show seasons. Like, if he can do that, he can do anything. To have the chance to ride in Rolex Arena, it's pretty amazing for people like you and me that are aspiring and admiring the riders that ride here in April each year at the Kentucky 3-day event. And how has Blueberry been doing in the years since? Because that's a big part of how the Thoroughbred Makeover, I was talking earlier, it combines both being a culmination, it's a goal to get to, but it also is just kind of the first chapter off the track as well. Yeah, it was very much just the beginning for us. Since we weren't going for, obviously, Makeover this year, we were able to have my coach, Stephanie Calandrillo, work with him a lot more this year, and he's really just physically developed a ton. So we've been having a lot of fun at intro and training level dressage, and we're hoping to move up next year, which shocks me that we're already there, but he loves his job, and he just keeps going. That thoroughbred spirit really comes through. He just loves working.
You got the Thoroughbred Incentive Program hat, so you did the TIP Championships. You're wearing your OTTB sweatshirt with Team Blueberry on the side. Okay, so Team Blueberry, one of the most valuable members of Team Blueberry is Joe Neville's, and it's hard to say who, I guess, who connects with the horse more, because you have your own story with an OTTB that you don't necessarily ride, but what does he mean to you?
So it depends on which OTTB you're talking about. Are we talking about Blueberry or are we talking about Royal Charlie?
All right, we went there. So, yeah, OTTBs, I mean, you and I got our background on the racing side, but then we started exploring a little bit more. So Royal Charlie, that was kind of your first insight or love into what this breed is all about. Again, not from I'm going to get on them and ride them, but from I followed their racing career. Royal Charlie, is that one of the stories you won the Eclipse Award for?
Honorable mention for. Royal Charlie was the last horse that ran for my family's breeding program. Ran at Great Lakes Downs, won 7 or 8 races over the course of his career, and he eventually went on to become a very successful eventer, fox hunter in Baltimore area. I'd actually lost touch with him for about 5 years. 5 years later, this lady gets in touch with me on my website, says, "I think I have your grandpa's horse," and it turns out it's him. And he was, during his racing days, he was the rankest horse at Great Lakes Downs. Ask any trainer on the grounds, he was crazy. And when I met him so many years later, he was following next to his new owner like a puppy dog, without a lead rope, without anything on him. It was a completely different horse, and it was amazing to see that change. And today he is, in fact, a children's lesson horse. The rankest horse at Great Lakes Downs is now teaching kids who have never known how to ride before how to ride. It's part of the OTTB.
It's an amazing story, and when the racing connections continue to follow their horses after they finish their careers, continue to support them, we love seeing that. But then for the next OTTB that is one of your favorites, Blueberry, that's a horse that you started following before he ever started racing. So you get the whole life cycle. When did you start following him, and how did he come to play such a special role in your lives?
Well, that story actually started with Natalie. Natalie took care of Blueberry's mother unspurned when she was a yearling. She finished under her reserve twice at auction, went on to become a graded stakes winner up in her native Canada, was bred to Uncle Mo for her first time as a broodmare, and her first foal, who happened to be underscore, Blueberry, sold up at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale for $400,000. It was very exciting. Everyone on the grounds who worked with Blueberry said he had his mother's mind. Very calm, very easy to work with, very agreeable. And we followed him religiously on the racetrack. And that didn't take very long, because he only ran once. He kept getting banged up. He had injury problems. But he ran once at Oaklawn Park, ran 4th, didn't like having mud thrown in his face. Who can blame him? And after that, fortunately, Godolphin has an excellent lifetime care program. Our trainer works very closely with them in terms of getting horses rehomed after the lifetime care program, and we just happen to be in the right place at the right time to take him around Thanksgiving 2020.
The Godolphin Lifetime Care Program supporting the Thoroughbred Makeover. They're the sponsors of the competitive trail discipline, and the Thoroughbred Makeover growing and growing, now hosting the Chip Championships, which meant that for the first time, Joe, you got to be in the show ring.
I know, yes. I got to show in the halter class, which was very exciting. So finished 5th, couldn't be prouder of the guy.
They won a special award, right, Natalie?
Yeah, they won the Best Boys Award, which is something that I made up, but I was just very proud of them for Joe's first show ring experience, and Blueberry, I think, drew on his auction prep time. It's like, oh, you want me to walk in hand? Cool. You want me to stand square? Cool. This is the hardest thing I have to do all day? Perfect. Like, he was very happy with that.
It was amazing how quickly he snapped to knowing what he needed to do.
Yeah, he remembered everything from when he was a yearling, because these are smart horses.
Yeah.
Well, usually the expression is you go from talk the talk to walk the walk, but I'm going to reverse that. So we know how you walk the walk. Now to the talk part. How does coverage of Pollock Report not just focus on the racing side, but also focus on a very important part that we've all learned through this type of event the last few years.
Yeah, so we have our horse care section of our website, which has traditionally been where we have a lot of horse health content. We try to sort of keep the latest academic studies in there, but we've also used that as a place to include aftercare coverage and coverage of thoroughbreds in different sports. And sort of as that has evolved, it has occurred more and more to us that like thoroughbreds are thoroughbreds and they deserve the same coverage as racehorses. So we're trying to make that more and more something that we're focusing on because there's just so much potential in kind of uniting those two worlds.
It's a racing-centric audience, but how has the audience then reacted to this type of coverage?
It's been really interesting, actually. You know, Jonathan, we had you on our Friday show a couple weeks ago to sort of give like an overview of each discipline here for racing people who only know racing. And we got a lot of really positive feedback from that of like, oh yeah, I just really didn't know what I was looking at. To me, they're just sort of in an arena going in a circle. And I think maybe filling in that gap for racing people is going to hopefully continue to make them even more interested than they already are in events like this one.
I think it's something that racing people almost understand before they realize they understand it, because we're all going to watch the Breeders' Cup in a few weeks, and we totally get that, oh yeah, that's a turf sprinter, and that one likes to go a mile, and oh, that's a filly and mare, so it's going to be in the distaff. And so we already know that, all right, you find where the horse fits best. And you're right, you know, the idea that, well, horses retire and go on to different careers, you know, rather than being this kind of nebulous second career type thing, it's going to be, I know that horse will be fit for being an eventer or be more fit for dressage, or we'll see in a moment for barrel racing. So it's something that, you know, this is almost, I think, like a Breeders' Cup for the off-track thoroughbreds, and it's fitting that it gets to take place in the same city that'll hold the Breeders' Cup. So I appreciate that that's an area where you've kind of decided to push the bar and that people are embracing it, like through the Friday show. We had a lot of fun doing that together.
Yeah, and it's been great to see how fans have engaged with, you know, especially this year's event. You see a horse like Whitmore where people truly recognize that horse from the racetrack. This isn't a local, regional type horse. This is a horse that anyone who follows racing knows who Whitmore is and is able to follow a horse like him through the process of getting to this level and competing very well, too. That's the engagement I've seen just on him alone has been incredible, and that's going to open up a lot of eyes to what a thoroughbred can do when they're not on the racetrack anymore.
Because, as Laura Moquette said, he needed to do something. Yeah. He wasn't just ready to go out to pasture. And so to have her involved, to have the whole team involved, and then to hear that Donna's going to ride Whitmore at the Breeders' Cup. I mean, the horse is living a good life, and we're all there to just bask in Whitmore's world. So, yeah, thank you. It's always great to have you be part of the broadcast because you're embodiments of being the racing world and the sport horse world, and to have people like Joe and Natalie who are making a difference in both worlds is something that we all should celebrate. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Great to be here.
Well, we're going to enjoy barrel racing next, which is sponsored by Smart Pack. Let's hear from Smart Pack, and then let's learn a little more about what we'll see with barrel racing.
Colicare has the only $15,000 you hope you never get. SmartPak's colic surgery program reimburses up to $15,000 because you shouldn't have to worry about anything but your best friend. It combines our best hindgut supplements with preventative care from your vet to help lower your horse's risk of digestive upset. Plus, you get peace of mind knowing you'll have the financial resources to provide the care your horse deserves if you ever need it. Find out how to protect yourself and your horse with Colicare at smartpack.com/Colicare.
It's the fastest of the 10 disciplines at the Thoroughbred Makeover, barrel racing, speeding through the course of 3 barrels at racehorse speed. Riders in Western equipment and attire will gallop through the timer line and head to the right or to the left around the first barrel, across to the second, then to the top of the arena around the third before sprinting back across the timer line. It's tighter turns than they take on the track, and you'll see horses at different stages of their development. Each horse and rider will do 2 runs in the prelims as well as a judged horsemanship pattern. The top 5 return for another run through the barrel course in the finale. Don't blink. And we're now ready to welcome in the first horse and rider. The barrels are set up and we're ready to go. We're racing, but we're doing it a bit differently. We're barrel racing, and it is, even though the speed is still there, it is a different ask, rather than kind of opening up in a long straightaway or around the sweeping turns, to have to kind of get on their hind ends and do it in a confined space. And we're going to start out with number 261, Infrastructure, who's ridden by Jessica Frederick from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Now, this is not like dressage where, we ask you to be quiet and appreciate the rhythm. We want to see you all get into it, and this is a horse that's getting things going in a very strong way. Oh.
No, there's nothing subtle about that, Ashley. And the goal seems to be quite clear. You've got to make 1 full lap around the first barrel, 1 full lap around that second barrel, and then go down and round out the third barrel and do it as quickly as possible.
Yes, it's called, you're making a clover leaf. So after each circle, you cross over the path when you're going to the third one. So you have to make sure you make that full lap. So you cross over to get the full loop around, and then you go past it to come back around, so you cross your path.
And they brought it home in 19.537 seconds. And next up will be the next pair. And this is number 309, Miss Matilda, coming from Ontario, Canada, with Caitlin Aiken. And here they go in the barrel pattern. They'll stop the clock in 19.638 seconds. Horse that was bred and raced in Ontario, Canada, and finished out an 18-race career with a win.
Got it right there.
And next up, a horse that we saw in the freestyle, and now going from the freestyle routine that had the sharks and the blue tarp, and Am I Right, ridden by Rowan Hughes from Bell, Florida. Rowan's 4th makeover. Off to a strong start. Now riders can choose whether to do the left barrel first or the right barrel first.
Oh, that was a nice, good setup there.
19.253 seconds. For number 110, Am I Right, and Rowan Hughes.
I used to think I wanted to do this until I came to one of the really good ones, and this one's pretty good, where they come within 1/100 of a second of each other.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, it's just so close, and it's really, really easy to make a mistake and really, really hard to shave those fractions of seconds.
Well, we have between the top 3 just 0.4 of a second. And now we have number 332, Not Gonna Happen, and Brooke Frederick from Magnolia, Kentucky.
Kept it real close to the barrels around that. There is a very specific strategy of pulling a little wide initially so you can get them really on their heels and turn real close around it.
Those were good turns.
18.111 seconds.
Pretty clear there.
Brooke, whose main gelding in barrel racing is an OTTB and is qualified for the National Barrel Horse Association World Championships for the last couple of years.
They're definitely competitive out there with those quarter horses. That they're real quick. They got those fast twitch muscles, and they're ready to do those tight turns.
And they have that eagerness as well. So we'll get the scoring, and we'll announce the barrel racing winners. And we talk about how people like to have fun at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The barrel people always seem to have fun.
Yeah, we like to get you can hear the crowds getting involved, and it's over real quick. So bring in that energy, get to see it, and then it's all done.
But Ashley, how important is it to keep them really docile outside of that arena and in the arena as often as possible so that you can get these runs out of them without them blowing their mind?
Well, it takes time for them to be able to transition into that. But if you've gone to the barrel racing outside of the makeover, it's kind of hard sometimes. Those horses know what they're doing. They know what they're there for. And it's about when you bring them out, because once they're out and they're ready to go, some will stand politely and some are just hot and ready to go the whole time. Lucky, aside from other disciplines that are high impact that go for a long time, this is real quick. So you can get pretty hepped up. Even racing, right? You see the ones that are all lathered and ready to go. You're like, oh, that horse isn't going to make it to the end of the race. And there they are winning it. So there is something to have that adrenaline. You get that adrenaline going. It's not necessarily a negative that they're all fired and ready to go from the start.
Yeah, just like a Jack Russell. Not necessarily a negative that they're fired up and ready to go.
So we're getting the scores relayed to the in-gate, and we'll have the ribbons pinned. And the finale this year, because all horses are kind of starting with a clean slate, they were all on equal footing, and it's one of the best ways to measure who's best. The fastest one was the winner.
It really shouldn't take too long to get those scores. It's just about that time, and so fastest one wins. It's a fun, quick, and I wish for that we could see a little bit more. Maybe just let the top 10 run. Still place the 5, but it's still over faster than any of the other disciplines.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just getting warmed up.
Yeah, where the prior competition had 8 minutes, 3 of that including setup and takedown, and then a 5-minute competition. This was over each of them in less than 20 seconds.
Yes.
So with that, we can first recognize the 6th through 10th place finishers for barrel racing that were determined by the preliminaries. In 10th place was number 344, Papa Ralph J., ridden by Jessica Vanden Bogart. In 9th place, number 448, Total Football, ridden by Hillary Morrow. 8th place was number 425, Story Straight, ridden by Caitlin Aiken. 7th place, number 300, Married to Anya, ridden by Megan Hems. 6th place, number 114, Aries-Burg, ridden by Ashley Bump. And shout out to Carolyn Carlson, who's not here, but that was her former racehorse, the one-eyed gray Aries-Burg. Finishing in 5th place was number 199, Eagle Eye, ridden by Jill Diestelhorst. And from the rounds today, the 4th place finisher had a score or a time of 19.638 seconds. That was number 309, Miss Matilda and Caitlin Aiken. 3rd place, 19.537 seconds for number 261, Infrastructure, and Jessica Frederick. 2nd place with a time of 19.253 seconds, number 110, Am I Right, and Rowan Hughes. And the winners for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover for barrel racing, sponsored by SmartPack. Their final round time of 18.111 seconds. Congratulations to number 332, Not Gonna Happen, and Brooke Frederick. This could also be the fastest victory gallop if they wanted it to be.
I think the fastest victory lap is always going to go to the Working Ranch from a few years back.
That's right.
All right, what happened with the Working Ranch a few years back?
It's at the end of a long day. They're the last ones to go, and this is back a few years. It was a bunch of old cowboys, and one went and one went off with a gallop, and it just turned into a race. They all were galloping around, hats were flying, no casualties, which was great because it's not generally how you take a victory gallop, but it was
not
quite
necessarily
entertaining.
a planned race.
It was not. You could tell just all the cowboys were all proud of themselves and galloping around.
So to tell you a little bit about this horse that won, Not Gonna Happen, was unraced and is just 3 years old. A 3-year-old bay gelding that was bred in Louisiana and has an interesting pedigree, sired by Commissioner, dam sire, the Australian bred Denman. The horse's dam was named No Fun, but now the horse has a lot of fun barrel racing. And we now through 8 disciplines, and when we get to the end of competition, you'll all have the chance to vote for the People's Choice Award winner. You'll be texting the bridle number to the phone number that will be revealed a little bit later, and you'll get to choose from the winners of each of the disciplines. We started the morning with eventing, won by She's a Bold One and Jenna Denver. Then Show Jumper, won by Prince of New York, ridden by Chris Bennings. Then Show Hunter, Racing Ace, ridden by Amanda Gomez. Field Hunter was Mike, ridden by Cameron Sadler. Dressage, Buckeye Warrior and Holly Zekin. Polo, Anna 1, Anna 2 for the Bushwood Polo team and rider Esteban Matuz. Then the Freestyle, won by Supreme Irene and Monique Cameron. And now barrel racing, won by Not Gonna Happen and Brooke Frederick. And a lot of the horses that are winning on the younger side, Not Gonna Happen, a 3-year-old. We've had 3 6-year-olds winning in Buckeye Warrior, in Mike, and in Prince of New York. But we're seeing a lot of the younger horses winning this year. Also horses that were unraced, 3 of them. She's a Bold One, Anna 1, Anna 2, and Not Gonna Happen. And so I naturally look for those patterns, Ashley, but I also think that, you know, really when you get a horse off the track, they're all kind of starting with the same skills and same opportunities. And we've seen a whole variety of different winners at the makeover.
We've talked a lot about the different components, and it really is a crapshoot. It's not saying, oh, you're going to get a young horse off the track and they're going to excel because they're young, or you're going to get a war horse off the track and they're going to excel because they're war horses. It really comes down to how each individual trainer works with each individual horse, and then the other is just kind of like plus and minus over that. So it's great. We've talked about the theme of getting over that one last race syndrome, which is really benefiting the breed. So you have these young horses that are really talented and have so much potential to do another job, and they get that opportunity to do it because the horses are not only seen for having a value as a racehorse and then just keep running until, you know, it's too late for them to do something else.
Yeah, and the momentum of this is building upon itself. So the more that we see these sort of competitions, the more we will see these sort of competitions, because it really increases awareness among horse riders everywhere. You know, especially we keep talking about a horse like Whitmore, but I think oftentimes people think, oh yeah, you can get an off-track thoroughbred, but it's got to be a slow one that, you know, didn't succeed at a high level. And then you see a horse like Whitmore who just turns into a whole different horse once he's off the racetrack. And so and you know, I've talked with Anna Ford before from New Vocations, and she said that the thing that surprises people more than anything is how many of them just want to walk. They're done racing. Mm-hmm. They don't want to run anymore. They just want to be a nice trail riding horse. And so you just get all kinds.
It goes back to finding what the horse wants to do, and the focus should be that these horses do want to do something. You've heard a number of stories just today of horses that didn't want to stop running, or when they did stop running, they needed something else to do. These horses are bred to do things, so it's in the horse's best interest to give them another job that suits them. So if they don't want to run, that doesn't mean that they just have to be turned out to pasture. If they don't want to run, maybe they want to event, maybe they want to run barrels, or maybe they just want to go walk on the trails and don't want to do any competition. They just want to go out and be pleasure horses. But that attention and that connection with humans is something that really is beneficial to the horses.
Speaking of attention, I don't think she's enjoying this, Jonathan.
No, that's Claire, who's been with us on stage all day and has done a fantastic job. So, Claire, you deserve the attention, regardless of whether you want it or not. And also that where your off-track thoroughbred comes from. I mean, I'm looking at the states where these horses were bred. Naturally, Kentucky. We're in Kentucky, horse capital, but we've got a New York bred, an Ohio bred, a Louisiana bred, a Wisconsin bred. That might be the first Wisconsin bred I've ever seen.
West Virginia?
We had a lot from
horses
West Virginia.
coming off the track in West Virginia.
We have our farm in Colorado, and we do a lot of off-track thoroughbreds. And at one time, I think we had like 7 different thoroughbreds bred in 7 different states.
Oh my!
From all over, like all corners of the country.
Yeah.
So you can get really nice ones. It's not like, oh, if you want a really nice running horse, you need to go to Kentucky.
Yeah.
Right there, all over the country, there's really nice quality horses being bred everywhere.
Well, we've been breeding horses in America since the beginning of America, and if there was a formula that worked, everybody would do that. And
That's
so
true.
There's no fail-proof, solid formula that's going to work.
Just all those blocks we've been talking about. There's no guarantees. You can have all of the right ingredients and, still burn the cake.
He's ducking. Come on, pick your head back up. Come on.
Well, speaking of how off-track thoroughbreds can come from really anywhere, one of the great organizations that has helped make that happen is Thoroughbred Charities of America. We're going to step away for a few moments, and we're going to bring Aaron Hollowell, the executive director, into the booth to talk a little bit more about the great work that TCA does. So we'll be back in a few minutes with Aaron Hollowell from Thoroughbred Charities of America. The number of horses that have been impacted by an event like this, the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover, the number of horses that have been impacted by Thoroughbred Charities of America, not only their support of the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover, but so many aftercare organizations around the United States. We're aware of the impact now, and I'm joined by Aaron Hollowell, the executive director, but someone had to come up with this idea. How did it all start?
Yeah, so 30...
I'm just going to move this up so we can all hear you perfectly
go.
well. Yep.
So in 1990, Herb and Ellen Moelis, a couple out of Middletown, Delaware, as well as the late Alaire DuPont, encountered a situation in the thoroughbred industry at Delaware Park. Some horses were left behind after the race meet. And that was not okay with them. They said, you know what, our thoroughbreds deserve something better after their racing careers end. And they set out to raise money for essentially what today we know as thoroughbred aftercare. And they did just that. Their first year, they had a small dinner auction at their home in Middletown, Delaware. And they raised about $15,000 and sent it to the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. And from there, from that first year, really TCA was born. They had the annual event where they raised money, and their list of grantees grew each year. And you know, here 32 years later, we're distributing you know, a lot more than that each year. But over the years, we've distributed close to over 26 million now. So, but sadly, I do have some sad news. Herb Moelis did pass away last week. He was 91 years old, and he was such a pioneer in aftercare. So our hearts go out to the Moelis family. We're thinking of them during this tough time. But you know, what the impact that Herb and Ellen and Alaire made over the years is it's astounding.
It has to start with the vision, and then now you're one of the people to carry out that vision. How did you come to be involved with TCA and Thoroughbred Aftercare?
Yeah, so I've been at TCA now since 2009, quite some time. But I learned of TCA through my role with the Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. I was actually TOBA's director of marketing. Started at TOBA in 2006, and at that time, TOBA and TCA had a working relationship. You know, we kind of shared resources, that sort of thing. But in late 2008, early 2009, TCA became the charitable arm of the Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. And at that time, I was splitting my time between TOBA and TCA, kind of doing both jobs there. And then it became very apparent that each organization really needed their own person. So I made the leap over to TCA as their executive director and haven't looked back.
How have you seen the aftercare industry evolve, because you get to have your hands on the wheel from your start in TCA or from the start of the makeover? So much is changing.
So much has changed over the last decade. You know, with the advent of not only the Retired Racehorse Project, but the Thoroughbred Incentive Program, the Jockey Club's Thoroughbred Incentive Program has been a game changer. You know, really, you know, not only the organizations that are rehabbing, retraining, and rehoming, but these incentive-based organizations that are incentivizing equine enthusiasts to choose a thoroughbred. You know, you can win real cash at the Thoroughbred Makeover. You can win real prizes at, you know, if you're a tip winner. And there's another organization in New York called Take Two that, again, incentivizes equine enthusiasts to choose a thoroughbred. And we all know here, we might be a little biased, but thoroughbreds are the best. And they're so versatile. They can compete in any number of disciplines, or be, you know, your trail horse, or they're successful in equine-assisted therapy, police horse. You know, they do it all. Yeah.
And we're getting to see that here this weekend. The incentivization part, I think we're also seeing that the racehorse owners are embracing that there is an incentive to what their horses do after they retire, that there's a value to it, and we're seeing more racing connections being involved. So how has the racing industry reacted and embraced the causes of TCA?
Sure. I mean, the majority of our donations are from the racing industry: owners, trainers, jockeys, farms, fans. And we would not be here without our donors. So certainly that is the reason we can make our grants every year, and that we do.
Well, who are some of the big ones that we can highlight? Because we do want to celebrate the involvement of the racing industry.
Sure. Well, our largest annual fundraiser every year is our stallion season auction. So many farms and trainers will donate seasons to TCA. So everyone from Godolphin to Windstar to Darby Dan, Todd Pletcher, trainer, big donor, Bill Mott, Steve Asmussen. They really provide. Sometimes it's almost beneficial for trainers in particular to say, okay, TCA, here's what I have for stallion seasons. Can you sell them for me? So we try to make their lives easier. But yeah, we have individual owners that might have a share in a stallion, or again, the farms. It's really, we couldn't do it without their support.
What are some of the ways that people can support?
Well, Stallion Seasons, of course, our largest annual fundraiser. Stallion Seasons, we also have a fantastic auction of racing memorabilia and items and all sorts of great things in our live auction and our silent auction. So either buy or donate. You can attend our events. Of course, cash donations are always welcome on tca.org. There's estate planning. There's a multitude of different ways you can support TCA, and we would certainly be happy to chat about any of them.
Where are things headed in your mind?
In terms of aftercare?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm asking you to predict the future, but I mean, we've and I don't even know if we could have predicted the future when, say, an event like this started, or when the Mullis family started TCA 30-something years ago. But what are the trends that you're seeing that should be on our radar?
Sure. I mean, I think the trajectory we're on, let's continue that for sure. Expanding the education part of, letting folks know how versatile these thoroughbreds are. They're not a one-trick pony. After they're done racing, that's not the end of their career. They're going to go on and do great things. So I think educating trainers, owners, that, hey, there's a whole second career option for our horses. I'd love to see more of that. But I think, organizations like RRP and TIP and the work that they've been doing to kind of put that message out there is just phenomenal, and we're happy to be able to support them.
And the events that they host as well, that be able to put those horses in the spotlight. Well, we're getting set for competitive trail, and Erin, you told me that this is the type of riding you like to do.
So I don't ride a whole lot anymore. I grew up riding hunter jumpers, but that's kind of behind me now. Most of the riding I do is sometimes I'll do a horseback pack trip. I've done a few over the last few years, and getting on horseback in the mountains is probably one of the best places you can be.
Well, we're going to try and simulate what it's like to get on a horse in the mountains with the competitive trail discipline coming up next. And you're based here in Kentucky. You also spend time in Colorado, but I imagine you travel around to a lot of places around the country too.
Sure. Hey, mostly we have a fundraiser, Breeders' Cup week of every year. So wherever Breeders' Cup is, I'm usually there. But if I can plug that event a little bit, it's called Bash at the Breeders' Cup, and it'll be Friday, November 4th at 6:30 here in Lexington at the Grand Reserve. Tickets available on tca.org. We've got some incredible live auction items. It's a really fun event. But yes, I travel for that event each year, and then of course up to Saratoga and in the summer, and yeah, it's great.
Well, the Breeders' Cup will be coming right here to Lexington, and Bash at the Breeders' Cup. How can people get their tickets and be ready to go?
Yeah, so tca.org is your one-stop shop for all things TCA. Tickets are still available, but they are going fast. And I do have to give a shout out to our sponsors too: Churchill Downs, Herringswell Stable, Blackstone Farm there in Pennsylvania, Abundanza Racing, Candy Meadows, NITHA, all fantastic sponsors, long-term sponsors of the event.
I think what we're seeing is that when you bring organizations and you bring people together, then you get to see how it all plays out, and it's played out very nicely.
It has, and we're so grateful for all of the support. Like I said, we would not be here without the support of our donors.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for being such a great supporter, both you personally and Thoroughbred Charities of America. I think I see you here every year, and
every year.
It's wonderful because I know that I'm in the right place.
Excellent.
And appreciate how much TCA has been there from the very start. And so many more racing organizations are getting involved in supporting aftercare and supporting the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover, and we want to make sure that we recognize a few of them, and one of them is the New York Racing Association. With races like this one,
they're off in the Easy Goer.
The Easy Goer Stakes, named for the Hall of Famer and former Eclipse Award champ Easy Goer, the New York Racing Association honors the past and also looks to the future.
And as they head up the backstretch, with Majid leading the way, always minding 3/4 of a length behind, running in second. Still Dreaming has the rail in third.
The 2019 Easy Goer would be the final career start for Still Dreaming, a half-brother to 2016 Kentucky Derby winner Nyquist.
Still Dreaming an outshine on the outside. Another 16th to get for Majid. Majid holding on to the lead, but here come the competition. Plenty of them flying late. Can they catch Majid? No, they cannot. Majid holds on in the Easy Goer. And then it was Still Dreaming.
Still Dreaming would cross the finish line second, although placed fourth for interference, and would then go on to success as a show hunter, winning the discipline at the Mega Makeover for the class of 2020, ridden by Charles Harefield.
He does have a nice rhythm, and one thing that does play a part is he's got a really nice big structure. This horse is really nice. He's really leggy, and he truly looks the part of the hunter as well as moves.
Naira, hosting some of the best races in the country and supporting thoroughbreds in their next careers through the Retired Racehorse Project. New York Racing Association, and also we heard earlier about Keeneland, the Breeders' Cup. Well, one of the biggest racing events of the year is the Kentucky Derby, and Churchill Downs has also been a great supporter of the Thoroughbred Makeover. Two Kentucky landmarks that bring out the best in the thoroughbred horse, Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Horse Park.
They're all in line. They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
A pleasure to bestow the mantle of the TCA Thoroughbred Makeover Champion to the journey of one thoroughbred, My Man Sam, took him from the Kentucky Derby in 2016.
5 lengths back to My Man Sam.
To the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover in 2019, with jockey and upper-level eventer Rosie Napravnik, no less. The Napravnik family is retraining a Churchill Stakes winner, Fast Boat, seen here in the Twin Spires Turf Sprint on Kentucky Derby Weekend 2021 for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover. Fast Boat is entered in competitive trail, which will also include another horse that ran in the 2016 Kentucky Derby in Whitmore.
Down to the final 16, Sombaye and Fast Boat, Classy John, Diamond Dupes. It's Fast Boat outside, Sombaye inside. Fast Boat from off the pace to win it, right on the wire.
The Retired Racehorse Project would like to thank Churchill Downs for supporting the thoroughbred sport horse in horse racing careers and beyond. We're coming up next to competitive trail that's sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care, and just how the racetracks are staying involved in a very supportive way of their horses after they retire. That's what Godolphin does. You would be hard-pressed to find an organization that's more involved in racing. Godolphin, the racing arm of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum from the United Arab Emirates, winning races all around the world, all over Europe, into Australia, the United States, the Breeders' Cup. You'll see the Godolphin blue, but what's just as amazing about their racing successes is what they put into the horses after they retire through their Godolphin Lifetime Care program, and the words really sum it up: lifetime and care. A big thank you to Godolphin, and they're the sponsors of the competitive trail division that's coming up next. As a racing fan, I always enjoyed seeing the Godolphin Blue for some of my favorite racehorses like Swain, Daylami. We're getting set for competitive trail. The course is being set. Judges and riders are going through a course walk. So let's get you ready for what will be involved in competitive trail, sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care here at the Thoroughbred Makeover. There's a lot of stimulation at a racetrack. The lights, the big crowds, the TV cameras, the cheering as horses thunder in a pack down the stretch in a collective pursuit for the glory that awaits at the finish line. It's all done at full speeds and with high energy levels. So, how do racehorses handle a leisurely trail ride? Well, like on the racetrack, there are many sights and sounds to take in. But unlike the full gallops they go out on the track, the competitive trail discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover is judged on how these former racehorses exhibit, quote, a calm and confident demeanor, show a desire to move forward with a steady pace, and exhibit care and sure-footedness throughout the course. Most horses will be ridden in Western tack and gear, but some will be in English tack and gear. On course, there can be working a gate, traversing water, going over crossbucks and balance beams, stepping up on a box, trotting through a wagon, and much more. When presented with new challenges, it's fascinating to see how the thoroughbred brain addresses the obstacles and how horse and rider work together to overcome them.
They say the harder the work, the greater the reward. And this is hard work. It's the hours put in before dawn and after dark. It's the sacrifice, the sweat, the failure, and the faith. This is our industry. This is our life's work.
The typical thoroughbred retires from racing by age 6, but they still have a lot of life left in them after the racetrack. Many will move into careers in new disciplines, such as eventing, hunter jumpers, dressage, western, polo, trail riding, equine therapy, and more. And Haggard is with them every step of the way. Haggard is proud to support the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover. And we're equally proud to provide the best care for these impressive athletes, so the next stage of their career is as healthy as their first. Allow us to come along for the ride on your horse's journey.
It's okay.
Looks right, and his eyes. You see his eyelashes too?
She's gonna be okay.
Oh, hold on.
Giving horses the right care. Because they give it right back.
We're getting old, aren't we?
This is what we come alive. Yeah. This is where we rise and shine. Yeah. This is where we come alive. This is where we rise and shine. Yeah.
where we come alive. This is where we come alive.
Whether they're running, jumping, turning, or playing, Thoroughbreds need a good skin infection program. Bannock's horse care products were developed with their needs in mind. We know how hard they work and play because we at Bannock's have owned off-track Thoroughbreds for more than 3 decades. Bannock's is the solution for scratches, wounds, rain rot, thrush, and fungus. Use Bannock's on your horse's skin care problems.
We're absolutely blessed to have the ability to work with animals for our day-to-day job, but the blessing means that we also have a big responsibility, and that responsibility is that when a horse has finished its racing career, to make sure that we give it every opportunity to have a second career. Any animal that's willing to let you ride it or use it for work, we owe that animal everything we can do to make sure that trust is repaid.
No matter what discipline of riding you do, training, showing, and everyday stress is hard on your horse's legs. Decra Veterinary Products is leading the way in lameness treatments, offering products such as Osphos, IRAP, and Phycox Joint Supplement to keep your horse happy, healthy, and in their best shape. Ask your veterinarian if one of these products is right for your horse.
To be great, not about the fast cars, big dreams and names, and the bright lights, best nights are waiting for.
Our first horse and rider are now in the ring for our next discipline, and this is competitive trail, sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. Another transformation of the TCA Covered Arena, and we have the trail course set, and the first rider and horse to go is number 249, Hieronymus, ridden by Isabel Welves from Fairgrove, Missouri. Horse, well, how fitting, we have the competitive trail sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care, and this is a Godolphin horse, Hieronymus, who Donna had a pretty distinguished racing background.
Yes, a very successful Godolphin horse. This is a horse who won 5 races. 3 of them were stakes races, and in fact, his last race was at Canterbury in June of last year, and it was a stakes race that he won with Florent Giroux. He hasn't raced since then. We don't know how long he's been in training, but so far he's handling all of this very well, Ashley.
Yes, he looks very relaxed, balanced, willing, focused, and he's coming up to his 3rd obstacle, and he should, once he takes this, he should be able to canter off, I think. Yep, there he goes. So we get to see him going through his different gates as well. Again, very nice and relaxed on a nice light rein.
So this entire course has prescribed gates, and so they were supposed to walk the first part and go directly into a canter, and then as soon as they round that 3rd pole, go into a jog, and so you'll see them at different times throughout this course go from a walk, canter, jog, or different gates, and it's all part of the test.
They get as specific as they're supposed to do an extended jog through that, which I think in English terms means trot. And then the jog, I think, is a little bit more slower and quiet. So this is supposed to be the jog.
Competitive trail had courses designed by Chris Peplich and Carl Jansen. Chris Peplich from the Equine Trail Sports Certified was the steward, along with Malia Blakely, and the judges are Equine Trail Sports Certified Robert Shirley and Tammy Thomas.
Now the judges want to see a side pass over this, so they want to see his front hooves on one side and his back hooves on the other, and see him side pass across the first pole, and then even though there is a bend between the first pole and the second pole, side pass over each of those poles and make this bend.
Yep, so you're going to have to move the hind end over more than the front end to get them squared back up. You got it right at the end. And this next obstacle is one we have not seen at the makeover before, so this will be the first horse we'll see where they have to pick up that handle and then walk around the barrels and then place that back down.
As you can see, that 2x4 is not secured to the other barrel, so if they get too far away, they'll end up dragging it off. So the idea is to
1
keep
minute
it.
remaining.
Yep, and then they have to canter off. This horse is doing a really great job listening to exactly what he's being told and hasn't seemed to be faced by any of these obstacles.
Fitting that the flag they have to raise is Godolphin blue.
And on this one, they want the horse facing the obstacle as they raise the flag, so that they show that the horse has the mental control.
Well-deserved cheers for Hieronymus and Isabel Wells, and a horse that is for sale, part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, the Godolphin horse Hieronymus, competing in competitive trail. That is sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. And after Hieronymus, next to go will be number 232, Global Queen Coco, ridden by Paula Colt from Vass, North Carolina. Florida-bred gray filly, just 4 years old, and raced a lot for her young 2- and 3-year-old racing seasons. 8 starts as a 2-year-old, 18 starts as a 3-year-old coming off the track in November of 2021.
And she was very often competitive, but only made it to the winner's circle one time. But you can see that she had 3 second-place finishes, 2 third-place finishes, and oftentimes right there 4th and 5th also, but only managed to make it to the winner's circle the one time. She's a Florida bred.
Came off the track at Mountaineer, which is the track that for horses making their last start and then going on to compete at the Makeover, the most well-represented. On the screen behind Global Queen Coco, Bailey Armour, the steward for the entire day, has been doing a fantastic job keeping the show moving with the riders and the horses being set to come in at their specific ride times.
So I think that is a really good example of what Ashley has said before, simple but not easy. So that was a simple task, but not necessarily easy to achieve.
Yes, and it was handled really well. I saw she got a little tense, a little nervous, wasn't quite sure what to do, and the rider just sat for a second and didn't ask, didn't try to correct, and by doing that, it gave the mare time to just take a breath and go, oh, I know how to do this, and then did very well with it. And one thing you'll see a lot of times, you think of trail as something you do in a Western saddle, but there's no tack requirement, so you will see competitors in both English and Western tack in this discipline.
This filly isn't particularly keen about the arched bridge, but again, she's trying to work with her and just give her the time to make the decision to go ahead and give it a try after it all.
And you see the rider's nice and quiet, just waiting.
Well, that's one way to get across there.
Paula, you can see after each obstacle, like after that one, gives out a smile, and we talked about how important that is, that the horses feed off of the energy. So in the moment, it can be very tense and nerve-wracking, but if you're a rider and in that moment you smile, I think eventually the horse kind of feeds off of that positivity.
And generally, trail is something that you do outside. So this might be a departure from what these horses are used to. So horses that really excelled in trail might have a challenge here in the indoor because it's not something that they're used to. And another thing that most horsemen know about thoroughbreds is once they get up, they kind of feed off of that adrenaline, and sometimes it's hard or almost impossible to bring them back to that quiet state. So this horse, I bet, had a phenomenal round outside this week that got her to this point. But sometimes once you just start getting nervous, it's hard to come back down.
And that's where the rider becomes so key, and we saw that on the trail. To be able to handle a horse like Whitmore, Laura Moquette was able to do that quite well.
And as we all know from having ridden, some of these horses do these things so well in practice. And then you come into the competition and things can change.
And that's all right, because we remember that, for a horse who had raced 18 times last year to this year, having to do something completely different to even be able to get to this point within a year is quite impressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and she did that very well, and actually was pretty impressed. She did the halt very well too. I was wondering if this mare was going to be okay with her feet stopping movement, and she did surprisingly well with that. As we can see that she is a little nervous, so to be able to stop and take that breath, I think was a really good thing for her.
This pair has 1 minute remaining.
Well, there she got it done.
I was holding my breath.
It's called thinking on your feet. She pulled it out. So we're still going to do the circle.
Mm-hmm.
That still counts.
And that's time for Global Queen Coco and Paula Cole. Last year, this horse, in the month of June of 2021, raced 3 times in 1 month alone, once at a mile, 2 times at 5 furlongs. Quite a departure from the rigors of racing that frequently. And
she was a sprinter too, so she knows about getting fired up. She hasn't even been off the racetrack for a full year. Her last race was in November, toward the end of November last year, so she definitely hasn't been in training for a full year, but I think she's got a big future ahead of her once she settles down just a little bit more.
our next pair will be number 404. And this is Silver Dollar City, horse that is for sale, part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, and is ridden by Timothy Brock from Fairgrove, Missouri, competing in both ranch work and competitive trail. Another Florida bred, another sprinting Florida bred, and another gray. This is a 4-year-old gray gelding, and we can see the dark coloring on the 4-year-old, showing how young this horse is. Timothy Brock, quite an experienced rider, and also rode the horse Almanar in trail and in ranch work. And Almanar was a former Shadwell horse, the brother of Sheikh Mohammed, who founded the Godolphin operation that are the sponsors of this competitive trail through Godolphin's lifetime care program, and Shadwell as well, very much involved in ensuring the lifetime care of their horses.
And this horse actually has a race this year, actually more than one race this year, has 3 races this year. His last race was in March. And so we definitely know that he has not been in training for a full year on this, quite a bit less, but so far he's been very professional.
He looks like he's ready to get out there and work some cattle. A departure from the English tack, this straight off the ranch.
Well, he came very close to being able to work some cattle, 6th in the ranch work preliminaries.
Because I had a feeling this horse would do really well in that as well. Just kind of already looks like a been there, done that kind of horse with such little training. Brain like that is what you want to be able to do all the things that you need to do to go work on a ranch.
It's really hard to teach a thoroughbred to go from a walk to a lope, which is what they're expected to do right there, or at least that's the goal. But thoroughbreds spend so much time going from a walk to a trot, and we trot them for a very long time before we ever move them into a lope. So the fact that there were just a couple of jog strides in there, I thought was still impressive. He just doesn't understand why he has to get that close to the pole.
See, that time he said, I'll show you, I can go right to the canter.
In the preliminaries, the competitive trail rounds were held at the head of the lake, the very famous head of the lake that is a fixture on the cross-country course for the Kentucky 3-day event.
Showed a good bit of horsemanship there. The horse was a little unsettled, and rather than try to pull him to a stop, he allowed him to move a little bit back and forth, and that gave him the confidence to just take a breath out, and got a really, really nice halt just by waiting just that little bit more rather than demanding it.
Very good point. They're asked to hold for a count of 3, and I don't think it's 1, 2, 3. I think it's 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000.
Rider Timothy Brock making sure that Silver Dollar City knows that what he just did was the right thing, and horses do respond very well to that positive feedback, especially at a young age when they're trying to figure out what is the right thing. Oh, you confirmed that that's the right thing.
1 minute.
And this pair has 1 more minute left for their competitive trail routine.
And got pretty close there, hung on.
So close.
I like that on the course maps, and if you get a chance to see them posted, they not only list what the task is, and that's time for this pair, but also what each task, what the purpose is behind it as well.
Yeah, so the purpose behind the pinwheel that we just watched with the 2 barrels there is horsemanship obstacle that demonstrated a solid degree of communication between horse and rider. And some of the other ones are just to show that they have the ability to back up and to listen to the rider and to go forward when asked.
And there's a few that emphasize confidence, and that's a big thing, especially with a young horse. So that was Timothy Brock from Fairgrove, Missouri, riding Silver Dollar City. We'll have a local rider coming up next, Morgan Kastner from right here in Lexington, Kentucky, riding the 6-year-old bay mare Poppin' Tops, Minnesota bred and raced, with all 7 starts coming at Canterbury Park. And this pair in the English tack, competed in competitive trail and dressage this weekend.
I thought that was impressive that he backed into the obstacle there, but didn't seem to be bothered by it at all.
It's good to see that that's what you want in a competitive trail horse, that something unexpected happens. They're not sure what's behind them and kind of roll with the punches and say, okay, I guess that's supposed to be there. Maybe I should just move a little further before I start backing up. I think that one's done a bridge a couple times.
I was going to say, I think he has to walk over a bridge to get back to his barn every day.
You can see with this mare, she has very pronounced ears, and you can see that they're turning every so often to the rider, so it shows the communication between the two of them, and also it shows how she processes her surroundings as well.
I didn't realize this is a 6-year-old mare. While she's only had 7 starts, she didn't make her first start until she was 4, and her subsequent starts came at 5, and so she has the mindset and the maturity of an older horse, but when you look at her past performance with only 7 starts, you don't realize that she's actually got probably a lot of miles under her. She was owned, bred, and trained by members of the Bachhaus family. So the owner was Lee Bachhaus, the trainer was Lexan Bachhaus. So she's been around a lot of the same people for a long time.
I really like the family operations. I feel like when you get everyone together and it's that lifestyle, that with those more people involved, you're not having to rush back to get to your family. And I feel like they have a more individual understanding of their horses.
Yeah.
And maybe they take them on a lot of trails too.
I think Jonathan and Ashley Horowitz are a perfect example of that. Jonathan taking up horseback riding and went for a lesson to a woman who at that time was named Ashley, but not Ashley Horowitz. And then one thing led to another, and now we have a family operation.
And our son rides too.
And this is the first year we got to see our names in a racing program as well. So we're seeing more people doing this, which I really like, that the makeover kind of inspires them to go to the racetrack. And there are a few people who've been makeover trainers that have now gotten involved in racing.
So I thought that Poppin' Tops did that really well on the side pass. And Jonathan, you mentioned that it says what the goal is. And on that particular one, it says precision obstacle that asks a horse for lateral movement. And so, you know, the thoroughbreds are so used to moving forward, and teaching them to move back and sideways is new to them, but it does show another level of communication.
1 minute remaining for this pair.
What I really like about this horse is she actually seems to be a nervous horse. There's most of the obstacles she's kind of been nervous going up to, and she looks, but she really trusts her rider. Mm-hmm. She gives her a moment, and then everything that she's been asked to do, she's done, even though she's shown that she's a little unsure about it.
Yeah, she did such a good job on the pinwheel, and then just unlucky there late that it didn't land on the barrel.
Perfect timing.
Mm-hmm.
356, Poppin' Tops, and Morgan Kastner from here in Lexington. One more pair in competitive trail, sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. And the rider's a former winner here at the Thoroughbred Makeover in the discipline. It's Tony Harmon from Harvard, Illinois, riding Diggin' for Dough, who's a young 4-year-old bay filly. Did competitive trail, but also had the chance to be in this arena, being part of the ranch work discipline. Diggin' for Dough, New York bred. Horse that raced this year as of February 2022 at Charlestown in West Virginia.
Tony's quote here in her bio says that she considers the retired racehorse experience in the Thoroughbred Makeover to be, quote, the best show on earth. And as you mentioned, this is her 5th consecutive Thoroughbred Makeover, so she obviously believes that.
And we saw this mare in this arena for the ranch work and was just extremely stressed out and did not handle it well in this environment. So I was questioning how they would do in here come the second time, and it's a testament to Tony's horsemanship and connection and bond she has with this horse, where this is a completely different horse than we saw earlier in the week in this arena. And I think they've had one other opportunity to come in here, but I mean, such a change. It's really great to see, and you know that's not just the horse deciding to do that. That comes down to the trainer bringing that out on them.
Yeah, that comes down to a bond and trust that's been developed over time.
Tony wanted to make sure to thank her boyfriend, David Reed, for his support and encouragement competing at the Thoroughbred Makeover and heading more and more thoroughbreds to the herd. Tony's win in the makeover in 2019 was with Belfast Cowboy. Also was second in 2018 with Regal Justice.
She's just a 4-year-old filly, and in many ways she acts more mature than that, but sometimes her age, her youth, comes out just a little bit.
Yes, you can see that she's worried about this and this environment, but she's doing her very best to focus, and benefit to that is when she gets nervous and stressed, she likes to move her feet. So Tony just said, great, let's move our feet this way.
One of the difficulties on the approach to this is that the horse has to see themselves on that big monitor up there. And they're probably not used to seeing themselves in that movement on a monitor like this close.
1 minute for this pair.
So Tony made the decision to move past that. She's got 1 minute left. So see if she can get the flag up at the well. She's thinking she might have a better chance at that than with the barrels or the pinwheel. And she was right. Very well done.
Tony Harmon and digging for dough. And that will complete competitive trail sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. You can see the judges making the final tallies into their score sheet. The scores will be input, and we will come back to recognize the top finishers. And overall, Ashley, I was impressed with this competitive trail group. And one of the things is, not only is there the aspect of the journey to the makeover and the improvements that the horses make off the track, but I think there's even a small part of improvements within the makeover, coming to an environment bigger than I think they've ever been before, and then to be able to have a week here and to show the improvement of those horses just within that week is something they can carry forward.
Yes, especially when you have to compete in different places. So when your finale is not in the same place as where the preliminaries are, is you have to get your horse acclimated to really different environments, and some that do well outside have trouble inside and vice versa. So this is a really true testament of the overall well-rounded horse that you're looking for, particularly for this discipline, is you've got to be able to do all kinds of different things in all kinds of different environments.
One of the things I loved about the 2-year-olds when they came to the track is to watch them, how they would progress day to day. And so here, you know, they're like 2-year-olds again, because you're asking them to do stuff that they've never done before. And you all have been here for just a few days and talked about how you've seen those progressions from just one day to the next day.
It shows the great horsemanship. Tony, the last rider in particular, and a lot of the riders that we saw in the ring just give off such a positive vibe for these horses. I think that's a big thing to take away. I know it's easier said than done, speaking from personal experience, but in the moments where the horse is the most tense, that's when you need to be the most calm.
Yep, just take a breath, and sometimes doing nothing is the biggest thing that you can do.
And you sometimes force me in lessons to smile, because that makes a difference.
Yes, when you're in competition, and here you can see the riders are smiling. It's not a forced smile. It's, wow, I'm really proud of my horse, they do it, but when you find yourself in that moment of question and you're not sure what to do, when you smile, it kind of relaxes your body, which helps the horses feel. So sometimes I do it to you to give you a hard time and make you smile, but other times, a lot of times it's used to just relax yourself so you're able to communicate better with your horses.
And also it makes you realize you're not smiling, and
Yeah.
you also may not be breathing.
Exactly.
So we're getting word that we're getting ready to place the top finishers in competitive trail, sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. Jen and Raina, part of the team that has been scoring all weekend, and you can follow all the live scoring on the rrp.org/makeover-results. And we have the top 5 scores in from the preliminaries. We had the 6th through 10th place finishers, whom we can recognize now. In 10th place was number 116, Ashley's Valentine, ridden by Nicola Dines. In 9th place was number 472, Whitmore, ridden by Laura Moquette. 8th place, number 447, Toshida Forever, ridden by Alyssa Mayhall. In 7th place was number 406, Slow Down Sam, ridden by the Asbury University team with Captain Richard Hayes. And in 6th place was number 390, Save Me Paula, ridden by Joyce Brinsfield. And we're getting the ribbons given out at the in-gate, and then when the horses and riders come back into the ring, we will recognize the top 5 finishers for competitive trail, sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. It seems like ages ago that we just had barrel racing. I mean, just the contrast from sprinting around the barrels to the competitive trail, and now we have the top 5 coming back into the ring, and we'll start out by telling you who the 5th place finisher was, and that is number 232, Global Queen Coco, and Paula Colt. Finishing in 4th place, number 404, Silver Dollar City, ridden by Timothy Brock. In 3rd place, number 184, Diggin' for Dough, ridden by Tony Harmon. In 2nd place, number 356, Poppin' Tops, and Morgan Kastner. And they've gotten the blanket on, the winning cooler, and here they come into the covered arena, the winners of competitive trail for 2022 at the Thoroughbred Makeover. Congratulations to number 249, Hieronymus, ridden by Isabel Wells.
And Hieronymus is a horse that we talked about that ended his career as a racehorse, as a stakes winner, and now he begins his career as a competitive trail horse, as a winner again.
I love this horse. Also that he's a Godolphin bred, Godolphin raced, and now the winner of competitive trail that's sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. And that's definitely going to be a picture to hang on the wall for Godolphin. And when he was raising the blue flag.
Godolphin has done such a great job with their aftercare program and making these horses available to people who have horses that are just so well bred that they would think they would never be able to get, but Godolphin wants to see them go into other disciplines.
There have been a few Godolphin winners, and Godolphin, the great breeding operation for racing, and now we can also say that they're breeding Thoroughbred Makeover champions as well. This is what a competitive trail victory gallop looks like.
It took them a long time to get them this quiet. They don't want to try to get them riled up now.
Save that for ranch work.
Exactly. You can see she's very proud of him, Isabel Wells, and she should be.
This is bridle number 249 to add to the list of makeover champions from today that are going to be eligible for the Carolyn Carlson Trophy for Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, and also that can be voted on for the People's Choice Award, sponsored by Achieve Equine, the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion Award, the Carolyn Carlson Trophy, sponsored by Churchill Downs. And here are your top 5 finishers. Not only did Hieronymus end his career on a win. He won 5 times in 9 career races. I mean, this was a winning racehorse. So we will get the course cleared for the trail obstacles, and we'll do another transformation of the TCA Covered Arena, bringing in the cattle for ranch work, and that will be our final discipline. And one of the finalists for ranch work will have a chance to get to know a little bit more the story of Don't Ask Kinman. Alice got to do something that very few people get to do, ride this horse, Don't Ask Kinman, in his very last race, and then get to show him in his very first show. So Alice is both a jockey and also involved in the sport horse world. You rode Don't Ask Kinman for his last 7 races and also won a couple of times on him. What was he like on the track?
So I actually broke him when he was a yearling.
So the history goes back even further.
Goes way back, yeah. And I mean, he was always just a really good boy. I mean, from the first day I met him, he just did everything right. And, you know, he was competitive on the track, but he's always had a good brain, you know, very sensible about everything, didn't get too excited about anything. He was always good in the paddock, good in the track. You know, I'd ride him in the post parade, and the pony people would always comment on what a good pony he'd make because he was just so quiet and such a good boy.
Well, we can see it here, being in his stall. We're doing an interview. He's happily eating. So when the time came after his last race, October of 2021, finishing his racing career, you weren't going to let this horse out of your sights?
No, I actually was worried because we ran him at Mountaineer the last time out, and there were a group of guys that were claiming a bunch of horses and taking them to Puerto Rico to run, and they claimed his full brother just a couple weeks before that, and I was so worried. I said, if you're going to Puerto Rico, I'm getting on the boat and I'm going with you. So I was really worried that he was going to get taken, but you know, that was his last race, and then his connections asked me if I wanted to keep him because they knew that I had a special relationship with him, and here we are.
That's incredible. So you got the horse after his last race, and his transition, you'll be competing in dressage and ranch work.
Yes.
How has that gone to teach him some new skills? Or when he was on the track, were you kind of doing some of the foundational skills to prepare him for this?
Yeah, so when I break babies, I do a lot of trail riding, and you know, I haul them off property to get some different experiences under their belt before they go to the track. So I feel like he, you know, was set up really well to be successful for this kind of thing just from the beginning. But the ranch work, actually, I didn't know anything about ranch work or riding Western, so we've both kind of been learning together, and everybody's been great and helpful and teaching me new things, so that's been really fun. And then I have a background in dressage and eventing, so the dressage kind of came more naturally for me, but I mean, he's just great at everything he does, really.
Your background with thoroughbreds, it's wide-ranging. What is that?
Yes, so I grew up eventing in pony club, things like that, and then always wanted to work on the track, and actually was in an internship program down here in Lexington in the KEME program, Kentucky Equine Management Internship. And so I spent 6 months working on a thoroughbred farm. I was actually at Juddmonte and kind of got my foot in the door in the thoroughbred industry there, and went from there. I always wanted to be on the track, and ultimately the goal was to be a jockey, so it took a few years, but we made that happen.
But your background was actually in the sport horse world before going into racing.
Yes, so that was a little bit of a transition there, but...
Saw that you competed in eventing up to training level.
Yes.
And that was with a thoroughbred too. So what were your impressions of thoroughbreds before you got into racing?
I mean, I always just thought they were a great breed. I had a couple of Arabians when I was growing up, so I like the hotter breeds, you know, and thoroughbreds always just appealed to me because, you know, they're pretty and athletic. And the mare that I competed in high school, we actually got from a rescue that pulled her from a kill pen. And, you know, so she was a great first thoroughbred experience, and they just keep getting better.
Well, we hope it keeps getting better for you, because you could also have the potential to be competing in the Thoroughbred Makeover and riding at Keeneland on the same week.
Yeah.
So the Thoroughbred Makeover, the Breeders' Cup are in Lexington, and Alice Beckman in the Thoroughbred Makeover and riding at Keeneland too. Thank you. Best of luck to you and to Lil K.
Yeah, thank you.
How's he warmed up?
He's warmed up great, and this is the best he's ever worked, and you know, I'm happy with him, and I could go home right now and still be happy, and the rest of this is just icing on the cake.
He was
perfect.
He looks so good.
That's some of the best work you've done, so I cannot complain.
Good job.
Looking at Alice Beckman and Lil K, Don't Ask Kinman. And we'll be seeing this pair in ranch work coming up next. And just as much as Alice is learning about ranch work, so is the horse. We're going to send it down in a second to the TCA Covered Arena with Kirsten Green. But first, we want to give a big thank you to Donna Brothers, who sat on set with us all day. We had so much fun last year and had another great time this year. It was just a wonderful day. We had such a good time sitting here and seeing all these wonderful horses.
Well, you know, I've been in thoroughbred horse racing my entire life, and so for me it's so much fun to see these horses like go into other disciplines and to do it so well. But I have to say, you and Ashley make it so easy. You do all the work. You guys do all the stats compilation for me. Ashley, you being a trainer of off-track thoroughbreds, you've taught me a lot about the whole process, and so it's truly a pleasure to come do this with you. Thanks.
Thank you. We're very grateful, and we look forward to seeing you on your coverage with NBC Sports at the Breeders' Cup with the Thoroughbred Makeover participant.
Yeah, Whitmore. Hopefully, all things, fingers crossed, if all things go well, we'll see him at the Breeders' Cup making an appearance.
Well, thank you for being here, and hopefully we see you next year as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'd love to be back. Hopefully you'll have me.
Absolutely.
Oh, we absolutely will. And now we're going to go from one giant in the racing and aftercare world to another with Kirsten Green. And it's a pleasure to put the spotlight on Kirsten, but Kirsten is going to put the spotlight on some very special people that make this all happen, and that is the team of volunteers that is so instrumental to the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover.
I know I've said it a lot this weekend, but I really can't say it enough. The team of volunteers that is so committed to this event is really extraordinary. And I think Leela here is actually a really good representation of that. She was just a rock star volunteer last year. And when we were unable to work with our normal volunteer coordinator, Peg Sorensen, this year on somewhat short notice, Leela stepped right in and has just done an incredibly efficient and just phenomenal job getting up to speed and using all of our manpower at optimally. So thank you, Leela. And we wanted to just, well, first of all, do you want to have a couple of stats? Because I think it's kind of impressive, how many people were here today that helped us pull off this show all week.
Yeah. So some stats for you guys for the week. We had over 250 people who volunteered throughout the week, and that was 4 or more hours. There are people who volunteer, completely donate their time for 10, 12, 14 hours sometimes a day, and are helping us put this event on. So we had over 250 volunteers throughout the week. We also had about another 100 volunteers, from competitors to moms to family members to trainers, who donated at least a couple of hours of time, walked up and said, hey, is there something I can help with for a couple of hours, who made all of this show run all weekend through today. They're currently even setting up a round pen behind us. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who volunteered for us this week.
So we started doing this thing a couple of years ago where we thought it would be really cool just to incentivize volunteerism by recognizing people with a pretty cool raffle item. So we did a Facebook fundraiser, and we were able to raise enough money to buy 2 Yeti coolers, and we put a decal on them and personalized them for the year. And so it's kind of become my personal tradition that every summer I say, I'm coming to you again to fundraise for Yeti coolers for our volunteers. Last year, I think we did 4. This year we had more coolers than we had days in the week. We had 9 Yeti coolers that we personalized and were able to raffle off for our volunteers, thanks to a group of people who are familiar with the crew that's here this week and know how hard they work. So since we're running out of days to raffle off coolers, we have a couple of rock star people that we really want to recognize for going truly the extra mile to make our lives easier this week. Do you want to tell us about those people, Leela?
Sure, thank you guys. So a couple of people we wanted to recognize as our star volunteers this week. We had Ariella Christine, who is currently still up in the store. Everybody's waved our Ariella up there. So not only has she run the store all day today for us, but she spent 2 entire days in our scoring with Jen Crowell and the team, tabulating all of the preliminaries, staying as long as it took to make sure all the preliminary results got in and got posted. So she is one of our kind of star volunteers for the week. Someone else we like to recognize is Lisa Dowell, who is here somewhere. Where's Lisa? She's probably working over in our silent auction. She's done the silent auction. She's loaded plants. She's stepped in to scribe or do anything that she really needs to do for the week to kind of help us move along. You can always count on Lisa. That's been my saying this week. And she always has a good attitude and a smile on her face. The other person we'd like to recognize is Lauren Burke. Lauren is here somewhere as well, probably helping do something. And Lauren is a long-term RRP kind of family member. She's done stewarding. I believe she competed in the early several times. And this year she's kind of said, hey, I'll show up, I'll volunteer. She can be put in any discipline and any job we need her to do. And she's just always really helpful at getting things done, and we can depend on her. So those are kind of our star volunteers for this year. We have some gift bags and prizes and some Yetis up in the volunteer office for those guys to pick up. And if we could just get another round of applause for those star volunteers this year, we really appreciate them.
Just another final thank you again to Leela for stepping up in a big way this year, and thank you again to our volunteers.
Reiterating that sentiment, I worked with a great group all week, and it's so much fun coming here to the Kentucky Horse Park. We're getting set for the final discipline of the day, ranch work, sponsored by Triple Crown Feed, and then we'll get into crowning the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, the People's Choice Award voting, and back this year as sponsors of the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, which this year is the Carolyn Carlson Trophy. Churchill Downs synonymous with the highest levels of racing in the United States, and now to be synonymous with the highest levels of aftercare through the Thoroughbred Makeover. Kathy Shercliffe is the Director of Community Relations
yes.
here at Churchill Downs, and we talked last year. It's great to have you back this year.
You.
How's your year been?
It's been great. We had a good year, and the Derby was wonderful. And
the Derby
fun.
was back to being
yes.
the Derby
yes.
as we like it. Yes.
Yeah.
Were you there?
Of course.
That
all
was
hands on deck.
That's the dumbest question I've asked all day. How was it?
It was such a great day. We lucked out weather-wise, and everything was pretty.
And not only the racing side, but Churchill involved in so many different ways to improve the thoroughbred. I just read about how Churchill is now installing a new PET scanner.
Machine, yes, on our backside in the Equine Medical Center. Dr. Will Farmer and Haggard have been working hard to get that together, and we'll be able to have that. I believe it arrives in the spring.
I had the chance to write an article about the PET scan technology for Pollock Report, and I'm fascinated by the impact that has made. And I was just talking with a vet, and that because of racing's interest in those technologies, that's just raising the tide for all horse sports. So now you're seeing eventers using the PET scan technology, but we wouldn't have gotten to this point if it weren't for the influence of the racing industry to bring the PET scan machine to life. If you haven't had a chance to learn about it, I encourage you to, and huge props to Churchill Downs.
Yes, we're excited. We're very excited. It'll be a great asset on our backside with that Equine Medical Center.
Absolutely. And what have some of your projects been in the last year?
Well, for me, I am lucky. I get to do all the fun community things, and for me, my favorite is, of course, aftercare. And so I spend a lot of time trying to grow our footprint in the aftercare world. And personally, in the last year, since I was here last, I adopted my own off-the-track thoroughbred, who is quite a little wild man. But we raced him, and now he is the ambassador at Second Stride, which was here earlier. So
That's fantastic. Now, you said you raced him as well?
we raced him. My family raced him. Yes, he one of our syndicates. He raced in the 2014 Kentucky Derby and Preakness and Belmont.
Who's your horse?
General A-Rod.
General A-Rod. Amazing.
We don't talk about where he finished, but
He
he thinks he won.
Well, fair, but I mean, if you run in the Kentucky Derby, you're already a step ahead of many other racehorses. So your family raced him, and now the horse will stay in the family.
Yes, now he lives out in Prospect at the Second Stride Expansion Farm, and he is very chunky and loving his life.
Amazing. And what
He won't be competing here. He is not eligible and also not capable.
what are your plans with General A-Rod?
He is the ambassador, one of the ambassador horses there at that farm, and so he'll live there and then get to be, a face for the other thoroughbreds, help raise money for other thoroughbreds, and then really his only job for me is to not bite me when I ride him and feed him. That's it. He has a pretty sweet life.
That's fantastic that he has that life. So your background with thoroughbreds, though, the racing side, the aftercare side.
Pretty much all racing, and then got into the aftercare because I love the horses.
Other thoroughbreds that are on your radar or have been on your radar that you've been involved with?
To keep or to race?
Both.
So we've bred and then raced quite a few, but my personal favorite that we're still racing is Some Like It Hot Brown. He's a New York bred out of our mare, Marilyn Monroe, and then his...
Marilyn Monroe.
And his dad is Big Brown, so, it's a
I
fun
love
little
it.
name. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
So that's the personal side. What
Yes.
about the professional side
So on
with
the
some of your
professional side,
projects with Churchill?
We just, constantly doing other things, but the expansion of Second Stride is a big part of what I've worked on this year. And then just working with the lovely people at TCA and Retired Racehorse Project, I get to have lots of calls and fun. I've always joked that they see my name and they're like, "Oh God, what idea does she have now?" So
Those are
it's
the
pretty
good
great.
ones.
So we get to have fun and do a lot of Zoom calls.
Any ideas you can tell us about looking to the coming
One
year?
that I'm super excited that our partners, the Kentucky Derby partners with Woodford, kind of took and ran with this year was the ability to have the tours at Woodford Reserve available for participants to go and see. So that was kind of an entry point, cool thing to try out, and we looked at it kind of like as an added perk for all these amazing participants that have spent so much time and energy and just talent training these horses. And so I think hopefully that went pretty well. I need to get a download, but coming up with fun stuff like that's always fun.
To get the chance to really experience Kentucky. Absolutely. And the Kentucky Derby for this coming year, what are we entering? Was it the 100 and...
This is the 149th.
49th year.
Yes, so we're coming up on the big one.
Yeah.
So 23 is 149, and there'll be lots of different things and changes that you'll see because we're in year one of 2 of our paddock project. So this year you can expect the first turn experience will be completely open. So normally on that first turn where there's the temporary structure, it's permanent now. It's going to be finished by Derby 23. And then in 24, we'll have the 150th. And I feel like it's one of those things, like everything's building towards it. It's so cool. And our paddock project will be open. And it'll be an interesting year getting there. But the 149th, we've got so many always cool things coming. And you just got to watch for announcements.
Sounds good. Well, we'll be following. And we appreciate that Churchill is continuing to partner with Retired Racehorse Project, crowning the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, and we put together a video to thank Churchill Downs for all of their support and to recognize top-class facility in Kentucky and being part of this top-class event for horses off the track in Kentucky. So here's our thank you video to Churchill Downs. 2 Kentucky landmarks that bring out the best in the thoroughbred horse, Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Horse Park.
They're all in line. They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
A pleasure to bestow the mantle of the TCA Thoroughbred Makeover Champion to the journey of one thoroughbred, my man Sam, took him from the Kentucky Derby in 2016
5 lengths back to my man Sam.
to the retired racehorse project Thoroughbred Makeover in 2019, with jockey and upper-level eventer Rosie Napravnik, no less. The Napravnik family is retraining a Churchill Stakes winner, Fastboat, seen here in the Twin Spires Turf Sprint on Kentucky Derby Weekend 2021 for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover. Fastboat is entered in competitive trail, which will also include another horse that ran in the 2016 Kentucky Derby in Whitmore.
Down to the final 16, Sombaye and Fastboat, Classy John, Diamond Dupes. It's Fastboat outside, Sombaye inside. Fastboat from off the pace to win it, right on the wire.
The Retired Racehorse Project would like to thank Churchill Downs for supporting the thoroughbred sport horse in horse racing careers and beyond. final discipline, ranch work, is next, sponsored by Triple Crown Feed. And here's a video to get you ready for the final discipline of the day. The Irish rock band Thin Lizzy sang "The Boys Are Back in Town." Well, at the Thoroughbred Makeover, it'll be "The Cows Are Back in Town." The fascinating and popular mix of racehorses and cattle will be returning during the finale in the ranch work discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The preliminary rounds will feature horses and riders performing AQHA Ranch Riding Pattern 1, followed by a ranch trail test made up of a variety of obstacles negotiated across all 3 gates. The top 5 riders return for the finale and a cattle sorting test. 10 cattle numbered 0 through 9. The judges pick the first cattle number for the rider to sort into the opposite side of a pen, and then they'll try to sort as many cattle as they can in numerical order in 2 minutes. You'll definitely want your cameras out for that. Introducing the officials for ranch work, sponsored by Triple Crown Feed. Judges are Mike Bednarik, AQHA Versatility Ranch Horse Judge, and Robin Stang, AQHA Professional Horseman and Licensed Thoroughbred Trainer, and Wendy Freeberg, the Ranch Work Steward. We have 2 horses and riders to do the cattle sorting, and we will tell them which of the randomly assigned cows that they will be sorting first, and then they'll have 3 minutes from when they cross the center line. And we're coming to the end of the day, but this is, in past years, been the event that has gotten the most applause. We have Ashley Tabor and number 394, Sayao, in charge, and they'll be starting with number 6. And their 3 minutes are underway. Sayao in charge, 1 career race in Kentucky. Young 4-year-old chestnut filly. Ran at Turfway Park.
Wow, she's making this look really easy. These cows are just trotting right in for her. This is one of those disciplines where you have to go slow to go fast. Not a lot of pushing them around and getting them all nervous and running around. You want to be slow and calm as much as possible.
So we talk about how the horse feeds off the energy of the rider, and then the cow feeds off the energy of the horse and the rider. This is impressive. She does have to go in and
sort that one back out
right
before she can bring the next one in.
She was up to number 1, starting from 6. Horse that also competed in dressage this week. Totally makes sense.
Now she's got to get 7 back in there.
Coming to the end of their round.
Oh.
5 of them in there for number 394, Sayao in Charge, ridden by Ashley Tabor from Southern Pines, North Carolina. And let's hear it for this pair. And now number 192. The rider is Alice Beckman, and the horse is Don't Ask Kinman, a horse that Alice got started before Don't Ask Kinman embarked on a 19-race career in 2019, and they will be starting with number 3. And Alice actually rode this horse for his last 7 races, including 2 wins at Mountaineer in West Virginia last year. Alice's riding background comes in the English disciplines in the sport of eventing, and she said that just as how the horse Don't Ask Kinman is learning about ranch work, so is she.
Looked like Don't Ask Kinman was trying to actually push that horse in, reached his nose out and was getting ready to push him through.
We really enjoyed getting to meet this pair when they first got to the horse park.
Look, he knew it was his turn.
So to have the chance to ride the horse in his last race and in his first show, that was very well done. They're coming to the end of their round. Number 2 does not know when his turn is. Number 192, Alice Beckman, and Don't Ask Kinman. Horse that shares a name with his racing trainer, Keith Kinman.
He's got that little sparkle in his eye. I think you really, really enjoy doing that.
So we'll have the scores calculated and we'll crown the final discipline champion here for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover. And then we will clear the ring of the cattle and of all of the different equine equipment that's been in here today, whether it be the jumps, the dressage ring, the polo goals, the barrels, and we'll have a nice fresh arena where we'll invite all 10 discipline winners back into the ring, and we will have what really is each year, I think, the coolest group of thoroughbreds assembled under one roof with just all the different skills that they have. And that'll be the time to make your final evaluations for the People's Choice Award, sponsored by Achieve Equine. We'll give you the phone number that you will text the bridle number of the horse that you think best embodies the breed. And then those votes will be tabulated. We'll crown the People's Choice Award winner. And then each of the judges for the disciplines today will be determining who they think should be the overall Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, sponsored by Churchill Downs, to receive the Carolyn Carlson Trophy. And there's the phone number on the screen that you will text 541-590-8143. 541-590-8143. We'll be talking more about each discipline winner in a moment, but we're getting the scores calculated for this final discipline. So I think we started the morning with a nice course of cross country and show jumps, and we finish it up with the cattle inside the covered arena.
Yeah, the arena has gone through a number of transformations all in one day, and we've said all week that this isn't putting on one show, but we're putting on 10 shows.
Time now to announce the awards for competitive trail. The final discipline of the day is sponsored by Triple Crown Feed. The preliminaries determined the 6th through 10th place finishers. Finishing 10th in ranch work, number 106, Almanar, ridden by Timothy Brock. In 9th, number 392, Scottish Man, ridden by Hunter Bush. In 8th, number 249, Hieronymus, ridden by Isabel Wells. 7th was number 406, Slow Down Man, ridden by the Asbury University team with Captain Richard Hayes. 6th place, Timothy Brock as well, with his mount number 404, Silver Dollar City. Finishing in 5th place, we now have the top 5 coming back into the TCA Covered Arena. And the 5th place finisher was number 422, Stonecatcher and Rachel Ramsey. 4th place, number 154, Change of Fortune and Nathan Bradley. 3rd place, number 360, Princess Magdalena and Courtney Ballantyne. Finalists that competed today: in 2nd place, number 394, Seau in Charge and Ashley Tabor. And the winner of the ranch work discipline, sponsored by Triple Crown Feed for the Thoroughbred Makeover in 2022. Congratulations to number 192, Don't Ask Kinman and Alice Beckman. Now a chance for a victory lap to recognize the top finishing ranch workhorses for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover. Alice, you rode Don't Ask Kinman in a race. I know you can go faster than that. There are the results on screen. And now that the final discipline has finished, we will be opening up voting for the People's Choice Award, sponsored by Achieve Equine. We will also have the judges deliberating over the 10 discipline winners for the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion and the Carolyn Carlson Trophy, sponsored by Churchill Downs. Phone number to vote: text your bridle number choice to 541-590-8143. So, Ashley, let's recap the day. We started this morning with eventing, and eventing was won by number 399, She's a Bold One, ridden by Jenna Denver. Unraced 4-year-old chestnut mare, junior rider, a lot to like about that horse.
Yes, I was really impressed with her, and that pair was also second in dressage a little bit later in the day, which I think is quite impressive. Now, in eventing, you need to be able to do dressage, but in the finale, you have jumping and dressage that are separately judged, and the dressage was against horses that just had to do dressage, so I was really impressed with her.
Then we went to show jumping, and we had Prince of New York, who was ridden by Chris Bennings from Kentucky. That was an eye-catching horse.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous stallion, very well-mannered. He was the only stallion in the finale, I think one of 2 in the whole competition and also made the finale in 2 different disciplines.
Show jumpers and show hunters. In show hunters, it was Racing Ace that won for Amanda Gomez, the young 4-year-old.
And really lovely horse, really nice rhythm. And I thought Prince of New York was going to be really hard to beat, and he was. So Racing Ace did a really spectacular job to beat that one.
You have the racing connection with the Gomez family, jockey Garrett Gomez. So that takes us through 399, She's a Bull One, 359, Prince of New York, 366, Racing Ace. Then to field hunters, and that was number 305, Mike, ridden by Cameron Sadler. 2nd year in a row that Cameron has won the field hunter discipline.
And it's easy to see why. Really, really great presentation, being able to show your horse moving forward, coming back, transitioning, dropping fences. Just a very, very well-rounded horse and a fantastic presentation.
Last year's class of 2021, the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, came from the field hunter discipline and for the greater good. Dressage, number 140, Buckeye Warrior, and Holly Zekin.
And that was the Western Dressage horse. A really nice to see a little bit different in the dressage, to see a Western horse in there and do so well.
The first time that we've had a Thoroughbred Makeover Dressage champion that has done Western Dressage. Polo, number 111, Anna 1, Anna 2 for the Bushwood Polo team. And this is a young, precocious 4-year-old chestnut mare who was unraced. And when they had the chucker going on, totally embraced, because as Neil, who was announcing with me, said, some of these horses, the first time that they've ever done a chucker, especially in this environment, totally took it all in and showed that she's going to be one to watch out for in the future.
And who can go wrong with a chestnut mare? Or is that just me? I'm a chestnut mare fan.
Yep, we all have our type. Freestyle was Supreme Irene and Monique Cameron from Arkansas. And we were just transported to another world with their routine.
Yeah, total package for Freestyle. Lovely horse, great presentation, really entertaining, kind of, again, took you out of this environment just for a little bit.
Which is a lot to say, because this is quite a encapsulating environment. A Wisconsin-bred thoroughbred, too. Then we went to barrel racing, and number 332, Not Gonna Happen, ridden by Brooke Frederick, was more than a second faster than the other horses. Mm-hmm. This was the youngest winner, too, just 3 years old.
Yeah, the only one to break that 19-second barrier. So to be that quick, that young, obviously really loves the job that they're doing.
Competitive Trail was number 249, Hieronymus, ridden by Isabel Wells from Missouri. And yeah, I mean, I love when the racing and sport horse worlds come together, and to have Hieronymus, stakes winner, 5-time winner in 9 races, retired by Godolphin, to come to the makeover and win Competitive Trail for Godolphin Lifetime Care. Classy horse, and I just truly love that connection. And that horse, I don't think, had one moment in Competitive Trail where anything fazed him.
Yeah, and Competitive Trail is a tough one in the finale because it is a completely different environment, a big departure from how they actually competed and how they train. Most of them don't go to an indoor in this environment to train for that.
I was a fan of Hieronymus, and I was a fan as well of the chestnut gelding Don't Ask Kinman, number 192 that we just saw with Alice Beckman. You talk about a different environment. A year ago, less than a year ago, Alice rode that horse in a race.
And to see the partnership of those two, and we got to do an interview with her and got to know them really well and see how much they are, how connected they are together. And you could see it out there as well, where both of them admittedly are green in sorting and still won it. So it wasn't just the ranch work, which is the flat work and the patterning, but it was also actually getting in there and working the cows. And both of them seemed like a seasoned pair.
I think, yeah, for the 2 disciplines that Alice and Don't Ask Kinman did, they did ranch work and they did dressage, and those might be the 2 disciplines where you're testing the connection of the horse and rider, because if they're not connected, one goes one way, one goes the other way. I mean, in jumping, sometimes the horse is like, I'm just going to that jump. But in ranch work and in dressage. I throw competitive trail into that. You have to have the partnership between the rider and the horse, and that's a rider that's known this horse his entire life.
Well, and knowing that the rider, Alice, has an eventing background, I feel like they could have gone and done almost any discipline and done fairly well because they have some experience in it, and that horse just seems like he's going to do whatever she asks of him.
The hardworking crew that we have to recognize taking the panels down, Richard Lamb, who set the courses in the finals with the beloved dog Tommy, is in the ring, and all the canines in the ring made us smile with Dog Cam, the great crew that we've worked with all day from Studio 46. So once again, here are the 10 finalists with the phone number 541-590-8143. Start getting your votes in. The eventing winner, number 399, She's a Bold One, with Jenna Denver. Show jump winner, number 359, Prince of New York, and Chris Bennings. Show hunter winner, number 366, Racing Ace and Amanda Gomez. Field hunter, number 305, Mike and Cameron Sadler. Dressage, number 140, Buckeye Warrior and Holly Zekin. Polo, number 111, Anna 1, Anna 2. For the Bushwood Polo team, ridden by Esteban Matuz. Freestyle, number 431, Supreme Irene and Monique Cameron. For barrel racing, number 332, Not Gonna Happen and Brooke Frederick. Competitive trail, number 249, Hieronymus and Isabel Wells. And ranch work, number 192, Don't Ask Kinman and Alice Beckman. We'll get the ring all set up. We're clearing away the panels, and we'll have a nice dragged arena for the presentation of the overall award winners. We've crowned 10 discipline winners, and the People's Choice Award voting underway, sponsored by Achieve Equine, the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, the Carolyn Carlson Trophy to be presented with thanks to Churchill Downs. And we'll be back in a little bit with the results of that voting. We'll also have all of the riders and horses in the ring, and you'll have a chance to hear from them to determine who your last votes might be for the People's Choice Awards. We'll be back in a little bit with the crowning of the overall champions. And now it's time to welcome back inside the TCA Covered Arena the 10 discipline winners that took place throughout the day. And I'm joined in the center of the ring by Kirsten Green, Executive Director for the Retired Racehorse Project. And we've had a full day, essentially 10 horse shows in one day. And now we get to bring all 10 winners back inside the TCA Covered Arena. And I said this last year to Jen Royts, it's really the coolest group of thoroughbreds under one roof to have just that range of skill sets and backgrounds. And we'll introduce each of the 10 discipline winners to you, and we'll give them a chance to talk about their journey, a real brief word from each one, and then we'll be giving you the last chance to vote for the People's Choice Award winner, sponsored by Achieve Equine. That phone number to text the bridle number for the horse of your choice, 541-590-8143. And here they come back inside the TCA Covered Arena, and the first to come in will be number 359, Prince of New York, and Chris Bennings. And Kirsten, as they come in, will run over and catch them with the microphone and give them a chance to talk to all of you. And Prince of New York is a stallion that made the finals of both show jumpers, winning show jumpers, and a finalist in show hunters. And let me hand the mic off real quickly to Chris Bennings. I'll keep walking with you as we head down to the other end of the arena. And why don't you give us a quick story about your horse?
So we got him from a friend of ours, Ashley Lilly, and she bought him to keep for herself. And of course, like many of us, got way too many horses. So she sold him to us, and he's really been wonderful since the get-go. Little bit studdish, so we took our time with him, but once he kind of started to get the show horse thing, he really seems to enjoy the crowd, and the bigger the venue, the more he likes. And we've bred him 6 times, and he seems to enjoy that as well. And the foals we've gotten so far have been really, really nice, so we're looking forward to a breeding future with him and to keep showing.
Wonderful, congratulations, thank you. And I think you'll get some interest not just from the racing side, but from the sport horse side as well. Kirsten, who do you have down there?
I've got Jenna Denver, and she's a bold one who is a winner of our eventing division and also a junior, so highly decorated, taking some top honors in her divisions. Jenna, tell us what this means for you.
This means a lot to me, and I'm really grateful that I have achieved this and have this wonderful horse with me. Bailey is a 4-year-old off-the-track thoroughbred, and she's unraced. We purchased her about a year ago. She was a Facebook find, so she's a lucky one. She's very bold. I'm so lucky to have this horse, and I cannot wait for her future.
So that's number 399. She's a bull one. We had 359, Prince of New York. And I'm here with number 366, Racing Ace, ridden by Amanda Gomez. And you've brought along so many great thoroughbreds, even up to the Grand Prix level. And this looks like a promising one, too. Racing Ace, tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, he's been really incredible to bring along. Ever since I got him off the track the first day, he's just been so quiet and so easygoing. So I knew he was going to be special. It was just up to me to bring out the best in him. So I think that he got here and he showed what he was made out of. So I'm really excited.
Congratulations. Let's hear it for Amanda Gomez and Racing Ace. And we can bring in all of the finalists. And now it's my pleasure to hand the microphone off to number 140, Holly Zekin, aboard Buckeye Warrior.
Buckeye Warrior came from New Vocations. I got him right after Thanksgiving last year. He was on a rehab with a fractured tibia. I began working him in January lightly, and he started showing in May.
Congratulations, 140, Buckeye Warrior and Holly Zekin. And who do we have next? You have the microphone, Ashley.
Yes, next we have the winner of Ranch Work. This is Alice Beckman and Don't Ask Kinman.
This is Don't Ask Kinman. Like Jonathan said earlier, we've been together for a few years, so it's been really special to see him through breaking and getting him ready to race and actually getting him to ride, get him to ride him in his races, and now to spend the past year getting ready for this. And so he's a really special horse, and I'm just really lucky to be able to get to experience this with a horse like him.
Yep, and now I'm going to hand the microphone off to number 431, Monique Cameron, aboard Supreme Irene. You really blew us away with the Wizard of Oz.
I'd like to thank all the people that helped us from here. We came here, Cheryl and I from Arkansas, we are the only two who worked with this horse at home. Everybody else learned this routine here at the makeover. People we didn't even know, Louise, her two daughters, jumped in, played the lion part, had to be confident that our horse was solid. And my friend Tammy, she was her brainchild. Let's do the Wizard of Oz. Jan Ely subbed in for our Wicked Witch, who is sick. She's the head of Galloping Out. She just jumped in 2 days ago and played the part. This mare is so super. Her owners, the Reddens, have been so supportive, and it just gave us the ability to show her versatility and her adjustability in this routine. And I just feel blessed. We all love thoroughbreds, every one of us. And I just feel really blessed to have been able to participate and do well. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. That's number 431, Supreme Irene and Monique Cameron.
And I've got Mary Wright with the Bushwood Polo team and Anna 1, Anna 2 from Polo.
Anna 1, Anna 2 is owned by a professional polo player, our boss, Chris Campson. He let us train this horse and Big Kiss Bodie, who came in 4th place to this competition, and we are really pleased with how they ended up, and he's pleased as well.
And now we have number 249, Hieronymus, ridden by Isabel Wells. She says she's nervous to have the microphone, but let's all make her feel at home. And, I mean, you have such a great story to tell us about this horse. We love the horse. We love you. Tell us about your partnership.
So this is Hieronymus, or how I call him, Gilbert. He's really important to me as he's my first makeover horse. Ever since I got him, he's had the biggest heart. He's the most willing horse I think I've ever ridden. He's so versatile, and I just fell in love with him from the very beginning.
Well, we all did as well. Thank you very much.
And this is Brooke Frederick with Not Gonna Happen, who won barrel racing.
This is Not Gonna Happen. We call him Mouse. I got him in March of this year as a resale project, but he has since earned a forever spot with us. Everything about him, he's just done, he doesn't hesitate. He took right to the barrel pattern, and he's one I know I can grab out of the pasture and just do whatever I want to with him, and he's not going to say no, which is what I really love about the thoroughbreds is none of mine have ever given me a reason to want another breed. And I just want to give a huge shout out to my two sponsors, Revitavet Therapeutic Systems and Equiresp.
Congratulations. And now I have number 305, Mike, ridden by Cameron Sadler. You won last year with Field Hunters, so you know the routine.
Thanks, Jonathan. So I have to say I started out the day a bit teary because it's exactly 10 years to the day that my dad passed away. And then I just said, he would want you to ride. He always wanted you to ride. Go out there and ride. And which brings me to the second thing. It's actually exactly a year since I saw Mike on Facebook with a rather dramatic post that he needed a home immediately. And I thought, that little guy needs a chance. And he had a really kind eye, and I was immediately taken by him. He arrived while I was competing Zapper here in Kentucky instead of going straight to Southern Pines. And just from day one, he didn't even know how to be a horse. He hadn't been out in the pasture and rolled. But he learned how to be a horse, and he stayed in the pasture for about 6 months. Started training in March once hunting season is over, and it's been a mighty fine ride. He is a pleasure to work with, and I love my little brown horse.
Amazing. Thank you. Did we get everyone? Did we get every? Oh, okay, good. So we have all 10 winners. So this is the last opportunity to vote, number 541-590-8143. And we've gotten a lot of interest in the People's Choice Award. And if it's possible, let's see if we can get a photo of each of the horses. We'll bring them as close together as we can. And now we will present the People's Choice Award sponsored by Achieve Equine. We have Hannah Hartman here that we talked to earlier this morning from Achieve Equine to help present the award, along with Aaron Hollowell from Thoroughbred Charities of America and Kirsten Green, the executive director of the Retired Racehorse Project. And doing one last refresh, getting all those votes in, the winner of the 2022 People's Choice Award sponsored by Achieve Equine is number 359, Prince of New York, and Chris Bennings. I think we'll go to him to present it because he's the stallion. Congratulations to Prince of New York and Chris Bennings, the winners of the 2022 People's Choice Award sponsored by Achieve Equine. And now to recognize the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion for 2022, sponsored by Churchill Downs, the recipient of the Carolyn Carlson Trophy, as voted on by the judges, the best representative for the breed among all 10 discipline winners. And it is a pleasure to recognize number 399, She's a Bold One, and Jenna Denver. And we will have the presentation of the ribbon, the big check, the trophy, and we have Kathy Shercliffe from Churchill Downs, Aaron Hollowell from Thoroughbred Charities of America, Ryan Banis from Retired Racehorse Project, and Kirsten Green from Retired Racehorse Project as well, to present all of the prizes to Jenna Denver, young rider from Michigan, aboard this 4-year-old chestnut filly bred in Kentucky, unraced, and a 2-discipline finalist at this year's Thoroughbred Makeover. winning eventing, also a finalist in dressage. Congratulations, and now if all of the winners would like to go around the ring at whatever pace they'd like to, we'd like the chance to salute you and congratulate you on being such great representatives for the thoroughbred breed. That'll do it for the 2022 TCA Thoroughbred Makeover. Have a wonderful rest of your year. We'll see you back at the Kentucky Horse Park in 2023. So many people to thank. Congratulations to the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, winners of the Carolyn Carlson Trophy, She's a Bold One, and Jenna Denver. The People's Choice Award won by Prince of New York and Chris Bennings. I'm Jonathan Horowitz. It's been a pleasure to be with you all week. We will see you back here next year at the Kentucky Horse Park.